Chapter 490. 8 days later at night. Stars shone in the sky and the night wind blew gently. Fang Yuan was riding on the White-Eyes Wolf's back ready to set off. Gu Guang stood beside him, reporting the recent situation. These 8 days, large numbers of small and mid-sized tribes have set off to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only a few large tribes are left by Crescent Lake. Bei Chao Chuan, Pei Yanfei and the rest were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his sitting posture. Earlier we took the initiative to challenge 3 tribes, causing the other tribes to be wary of us. Moreover, the Heroes' Assembly is approaching, it is normal for them to set off. As for those large tribes, they have a lot of assets they need to choose carefully. Often they have to wait until the latter half of the Heroes' Assembly to participate. Supreme Elder is perceptive, that is indeed the case. Gu Guang immediately flattered. Fang Yuan chuckled, Crescent Lake's water and grass are abundant, our tribe will stay here for now and not move, we should use this time to digest our gains. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang heaved a sigh of relief, they had the same idea when they discussed earlier. Gu tribe was like a fatty who had eaten too much, they could not even move. These 8 days they had been expanding their camp and taking in captives. After calculating their resources, their strength was increasing day by day. Are those water wolves still in that direction? Fang Yuan asked. Yes, I have sent investigative Gu masters to investigate many times. This water wolf group has 5,000 in size. At night, they will enter that water nest to rest. Lord, do you really not need Gu masters to protect you? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, replying arrogantly, as long as the wolf group is around, I, Fang Yuan, will be around. Why would I need other people to protect me? Gu Guang could hear the displeasure in Fang Yuan's tone, he quickly bowed and gave way. Junior wishes Lord Supreme Elder a smooth journey in taking in all the water wolves. You need to be careful when managing the tribe. Without me around, you need to pay more attention to those Gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Fang Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King and led the weakened Turtleback 10,000 Wolf King and 18,000 wolves out of the camp to start hunting. He first followed the map that the Gu family had found, and after some planning he came to the vicinity of the water nest. Water wolves live in the water and feed on fish. Occasionally, when it was extremely hungry, it would run to the shore and devour some rabbits and gophers. The arrival of the wolf pack immediately alerted these water wolves. In order to protect their home behind them, water wolves swarmed out of the water nest in groups, staring at Fang Yuan like a tiger watching its prey. Fang Yuan's face was expressionless as he sat on the back of the white-eyed wolf. He waved his hand and countless wolves howled as they charged towards the water wolf. The water wolf fought back fiercely, and the two sides became entangled. Wolf howl Gu. Wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan made a few moves from the back and firmly controlled the situation. Originally, his wolf pack was much larger, so he quickly defeated the water wolves. Water wolves left behind over 1,000 corpses on the ground, and over 2,000 were subdued by Fang Yuan using wolf enslavement Gu, while the remaining 1,000 escaped to the depths of Crescent Lake. Fang Yuan did not chase them, but destroyed this nest and seized several hundred young water wolves. Next he rushed to the next location. After destroying several more wolf nests, by late night, Fang Yuan had subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves and over 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were fast and hard to capture. If the situation was bad they would retreat. Fang Yuan's target was a group of wind wolves, but after fighting for a while they escaped. Wolf packs were crafty, and Fang Yuan often had to pay a price to capture them. If the price was too high and the losses outweighed the gains, Fang Yuan would give up. Some large-scale water wolf packs had a myriad wolf king, and Fang Yuan did not dare to easily start a battle. However, hunting wolves was only a pretense for his trip this time. Now that he had put in enough effort on the surface, he found a concealed location and arranged the wolf pack, before using moving perspective cup Gu to contact Little Hu Immortal. After Little Hu Immortal received the news, she immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly Gu, and used Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu was a set of 2, and using the power of Black Heaven, it could cross regions. Fang Yuan waited for a while, and saw the starlight in the night sky converging on the Stargate Gu in his palm. Stargate Gu slowly flew up like a sapphire, and after rising to the sky, the starlight expanded and turned into an arched door. This time, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Stargate, but sent the heavily injured and weak Turtleback Myriad Wolf King and large numbers of injured wolves into the Stargate. Large numbers of wild wolves flowed into the Stargate like waves in a river, vanishing without a trace. This way Fang Yuan only had elites and strong wolf packs around him. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the burden of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would live and reproduce in the blessed land, giving birth to healthy and lively wolf cubs. After the time acceleration of Hu Immortal blessed land, they would grow rapidly, and eventually become Fang Yuan's new source of troops. After sending these wild wolves into Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan also followed them back to Hu Immortal blessed land. Master, you told me to keep an eye on connecting Heaven Gu every day. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Xianxia old immortal has appeared again, and is even buying large amounts of Gu refinement materials and jewel yellow skies. Little Hu Immortal was very happy to see Fang Yuan, and hugged his leg, rubbing her cheeks against it as she told him an important piece of information. Oh, it's like this, what did he buy? Fang Yuan's spirit was roused as he quickly asked. Little Hu Immortal took out a small piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. He had a deep impression of these Gu worms and materials. They were all used to refine second aperture Gu. What did this mean? Xianxia old immortal was the land spirit of Xianxia. He wanted to refine second aperture Gu again. He had definitely survived the second wave of attacks, and had not given up on refining second aperture Gu. At the same time, that divine travel Gu was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he be so impatient to buy these materials after the second wave of attacks? The land spirit of Xianxia has been schemed against by Old Man Inkstone, and should be defending Xianxia blessed land now. Although this land spirit has high intelligence, he is honest and has no ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fang Yuan's heart pounded as he thought of this. He immediately left Hu Immortal blessed land and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Then he led the pack of wolves and arrived at the stone forest without stopping. Using Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements, he arrived at Xianxia blessed land again. There were many changes in Xianxia blessed land. The 12 cloud buildings were all attacked. Many areas had broken walls. There were signs of fire burning, lightning striking, frost freezing, and so on. These were the traces left behind by the great battle. Especially outside the buildings, the pure white cloud soil was soaked with large patches of blood. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a small mountain fell on the cloud soil, completely dead. Even though it had lost its life, its fur was still glossy, shining with all sorts of colors, giving people a feeling of divinity and brilliance. Why are you here? The land spirit of Xianxia impatiently received Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan did not answer him, instead asking a question with a bewildered expression. Humph, a group of daring juniors, they actually dared to target my family. I killed them all. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression was gloomy, his killing intent overflowing. Fang Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Xianxia blessed land very secretive? How did they get in? Did you open the door yourself? Scram. Am I that stupid? The land spirit shouted angrily. These damned fellows schemed against me. They tampered with the things they sold to me. I had originally bought divine travel Gu to refine the immortal Gu second aperture. But in the process of Gu refinement, a tunnel suddenly formed and a few mice barged in. The land spirit said they were mice, but Fang Yuan could guess the sorry state of the 12 cloud buildings when he saw them. But Xianxia blessed land was the home of Longhair Ancestor in the past. Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had interacted with 2 venerables on equal footing. His foundation was extremely deep. The second wave of attacks would not be able to shake such a foundation. At least, Fang Yuan knew that there were 12 desolate beasts in Xianxia blessed land. Only one had died. But Old Man Inkstone was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the end, but the beginning. There was a good show to watch. Fang Yuan smiled. I guessed right, you are that Xianxia old immortal, the one who bought Jewel Yellow Skies' divine travel Gu. It seems that you managed to protect divine travel Gu. The land spirit of Xianxia smiled proudly. Of course. Otherwise, that 9-colored spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression became serious as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan with vigilance. What are you doing here? Fang Yuan bowed towards the land spirit, saying slowly, what else can it be? Of course it is to ask you to refine second aperture Gu. What? The land spirit shouted, glaring at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost spewing fire. Back then, Longhair Ancestor failed in refining an immortal Gu for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, thus he made a promise to refine 9 Gu worms for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for free, regardless of mortal or immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used 6 chances and obtained 6 immortal goo. As for the remaining 3 chances, they were left as a part of the inheritance, to the fated person in the future. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this opportunity was obtained by Ma Hongyun. In this life, Fang Yuan arrived here in advance and intercepted this immortal opportunity. Earlier, he used one of the chances to ask the land spirit of Langia to refine Stargate goo. Now that he came here again, he was using the second chance to refine second aperture goo. The land spirit of Langia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He could not reject Fang Yuan's request. However, in order to protect divine travel goo, he paid a heavy price. Just as the second aperture goo was about to be refined, it was intercepted by Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langia glared at Fang Yuan. "Don't tell me you are the mastermind who schemed against me and besieged the blessed land?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, showing an innocent expression. "Do you think a mere mortal like me can command those goo immortals? I saw you buy divine travel goo, and knew that you also have the second aperture goo's recipe. Now I saw you buy a second set of materials. That is why I came here." The land spirit of Langia gritted his teeth in hatred, pointing at Fang Yuan. "You humans are all treacherous and cunning. I killed those goo immortals, but to think that I would fail miserably today, I was actually tricked by you." Fang Yuan laughed. "You were not tricked by me, but because of the promise you made to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. How about it? Is it time to refine second aperture goo for me?" Chapter 491. I want to see you refine goo personally. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as he probed with a new request. The entire process of goo master refinement was secretive. Once someone saw it, the goo worm recipe or the goo master's unique method would be leaked. Of course, this is also one of the contents of the agreement. Land Spirit of Langia agreed. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan raised his brows, understanding a little. Back then, Longhair Ancestor failed to refine Space Escape goo, and instead wasted all the materials that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had painstakingly accumulated for his entire life. Many of the goo materials were very rare. Even a Demon Venerable had to rely on luck to obtain them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was a rank 9 Demon Venerable. To make up for his losses and reclaim his reputation, Longhair Ancestor agreed to refine immortal goo for him. Allowing Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable to observe the entire goo refinement process was to purposely leak the recipe to make up for the Demon Venerable, and also to prove his innocence. You saw the entire goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, I did not purposely tamper with it. But in Fang Yuan's situation, he had no such worries. Land spirits were formed from the blessed land's heaven and earth power, combined with the goo immortal's obsession before death. They did not have the malicious thoughts of humans, they were straightforward and magnanimous. However, Land Spirit of Langia was formed by the number 1 refinement path Immortal, Longhair Ancestor. Although he lost most of his memories, he still retained most of Longhair Ancestor's refinement path talent and attainment. Observing the land spirit refining goo was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. I have also refined the second aperture goo before. This time I want to see the methods of land spirit of Langia. I can gain experience and make up for my own shortcomings. Maybe I can also catch a glimpse of Longhair Ancestor's glorious glory. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation towards this goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langia waved his hand, bringing him to a hall. This hall was like a plaza. It was at least 10 li in size. There were all sorts of facilities inside. There were bronze cauldrons, red iron pill furnaces, colored pottery water tanks, and even caves. When a goo master refines goo, they sometimes need the help of a vessel. The utensils displayed in this hall were like a comprehensive exhibition, causing Fang Yuan to have a feeling of broadening his horizons. Although he had 500 years of experience from his previous life and had reincarnated many times, he had actually wandered around for 300 years. He only had about 200 years to travel unhindered across the world and achieve greatness. During this period, even though he dabbled in other goo paths, he had to resist the earthly calamity, manage his force and refine immortal goo. His energy was divided. His foundation and refinement path could allow him to look down on mortals, but he could only be considered second or third rate among goo immortals. Compared to an existence like Longhair Ancestor, it was even more incomparable. This is my Earth Sea Goo Refinement Hall. Land Spirit of Langia introduced plainly. Fang Yuan heard this and his expression changed slightly. The land spirit would not lie to him. This hall was only one of the goo refinement halls in Langia Blessed Land. Earthsea. How many places like this were there in the Blessed Land? At this moment, the land spirit waved its hand again. In an instant, thousands of hairy men appeared in the hall. These hairy men were teleported over. They were stunned for a moment before kneeling on the ground, chanting in unison, "Hairy men pay respects to Xianxia old immortal." Their voices were uniform, echoing in the hall. Land Spirit of Xianxia revealed a benevolent smile. "Children, get up." He waved his hand again, distributing the prepared goo refinement materials. "Today, we are going to refine an immortal goo. Refine it according to the goo recipe I gave you." The hairy men had clearly experienced this more than once or twice. When they heard about refining immortal goo, the hairy men were stirred, revealing excited expressions. But soon they calmed down and started researching the goo recipe in their hands, before starting to refine the goo. Thousands of hairy men refining goo at the same time. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had seen such a scene. Among variant humans, hairy men were the most skilled at goo refinement. They had innate talent in goo refinement. According to the legends of Renzu, during the immemorial antiquity era, hairy men had started to refine goo on a large scale. They had even tied up Renzu's eldest son, verdant great son, and attempted to kill him to refine eternal goo. Hairy men refined goo mostly by relying on their talent and inspiration. They did it casually. There were no traces of human goo masters. At the level of goo immortals, they were far beyond mortals. They would usually raise some hairy men to refine goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also raised hairy men. But that was Blood Sea blessed land. It had an extreme environment. After several batches of hairy men died, he lost interest in raising them. After Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he had gathered the hairy men under him to refine large numbers of goo worms for his demonic sect. Because he had personal experience, he could see that these hairy men in front of him were extraordinary. These hairy men were raised too well. Looking at their shiny fur, their eyes were spirited and their faces were rosy. It showed that their living environment was very good. They did not suffer any torture from Land Spirit of Xianxia. Most importantly, these hairy men were very intelligent. Their movements were agile. They were all experts in goo refinement. During the process of goo refinement, there were even 2 old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. Looking at their casual appearance, Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Such a group of hairy men, if they were sold in jewel yellow skies, they would definitely be the best of the best among slaves. They would have to emit a treasure light of at least 20 feet. They would be snatched by those goo immortals. These hairy men had shocking attainments. Most of them were refinement masters. There were even a few old hairy men who suggested to modify the recipe. They were already refinement grandmasters. Fang Yuan could only barely be considered a master now. With such a powerful lineup, the goo refinement progress was more than 10 times faster than when Fang Yuan was at Xianxia Mountain. The semi-finished products of these hairy men were first gathered in the hands of the old hairy men, before being handed over to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia collected the semi-finished products. After inspecting them, he directly crushed some of them and ordered the hairy men to refine them again. After a few times, Land Spirit of Xianxia was finally satisfied. He personally took action and obtained the semi-finished second aperture goo. That was the semi-finished product that Fang Yuan had now. But Fang Yuan knew clearly that the semi-finished product in Land Spirit of Xianxia's hands was far superior to his in terms of quality. Finally, Land Spirit of Xianxia took out Divine Travel Goo in front of everyone. This Divine Travel Goo's surface was clearly damaged. It was covered in scars. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. "Lad, it is not too late to regret now." Land Spirit of Xianxia stopped his actions and urged Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. He thought for a moment before laughing lightly. "No, please do it. Crafty fellow, I can't fool you." Land Spirit of Xianxia cursed. He pinched his nose and moved several goo worms as well as precious materials. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. He only recognized 2 of them. They were precious materials that could increase the success rate of the goo refinement. If placed in jewel yellow skies, they would be precious treasures that were at least 60 to 70 feet tall. Land Spirit of Xianxia's every action attracted countless gazes. The hairy men were in a daze. Their bodies were shaking from excitement. Their eyes were filled with extreme worship. Fang Yuan's mind was also shaken. When Land Spirit of Xianxia refined goo, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. It gave people a natural feeling. There was no smoke or fire. Land Spirit of Xianxia's exquisite control greatly benefited Fang Yuan. Even though he wanted to continue watching, Fang Yuan bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up and start working. He sat cross-legged on the spot, taking out 2 goo that he had prepared. One was Clear Mind Goo, the other was Wake Cloud Goo. These 2 goo were both rank 4. After Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, they were activated. Clear Mind Goo turned into a light breeze, drilling into his mind. As for the cotton-like weight cloud goo, it turned into a small white cloud floating above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan stared at the light lump controlled by Land Spirit of Langia as he took out 4 top-quality wines. With connecting heaven goo connecting to jewel yellow skies, it was extremely easy for him to gather top-quality wines. For this moment he had prepared at least 14 top-quality wines. Sensing Fang Yuan's action, Land Spirit of Langia snorted in displeasure, but did not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, ignoring the dazzling light that made his eyes tear up. He stared at the light lump. Finally, he saw divine travel goo turn into a pool of flowing water, intertwining with the other materials. Fang Yuan quickly opened the wine jar and drank a big mouthful. Immediately, an intense tipsy feeling assaulted his body and mind. Fang Yuan quickly used clear mind goo to raise his spirits, and his mind became clear again. At the same time, the weight cloud above his head rumbled, allowing his mind to maintain a clear state at all times. After drinking 4 types of wine, Fang Yuan maintained a clear state, but found that there were no changes to his body. The light lump was still changing. It had already expanded by several times from its original size, to the size of an elephant. It seems divine travel goo did not disappear. Immortal goo are unique. I can continue drinking. Fang Yuan took out another wine jar, removing the seal and pouring the wine into his mouth. The light lump gradually shrunk. Land Spirit of Langia held the light lump in his hand, his expression becoming more solemn. After a while, when Fang Yuan drank the 8th wine jar, his eyes were already hazy from the intoxication. Right at this time, the light lump in Land Spirit of Langia's hand suddenly expanded, and instantly shrunk into a marble, expanding and shrinking again. After repeating this process several times, it finally formed into second aperture goo. The moment second aperture goo formed, Fang Yuan's body shook. All the tipsy feeling in his body and mind suddenly gathered like a river flowing into the sea, condensing into a point. Mysteriously, a profound theory descended, Tao markings condensed, causing this point to slightly explode and turn into a goo, divine travel goo. Second aperture goo. Divine travel goo. 2 immortal goo were obtained at the same time. Fang Yuan's tipsy feeling was completely cleared. He excitedly stood up and laughed heartily. You really calculated deeply. Land Spirit of Langia looked at Fang Yuan with an exhausted expression, his solid body turning slightly illusory. Fang Yuan was a person who obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's fortuitous encounter. Although Land Spirit of Langia coveted divine travel goo, he could not make a move against Fang Yuan. The hairy men opened their furious and disdainful eyes, staring at Fang Yuan. This hateful human, he actually schemed against our respected and supreme Lord Langia Old Immortal. Chapter 492. Get lost. If I accepted you as my disciple, I would probably die from anger one day. My children are the most worry-free. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Land Spirit of Langia waved his hand, rejecting Fang Yuan's request without hesitation. He could have obtained second aperture goo, but Fang Yuan schemed against him, causing him to give up the refined second aperture goo and also lose divine travel goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, not taking the Land Spirit's rejection to heart. Land Spirits were formed from the obsession of goo immortals. They were simple and stubborn. Rejecting now meant he would still reject in the future. What a pity, I had planned to give divine travel goo to you as my disciple gift. I hate crafty people like you the most. Hairy men are the most obedient. I will tell you the truth, I have already accepted 18 hairy men as my disciples. From now on, I will only accept hairy men as my disciples. Let's not talk about this, give me the second aperture goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his palm. Land Spirit of Langia's expression froze, looking at the immortal goo in his hand with reluctance. This was the goo he wanted to refine, but now that he had just refined it, it was about to change owners. But the agreement back then had already turned into a kind of stubbornness, becoming a part of the Land Spirit. He could not go against it and had never thought of going against it. Remember this. Land Spirit of Langia growled, shoving the second aperture goo to Fang Yuan. This second aperture goo was like a beetle with 2 pointed ends and a fat middle. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist, like green jade, feeling warm and cool in his hand. On its plump back there was a golden eyeball growing out of it. His golden pupils were flickering like lightning, full of spirituality. This is the goo that I risked my life to refine on Xianxia Mountain back then. To think I would obtain it in such a manner. Fang Yuan sighed but was not in a hurry to use it, keeping it in his pocket. This second aperture goo had already become Fang Yuan's possession under the cooperation of the land spirit of Langia. But he was not a goo immortal, he did not have green grape immortal essence, so Fang Yuan could not use it. You have already obtained the immortal goo. If you don't want to use the final fortuitous encounter, you can leave now. Land spirit of Langia ordered him to leave. Fang Yuan, however, took out divine travel goo and waved it in front of land spirit of Langia with a smile. Don't you want this immortal goo? The land spirit of Langia raised his eyebrows. What? You want to sell it? He had connecting heaven goo, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies and buy many goo refinement materials. Even the human aperture required to refine the second aperture goo could be obtained by buying slave goo masters and killing them. The second aperture goo was a consumable goo. After Fang Yuan used it once, it would no longer exist. The land spirit of Langia could definitely refine another one. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had divine travel goo. Without divine travel goo, he would never be able to refine it. Fang Yuan, however, did not reply directly but asked, if I use another second aperture goo, will it form a third aperture? Dream on. The land spirit of Langia snorted disdainfully and sneered, this is second aperture goo, not third aperture goo. You want to condense the third aperture? Then you have to figure out the recipe of the third aperture goo first. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression serious. I think so too. The land spirit would not deceive him just because he wanted to buy the divine travel goo. At the same time, he knew the recipe of the second aperture goo and had already deduced this logic. Asking it again now was just to be safe and confirm. This way, the divine travel goo in Fang Yuan's hands, as well as the half-finished second aperture goo, would lose their original use. Fang Yuan already had one second aperture goo, he was a loner and had no trusted aides to guide him, so he did not need a second aperture goo. Moreover, he had just observed the land spirit's goo refinement process and knew that the last step was extremely dangerous. The light lump expanded and shrunk several times. It required an extremely strong control ability and the foundation of at least 1,000-man soul to be able to control it. How could an immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Xianxia Mountain, after Fang Yuan had reborn, he did not wholeheartedly focus on refining the second aperture goo. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would not be able to escape the fate of failure. Just the backlash from refining the immortal goo would cause him to be on the verge of death. Of course, he could also sell it to jewel yellow skies. But this way, it would attract Old Man Inkstone's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, other goo immortals could not avoid tampering with the things he obtained. It was different if he transacted with the land spirit of Langia. At least he would not pass off shoddy goods as quality goods. At the same time, he had deep financial resources and wanted to purchase the divine travel goo to refine it. And Fang Yuan could avoid exposing himself a second time and was very safe. Land spirit, take a look at this. Fang Yuan thought about it and took out the semi-finished second aperture goo that he had personally refined back then. This semi-finished product had a blurry shape, like a rough carving with no signs of life. It looked like a gray stone carved into a beetle. It had a big belly and a pointed head and tail without any feelers or legs. Although it looked similar to the real second aperture goo, it was clearly not comparable. There was a qualitative difference. Land spirit of Langia's eyes shone when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you actually reached this step. However, the most difficult part of the second aperture goo's refinement process is the last step. The previous steps can also be refined by a goo refinement master. Land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Fang Yuan had the divine travel goo and the semi-finished product. If he bought them, he would only be left with the last step to refine the second aperture goo. To land spirit of Langia, such a temptation was hard to resist. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? Land spirit of Langia retracted his burning gaze and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the divine travel goo in his right hand and immediately said, Immortal goo are priceless, of course I will exchange goo for goo. This is an old rule of goo immortal transactions. Land spirit of Langia's expression immediately sank. Although it is an old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. Firstly, your divine travel goo is not practical and can only be used as a last resort to escape. Once you teleport to the bottom of a volcano or the Earth's core, you are simply courting death. Secondly, I use divine travel goo to refine goo. What use does second aperture goo have to a land spirit like me? Fang Yuan was happy. When the land spirit was haggling, his gaze was fixated on divine travel goo. Although his tone was firm, his expression had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Langya Blessed Land has many immortal goo. Divine Travel Goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. I am not greedy, I will only exchange it for one rank 6 immortal goo. The land spirit shook its head repeatedly and said many more things, but Fang Yuan did not relent no matter what. Land spirit gradually became anxious, his anger showed on the surface and he looked at Fang Yuan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time and started to withdraw. How about this? I will take a step back and only ask for one consumable rank 6 immortal goo. After I use this immortal goo, you can refine it again, right? Land spirit's expression relaxed. Fang Yuan taking the initiative to give in made him feel a sense of victory. He snorted and raised his head, arrogantly looking at Fang Yuan. All right, let's do it. Saying so, he opened his hands and 5 immortal goo appeared out of nowhere. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is really deep. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, looking at them one by one. He was stunned. I want this immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a slightly strange expression as he pointed at one of the immortal goo. This immortal goo was none other than Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. The culprit that caused Danghun Mountain to wither, but unexpectedly, it was refined by the land spirit of Langya. Both sides quickly completed the transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, but he could not store it in his aperture, so he could only keep it in his bag. I had spent a lot of effort to refine this half-finished product. You can save a lot of expenses if you get it. We are all familiar with each other. I will sell it to you cheaply. Just give me 1,000 hairy men. I am not greedy. I want those old hairy men that you commanded when you refined the goo earlier. Fang Yuan said. Bullshit. Land spirit of Langya was furious. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Those hairy men are at least refinement masters. If they are placed in jewel yellow skies, the treasure light would be at least 20 feet tall. Fang Yuan chuckled. He really coveted these hairy men. With these hairy men in his hands, they would be a huge help to him. How about this? I don't want 1,000, I only want 800. Bullshit. 800, these hairy men are my children, I will not sell any of them. Land spirit of Langya shouted furiously. Everything has a price. We can still negotiate. I am not selling. If you mention this again, you can take your half-finished product back. I am not buying it. Land spirit of Langya's firm attitude made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. He lowered the price to the bottom line. Land spirit of Langya was clearly profitable, but he refused to sell. Seems he really had feelings for them. This situation was not strange. Many Goo immortals raised variant humans in their blessed lands like raising pets, watching them grow up and even spending a lot of effort to nurture them. If they died, the Goo immortals would also shed tears of sadness. Of course, this situation would not happen to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he could not buy these hairy men and felt a pity. He could only settle for the next best thing. In that case, I will exchange for wolf enslavement goo's recipe. Langya Blessed Land had a large number of recipes. From ancient times until now, it could be said to be as vast as the sea. It was impossible to not have a common goo recipe like wolf enslavement goo. Fang Yuan had been buying these recipes, but ever since he discovered Old Man Inkstone's existence, he restrained his actions in jewel yellow skies. Wisdom Path Goo masters were good at deductions, but they could not appear out of thin air. They had to collect a large amount of information. On the basis of this information they could deduce and obtain a result. If Fang Yuan openly bought wolf enslavement goo's recipe in jewel yellow skies, there was no guarantee that Old Man Inkstone would not be able to deduce something. Take it. This is the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement goo's recipe. Land spirit of Langya gave Fang Yuan a large stack of recipes. Fang Yuan flipped through them and found that there were 8 kinds of rank 5 wolf enslavement goo's recipes. They used different materials and different methods to obtain the same goo worm. As for rank 1 to rank 4 wolf enslavement goo's recipes, there were even more. This transaction is worth it. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The transaction is complete, you can leave now. Land spirit of Langya impatiently asked him to leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled. No hurry, I still have another transaction, you will definitely be interested. Young man, don't be so arrogant. In this world there are not many things that can interest me. Land spirit of Langya stroked his beard and said proudly. I'm selling a piece of information this time. This information is, when will I use the second aperture goo? Land spirit of Langya's expression froze. He looked at Fang Yuan blankly and frowned deeply, using an intense gaze of disdain and disgust to stare at Fang Yuan. How can you be so despicable and shameless? Do you still have a bottom line as a human? Ah. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Are you not interested in this information? Land spirit of Langia immediately felt the humiliation of having to apologize to a criminal after being raped. How could he not be interested? Second aperture goo was an immortal goo, and immortal goo were unique. If Fang Yuan kept it and did not use it, he would never be willing to refine the second aperture goo again. How much do you want to sell it for? Land spirit resisted the urge to beat up Fang Yuan and asked in the end. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, bright light flashing incessantly. I won't cheat you, I will use information to exchange for information. I want to know everything about that 88-point Jianghu Tower in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Chapter 493. Thud thud thud. A series of hurried noises approached from afar. Soon a group of goo masters riding terror claw horses arrived at this swamp. The terror claw horse had red eyes and sharp teeth, it ate meat but not grass. Its whole body had firm skin and bulging muscles, it had a battle strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar thing was, it did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 huge claws. Between the claws there were interconnected webs, allowing the terror claw horse to not only climb, but also move freely in the swamp. Lord Elder, they passed by here and went that way. An investigative goo master's eyes flickered with red light as he looked around and reported. A young goo master beside him immediately frowned and said anxiously, "Not good, uncle. If they go further they will reach the rocky beach. After crossing the rocky beach they will escape Warm Pond Valley. By then it will be hard to chase them. Don't worry, Fei Qing was poisoned by your father's goo and is in danger, he also has his son with him. The more he moves that ghost cloud to escape, the deeper the poison will get. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue chasing." The elder sneered and waved his hand, bringing everyone to continue the chase. When they got close to the sparse withered forest, the swamp under their feet suddenly rumbled and an earthen yellow silkworm chrysalis drilled out. The chrysalis broke open from within and 2 people walked out. One was a middle-aged goo master and the other was a child. The 2 were exhausted, gasping for air as they collapsed on the ground. We finally tricked them. The middle-aged goo master Fei Qing's face was purple, he was deeply poisoned. The swift ghost cloud goo he used for movement had been tampered with. Fei Qing was chased all the way and felt something was amiss, he immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud goo and flew away alone. Meanwhile he hid in the swamp with his son. But this way he lost his movement goo and was poisoned, he had no hope of escaping. Fei Chang, you despicable person. For the sake of the position of patriarch, you actually plotted against me, your cousin, and poisoned him. Damn it, damn it. The more Fei Qing thought, the angrier he got. In his despair, anger attacked his heart and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of green blood. Dad, are you all right? You have to pull yourself together. The child was so frightened by the pool of blood that he burst into tears and threw himself into Fei Qing's arms. My son. Fei Qing's eyes were filled with despair, but there was still a trace of hope and determination. He lovingly looked at his only son and lovingly touched his little head. Little Kai, I can't leave any more. Elder Fei was a schemer, Appa could only deceive him for a while. Not long after he would definitely realize that something was wrong and come back to kill them. Hurry up and leave, your father will block these people for you. If you follow the path that Abba told you about, you might be able to escape. No, Dad, I want to go with you. Let's run away together. Dad, I beg you. His son, Fei Kai, was heartbroken and sobbing. Fei Qing's heart was filled with anxiety, he gathered himself and stretched out both hands to grab Fei Kai's shoulders. Little Kai, don't cry. The men of Northern Plains shed blood but not tears. You have to be confident. The blood of the giant sun Immortal flows through your veins. You are a member of the Gold family. The density of your bloodline is extremely rare. You have the qualifications to enter 88-point Jianghu Tower. Cough cough. Fei Qing's mouth and nose were bleeding green blood. Little Kai, you have to preserve your life. In the future, if you can enter Imperial Court Blessed Land, you can go to 88-point Jianghu Tower and obtain the grace that Ancestor Giant Sun left behind for his descendants. This is the only way you can avenge me. Father, hurry up and leave, it will be too late. Fei Qing pushed his son away. Fei Kai retreated a few steps and looked helplessly at his father, tears streaming down his face. Hurry up and leave. Fei Qing roared. Fei Kai stretched out his arm and wiped away his old tears, but new tears instantly flowed out. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. My son, father has tried his best, I hope you can escape from the devil's clutches. Fei Qing sat on the ground and looked at Fei Kai running away. His eyes gradually widened. Idiot, stop right there. Fei Qing could not help but straighten his body and roar at his son. "Ah, father." Fei Kai ran a few steps before hearing Fei Qing's roar and looked back hesitantly. Veins popped out on Fei Qing's forehead as he shouted in exasperation. "You idiot, run towards the northwest direction. Why are you running towards the southeast direction? Do you want to go back to the family camp to seek death?" "Oh." Fei Kai quickly changed directions. But Fei Qing immediately shouted again, "Idiot, this is the southwest direction." Fei Kai quickly changed directions again and walked on the correct path, causing Fei Qing to let out a breath of turbid air. Sigh. The middle-aged Gu master sighed helplessly in his heart. Although his son had a dense bloodline, he had been stupid since young and had a really bad sense of direction. Would he really be able to escape? Thinking of Fei Chang's deep foresight, Fei Qing felt there was not much hope. But he had already done all he could only place his hopes on heaven. After a while, as Fei Qing expected, Fei Chang led 3 Gu masters back on their terror claw horses with a gloomy expression. "Fei Qing, you really hid here." Fei Chang's voice was gloomy and hoarse, his gaze was like a blade and his thick killing intent was not concealed. "To think I would die in the hands of a despicable person like you." Fei Qing sneered in disdain. Right now his whole body was numb and he could not move. Fei Chang snickered like a cat playing with a mouse. "I won't kill you so quickly. Fei Qing, aren't you very aloof and arrogant? When I catch your son, I will let you personally witness the scene of your son being killed." Fei Qing could not wait any longer, he opened his eyes wide. "Fei Chang, you are his elder, to think you are so vicious. If you don't remove the roots it will grow again. Men, bring Fei Qing to me." Fei Chang ordered, and the Gu masters on his left and right immediately tied up Fei Qing, using a hemp rope to drag him to the ground. Fei Qing have a good taste of the soil on the ground. We must chase that brat to death." Commander Fei laughed, full of joy. Fei Chang felt, since Fei Qing was caught, catching that silly lad was as easy as flipping his palm. But that was not the case. Fei Chang came to the rocky beach, but other than them there was no one else. "Damn it, this lad did not go towards the rocky beach? Speak, where did he go?" Fei Chang shouted coldly. Fei Qing was dragged all the way here, his face was already swollen and he had already fainted. Fei Chang kicked him awake but only got Fei Qing's mocking gaze. Fei Chang laughed sinisterly. "You think I won't know if you don't tell me?" Saying so, his eyes shone with a strange light, shining on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered, his soul was immediately heavily injured. "Soul search Gu." Fei Chang stretched out his bony right hand, grabbing Fei Qing's head. Then he closed his eyes, activating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered, foaming at the mouth. Such a scene caused the 2 Gu masters at the side to keep quiet out of fear. After a while, Fei Chang opened his eyes, his face pale and his gaze blurred. This rank 3 soul search Gu could search the soul of others, searching the memories contained in the soul. But it had many limitations. Firstly, the memories obtained were very messy and incomplete, and secondly, it could not be used frequently, otherwise the soul would be in a mess and one's mind would be muddled, which was extremely disadvantageous to the user. Fei Chang and Fei Qing had grievances for a long time, and knew that his son Fei Kai had a thick bloodline, and had to be killed personally to be at ease. Thus he did not hesitate to use the soul search Gu. So there was a hidden path nearby. Fei Chang laughed proudly. He was very lucky he found the memories he wanted. He mounted the horse and immediately set off, heading towards the hidden path. But when he reached here he did not find any traces of anyone. How can this be? This brat is not old and has not awakened his aperture, he is only immortal. There is no way he can hide from my investigative Gu. Don't tell me the memories I searched are only a crucial part? Fei Chang's expression was uncertain as he looked at the path overgrown with weeds. Woo woo woo. Right at this time, a deep and vigorous bugle horn sound came from outside Warm Pond Valley. Fei Chang and the others' expressions changed greatly. Lord Clan Elder, please return and reinforce us. Ma tribe has mobilized their army and started an unannounced battle. The clan camp is in a state of emergency. A messenger Gu master rode a bird and hurriedly rushed over. What? Fei Chang's shock was no small matter. Fei tribe's internal strife had just been settled, and now they were invaded by Ma tribe. This timing was too coincidental. If Fei tribe is gone, even if I become Fei tribe leader, what meaning would there be? Defend to the death. I must defend everything. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It is not impossible to repel Ma tribe's army. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chang immediately threw Fei Kai to the back of his mind and hurriedly rushed back to the clan camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been premeditated. Taking advantage of Fei tribe's internal strife, they launched a sneak attack. Although the Fei clan had the geographical advantage of the Warm Pond Valley, they were ultimately unable to resist the Ma clan's powerful and talented army. Just as Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, a huge event happened in Northern Plains, as a large-scale force in Huangjin tribe, Fei tribe that controlled Warm Pond Valley was exterminated. There was no doubt that this event would affect the entire situation in Northern Plains. On the hillside, Ma tribe's higher-ups rode their war horses and looked down at the ruins of Fei tribe camp. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a young man. Seeing batches of resources being packed into carriages, and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Among them, a rank 3 Gu master old man cupped his fists towards the young man in the center. "Congratulations, young master, congratulations, young master. It is all because of young master's plan to sow discord in Fei tribe. You have easily taken down Warm Pond Valley and annexed Gu tribe, making a great contribution to the tribe." This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Xianxia. Chapter 494. Although they had obtained a great victory, Xianxia did not show any arrogance, instead muttering, "Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack, it has a large area of warm mud. Northern Plains blizzard is about to arrive, this is a natural shelter. Our tribe will have a base of operations here. We can attack and defend. But what I am even happier about is that we obtained over 200,000 Terraclaw horses. With these horses in Uncle's hands, it will greatly increase the scale of the horse group and increase our Ma tribe's supreme might in the upcoming Heroes Assembly." His uncle was none other than one of the 3 great beast enslavement masters of Northern Plains, Ma Zun. At the mention of Ma Zun, Ma tribe's Gu masters all showed expressions of admiration. "Before leaving, Uncle exhorted me, it was not easy for our Ma tribe to become a large-scale tribe. We have gone through hundreds of years of accumulation, hard work and good luck to reach where we are today. But when the tribe gets bigger, it will be even more difficult to defend this foundation. Even if we take down Warm Pond Valley, we will only obtain a foundation to preserve our fire seed. To truly protect the whole tribe or even advance a step further, we can only enter the imperial court." Xianxia swept his gaze over everyone and continued, "Imperial court blessed land is a blessing left by giant son Immortal to his descendants. Especially that 88-point Jianghu tower, there is an immortal venerable's inheritance. Uncle said that my bloodline has already reached the standard to enter 88-point Jianghu tower. If I can obtain the immortal venerable's inheritance and become a Gu immortal in the future, our Ma tribe will become a new super tribe in Northern Plains." Super tribe. This name immediately caused Ma tribe's members to show expressions of fascination. "Young tribe leader, you are a rare genius of our tribe in 100 years. Our tribe's future lies on your shoulders." Lord Ma Zun might be a man of few words, but he is actually concerned about the tribe and has great foresight. "It is my lifetime's honor to be able to witness all this and fight alongside young tribe leader. Young tribe leader, lead us towards glory." Ma tribe's Gu masters excitedly shouted. Xianxia smiled. In fact, Ma Zun had never said such words before, he had only made them up on the spot. With the help of Ma Zun's prestige, Xianxia succeeded in adding luster to his image. Think about it, even Ma Zun had such a high opinion of Xianxia, wouldn't others be blind? Xianxia was not worried that Ma Zun would expose him after knowing this. Ma Zun was a strange person. When he was a child he rarely spoke. He was so reticent that his parents almost mistook him for a mute. Ma Zun loved horses so much that he was nicknamed Horse Fanatic and Horse Fool by his clansmen when he was young. He was eccentric and never married. He only loved horses and lived with them all year round. He didn't care about worldly power or mundane affairs, nor did he have the slightest interest in them. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly like the stars. "All of you are the pillars and pillars of my Ma clan. You have many outstanding qualities that I, Xianxia, should learn from. I am still too young, Ma tribe is not something I can support alone. I will need everyone's help in the future." "What are you saying, young tribe leader?" Young tribe leader's words make us blush with shame. All these years, young tribe leader's performance has entered deep into our hearts. We will definitely follow young tribe leader. Ma tribesman quickly replied. Xianxia continued, "Although Uncle Ma Zun has placed his hopes on me, to obtain the 88-point Jianghu Tower's immortal venerable inheritance, it still depends on luck. But even if I fail to live up to his expectations, outside of Truyang Tower, there are inheritances left behind by generations of Gu masters in Imperial Court blessed land. Thus, every tribe that moves into Imperial Court will have a leap in strength in all aspects. Every time I think of this, my heart palpitates. Everyone laughed heartily. Not to mention being moved, every time I think of it, I am drooling. Haha, young tribe leader doesn't need to feel too much pressure. If we fail once, we can start all over again. Our Ma tribesmen are all unyielding heroes. Imperial Court blessed land was similar to Tianti Mountain. Gu masters often left their inheritances inside. Northern Plains environment was harsh, there would be a blizzard every 10 years, and the blizzard would sweep through the whole of Northern Plains. The blizzard was like a blade that plundered everything. Many inheritances buried in the wild would be destroyed because of this. Thus, setting up inheritances in Imperial Court blessed land had gradually become a tradition in Northern Plains. In Imperial Court blessed land, other than the 88-point Jianghu Tower Immortal Venerable inheritance, there were many other inheritances waiting for fated people. Of course, these fated people had to first enter Imperial Court blessed land to have a chance of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. Blessed lands that could avoid the blizzard and live peacefully, as well as inheritances of all sizes that were spread everywhere. Thus, every time Imperial Court contest occurred, the Grasslands tribes would compete intensely. This contest affected the whole of Northern Plains, and the scale was extremely huge. Small tribes needed to survive, medium-sized tribes needed to advance, and large-sized tribes needed to protect their foundations. Not only righteous path, even demonic path Gu masters wanted to enter the blessed land and seize the Gu master inheritances within. For the sake of cooperation, the Heroes' Assembly came into being. A long time ago it had gradually formed, and now it was a tradition that Northern Plains people could not abandon. Every time the 10-year blizzard arrived, all the famous places in Northern Plains would hold the Heroes' Assembly at the same time. Exterminating Fei tribe this time will greatly benefit our trip to Tianquan's Heroes' Assembly. As long as we suppress Qing tribe, our Ma tribe will be the strongest tribe. That's right, only by winning the Heroes' Assembly can we attract more experts and get more tribes to join us. This is the first step of the Northern Plains battle, and also an extremely important step. This time, we are going to enter Imperial Court blessed land, and we need to look at all the other places. Yu Tian's Heroes' Assembly, Meng Qiu's Heroes' Assembly, and Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly, we need to pay close attention to them. Just as Ma tribe's higher-ups were discussing fervently, a messenger Gu master rushed over, bringing the latest information to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie opened it, and his expression sank before passing this information to the people beside him. Everyone read it one by one, exclaiming, sighing, or making guesses from time to time. Dongfang tribe actually suppressed Zhao tribe in advance. This way, they will be the overlord of Chao Fu's Heroes' Assembly. This time, Meng Qiu New Air tribe actually sent New Air too. They are coming with great momentum. Lu tribe might not be able to resist them. As for Yu Tian's Heroes' Assembly, it is also a storm. The former Wolf King Chang Shan actually appeared. This Chang Shan is so fierce, he actually led Gu tribe to fight 1 against 3 and even Pei Yanfei lost. In Yu Tian, He tribe's He Lulan and Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu are both geniuses, and now with the appearance of the Wolf King the impact is huge. Yu Tian's situation is becoming more and more complicated. Soon, everyone's focus was on Fang Yuan. Chang Shan Yin's identity had been known in Northern Plains for many years. Now not only did he suddenly revive, he even caused a commotion. Gu tribe was only an ordinary mid-sized tribe before, but because of Chang Shan Yin's interference, they forcefully challenged 3 tribes, and even a fierce general like Pei Yanfei lost. Especially when they found out that Gu tribe's new tribe leader was only a young rank 3 Gu master, their evaluation of Chang Shan Yin rose by several levels. Every 10 years, there will always be monsters popping out from the corners of the world. It is just that this time there is a big one. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Chang Shan Yin fights with our tribe's Lord Mazun, what will the result be? Everyone could not help but feel worried. Ma Yingjie frowned slightly. If it was a Gu master of other paths, so be it. But this Chang Shan Yin was an enslavement path Gu master. He was most proficient in fighting 1 against 10,000. But he alone, with the army under his command, could change the situation of the battle. Everyone has seen the information just now. An enslavement path Gu master's strength depends on the size of their beast group. He Chang Shan Yin has just reappeared. He only has some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves or wind wolves, but only 3 myriad beast kings. Now one is dead and one is heavily injured. How can he compare to my Uncle Mazun? Ma Yingjie snorted coldly and continued to boost the morale. Uncle Mazun already has a herd of 300,000 horses in his hands. Now with the addition of so many Terraclaw horses, the scale can expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also controls a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Do you think the Wolf King can compare to him? The surrounding Gu masters sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling surprised and happy. To think that Lord Mazun's strength is already so huge. A mere Wolf King is simply a baby compared to our tribe's Lord Mazun. 500,000. This scale is too huge. It is enough to exterminate 7 to 8 mid-sized tribes. Ma Yingjie's words changed, but Wolf King Changshan cannot be underestimated. Our tribe wants to become the lord of the imperial court. We will meet this person sooner or later. More importantly, once he participates in the Heroes' Assembly and attaches himself to the Huangjin tribe, he will definitely receive help. There will be large numbers of Gu masters helping him subdue the wolf group and give him orders. The joy on everyone's faces gradually faded. This young Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Annexing Fei tribe is only the first step of our long journey. Next, there will be even more powerful opponents. Only by being united can we defeat them and become the lord of the imperial court. Yes, young tribe leader is right. Young tribe leader is wise and mighty. I am filled with admiration. Our Ma tribe has the tribe leader and young tribe leader's leadership. We will definitely rule over northern plains. Unknowingly, after being beaten down by Ma Yingjie's words, everyone became even more united around Ma Yingjie. The young clan leader of the Ma clan smiled in the depths of his heart. On the surface, he was calm and composed as if he had a card up his sleeve. Father, you died so miserably. Right at this time, a sorrowful cry came from below the hill. This voice attracted the Ma tribesman's attention. Ma Yingjie saw from afar that in the battlefield filled with corpses, a child was pouncing on a corpse riddled with injuries, crying bitterly and looking extremely sad. Rascal, get over here. You are already my Ma tribe's slave. An adult man was at the side, punching and kicking the child before forcefully pulling him up. But this child struggled with all his might, biting the adult man's wrist. The adult man screamed and had no choice but to let go. The child crawled for a while before pouncing on the corpse and crying bitterly. Sigh. Ma Yingjie sighed from the bottom of his heart. Suffering is not my wish. But in this chaotic world, who can remain unharmed? Either you die or I die. Human strength is insignificant. All I can do is protect my tribe and not let my Ma tribesman's children suffer such a fate. Young tribe leader is benevolent. The surrounding people also sighed. Ma Yingjie pointed downwards. This child is a loyal and filial person. He is in trouble because of me. Someone go and stop him. Send this child to my side. He will be my personal servant from now on. Yes, Lord. His subordinates immediately responded. They did not dissuade him. It was a tradition in northern plains to adopt servants. Furthermore, a child who was not even 13 years old and had not awakened his aperture, how could he be a threat to their lord young tribe leader? Child, quickly get up. A Ma tribe higher-up stopped the adult man from beating the child and lifted the child's neck. The child struggled with all his might. No, I want to be with father. Child, your father is already dead. Your luck is good today. My young tribe leader took a fancy to you and took you in as a servant. The Ma tribe higher-up's tone was gentle. But this child did not listen. He only cried, Father, father. Suddenly he stopped and looked at father's corpse in a daze. You're not my Abba. My Abba's skin is darker than yours, his nose bridge is taller than yours and his hair is white. The child muttered to himself in shock. Then he became furious and kicked the corpse. Soon after he started crying again. Abba, where are you? Chapter 495. Right when Northern Plains was in chaos, Langya Blessed Land's transaction was also coming to an end. You want information about 88 Point Jinyang Tower? It is not like I can't tell you. Land Spirit of Langya muttered before staring at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Land Spirit of Langya's obsession was only related to Space Escape Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Moreover, Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away. Land Spirit of Langya was not Longhair ancestor, but a different kind of life form. It is just that when this Immortal House Gu was being refined, only Giant Sun Immortal was watching. How do you know this secret? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fang Yuan smiled. In his previous life, Ma Hongyun entered 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtained Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Later, because Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased and mistakenly entered Langya Blessed Land, obtaining Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter. Land Spirit of Langya saw through his background and told him this secret during their conversation. Ma Hongyun later became a Gu Immortal and became a pillar of Northern Plains, a great hero who resisted Central Continent's invasion. In one of their talks he revealed this secret and it was spread far and wide. Of course, facing Land Spirit of Langya's questioning, Fang Yuan could not confess this fact. I inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. I have many clues about Giant Sun Immortal's things. The reason why I know this secret is actually because of some deductions. Fang Yuan answered with a proud smile on his face. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan's expression and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, asking, "Don't tell me you are?" "That's right, I have some wisdom path Gu master methods." Fang Yuan lied casually, but his expression was extremely sincere. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed and looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated gaze. Wisdom Path had a long history, tracing back to its roots. It was created by a rank 9 great expert 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. She was a rare female venerable. Her title was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She controlled the celestial court and was the second-generation immortal king. According to rumors, Wisdom Gu was once in her possession, thus she created Wisdom Path. Before she died, she divined the mysteries of heaven, calculated the future for 3 million years and set up 3 traps. After her death, 3 demon sovereigns emerged from the human race one after another. All of them went to the celestial court, but they were ultimately stopped by these 3 games. To be able to scheme against 3 Gu venerables of the same rank after death, his wisdom path ability was evident. Lad, you can actually deduce to this extent, it seems you have indeed obtained the essence of wisdom path. After knowing that Fang Yuan was also a wisdom path Gu master, Land Spirit of Langya's tone actually eased. Wisdom path had been passed down until now. There were very few true inheritors, but no one would look down on Wisdom Path Gu masters because of this. Wisdom Path Gu masters were good at scheming and deducing. Many people who went against Wisdom Path Gu masters died without even knowing how they died. Moreover, since ancient times, Refinement Path and Wisdom Path were inseparable. Gu masters comprehended heaven and earth and deduced Gu refinement recipes. They had to rely on many Wisdom Path methods. Many refinement masters and refinement grandmasters would ask Wisdom Path Gu masters for help when they encountered bottlenecks when thinking of recipes. Land Spirit of Langya was very disgusted with Fang Yuan's craftiness, but when he knew Fang Yuan had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment, his attitude eased. Land Spirit of Langya liked to refine Gu, he naturally liked to research and create new Gu recipes. During this process he naturally encountered many obstacles. He could not resolve them with just his own wisdom. Maybe in the future I will need to ask him to help deduce recipes? This thought flashed in Land Spirit of Langya's mind. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desires. Since Land Spirit of Langya had a request from Fang Yuan, his attitude naturally improved. He summoned a rank 4 East Window Gu out of thin air and held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank 4 Information Path Gu. It looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice, specially used to store information. Land Spirit of Langya poured his thoughts into it. After a while, he let go. East Window Gu flipped open the window-like carapace and flapped its wings, making a circle in the air before obediently flying to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan sent out his thoughts and inspected it. Joy immediately appeared on his face. "These are the information you wanted. Now it is your turn." Land Spirit of Langya reminded. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Since the second aperture Gu has been formed, I can't wait for such a good thing. Before using it, I will send you a message." "Wait." Land Spirit of Langya, however, was cautious this time. "How do I know when you will delay it? You are a Wisdom Path Gu master, you are a top-notch schemer. You want to use this to trick me a second time? We have not handed over this East Window Gu. Heh, I only need to move my thoughts now and the East Window Gu in your hand will self-detonate." Fang Yuan frowned. "You don't trust me?" Land Spirit of Langya had a suspicious expression. "Humph. Just based on the fact that you are Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor, I don't trust you. You are so crafty and have Wisdom Path methods. Once you leave the Blessed Land, do you think I can still chase after you? What if you intentionally delay and use this chance to extort me? Then tell me what to do." Fang Yuan said impatiently. "Of course now, you use this second aperture Gu in front of me. Only then will I be at ease." Land Spirit of Langia stroked his white beard, feeling proud of himself for thinking of such a good idea. Fang Yuan grinned. I am only a rank 5 now, how can I use this immortal goo without immortal essence? When I leave the blessed land, I can only rely on my grandfather's help. If your grandfather can help you, why can't I? Don't talk nonsense, lend me the second aperture goo, I will do it myself. This? Fang Yuan was only making an excuse. Land Spirit of Langia saw this and felt that Fang Yuan was cheating. His attitude became even more unyielding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly let Land Spirit of Langia do it. Land Spirit of Langia took the second aperture goo and poured immortal essence into it, before throwing it towards Fang Yuan. This second aperture goo turned into a bean-sized green light and jumped into Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. The green bean-like light first hit Fang Yuan's belly button. But there, it was pushed away by Fang Yuan's aperture, and could only jump up and land on Fang Yuan's chest. Next, there was a loud explosion like a bolt of lightning. The bean-green light suddenly exploded, forming a brand new aperture that seemed both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is the second aperture? Fang Yuan touched his chest and mumbled absent-mindedly. Nonsense, what else is it if not the second aperture? Land Spirit of Langia rolled his eyes. The second aperture is very beneficial to your cultivation, and when you become a goo immortal, it will be even more beneficial. But if you still want the third aperture goo, that won't be possible. This third aperture goo's recipe still needs to be deduced and calculated. Fang Yuan's expression returned to normal, and he looked at Land Spirit of Langia with deep meaning. The other party purposely mentioned this, no doubt he wanted to cooperate with him to deduce the goo recipe in the future. Land Spirit of Langia's face turned red from Fang Yuan's understanding gaze. Fang Yuan smiled and bowed towards Land Spirit of Langia. We will talk about this later, goodbye. Get lost, get lost. Land Spirit of Langia waved his hand repeatedly. Seeing Fang Yuan completely disappear in front of him, Land Spirit of Langia let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of anger from having his intentions seen through appeared on his face, and he cursed, this crafty lad. But thinking of Fang Yuan's final words, which seemed to have the intention to cooperate, Land Spirit of Langia's eyes flickered with light. He pinched his beard and could not help but fall into a reverie. He had already accumulated dozens of incomplete goo recipes. Since that lad could deduce such a secret, his wisdom path attainment is already quite good. With his help, at least half of these dozens of goo recipes can have a breakthrough, and 13 goo recipes should be able to be perfected. But for the remaining 7 goo recipes with just the 2 of them, it is far from enough. But in the future, I need to be on guard when dealing with this lad, lest I get schemed against by him again. Fortunately, I was cautious today and made him use the second aperture goo on the spot, otherwise I would have been extorted by him again. As something is not right. I expended immortal essence to activate the second aperture goo. After leaving Langia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used the Stargate goo, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, under his management, had already undergone many changes. In the bright western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and a small number of fox groups were living together. Although the arrival of the wolf group broke the peaceful life of the fox group, it did not bring about severe casualties to the fox group. All this was due to the large numbers of iron shell flowers that were successfully transplanted on the land. There were countless pink rabbit living in this sea of iron-shelled flowers. Pink flower rabbits reproduced easily, and became the main source of food for the wolf group and fox group. And in the eastern part, starlight spread out like an illusion, and lakes of all sizes were densely covered. Star fragment grass was planted on large patches of dark clouds. The growth of star fragment grass was gratifying. It was originally transplanted to the center of the dark clouds, but now it had already spread to the edge of the clouds. Fairy Yao Guang's planting experience is indeed correct. Star fragment grass is the food of the starlight firefly group, and at the same time the grass group will grow faster with the help of the starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan could not help but nod as he watched. Precisely because he had exchanged the starlight firefly group's cultivation experience from Star Lord Wan Xiang, Fairy Yao Guang and the others, he had avoided many detours and gained many benefits. But although the starlight firefly group is growing stronger, the number of starlight firefly goo is decreasing. These days I have used Stargate goo several times, and the starlight firefly goo's consumption rate is much higher than their formation speed. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the lakes on the ground. These lakes were formed by him drawing in water and fire. Right now there were many water wolves living in these lakes. These water wolves built their nests beside the lakes, and ate the green jade crucian carps in the lakes. Sometimes they would go ashore and eat the earth-skin pigs that were drawing water from the lakes. Green jade crucian carps and earth-skin pigs were the things that Fang Yuan had bought previously. Right now, under Little Hu Immortal's control, a large number of them had adapted to the new environment, and were successfully integrated into the food chain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 496. What Fang Yuan was most concerned about was the situation of the air bubble fish. The lakes that raised the air bubble fish were carefully chosen by Little Hu Immortal. The sky above these three lakes was the center of the nebula. There were the densest and most lush star fragment grass, as well as large groups of starlight fireflies. Air bubble fish grew in these three lakes, but there were no water wolf groups, and even the number of green jade crucian carps was very small. These three lakes were intentionally protected by Little Hu Immortal, to let the precious air bubble fish grow as much as possible from the fish roe to maturity. Right now there were already many young fish swimming in these lakes. These young fish were somewhat similar to goldfish, with round bellies and small pointed ends. But they did not have the bright colors of goldfish, most of them were milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish, their tails and fins were very small and exquisite. Moreover, the way they swam was also different from other fishes. These young air bubble fish were mostly bobbing up and down. If there are no major changes at the end of this year, Eastern Sea's air bubble sea will be corroded by the intense poison due to Gu Immortal's fighting. The price of the air bubble fish in jewel yellow skies will greatly increase. However, these air bubble fish are far from enough for my own use, I cannot sell them in a short period of time. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Whether it was starlight firefly Gu or air bubble fish, they were his long-term investments, they would only be profitable in the market after 100 years. Fang Yuan did not purchase the tips on feeding air bubble fish. He had a trick from his previous life's memories that could raise the reproduction rate of air bubble fish by 30%. It could be said that he stood at the forefront of Gu Immortals. The result of the inspection made Fang Yuan very satisfied. He praised Little Hu Immortal, making the latter extremely happy, her face flushed red. A snow-white foxtail was excitedly swaying behind her. But Danghun Mountain was still deteriorating. Standing on Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan could feel an aura of death and death. This made Fang Yuan's mood turn heavy. Danghun Mountain was the most valuable place in the entire Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starlight Firefly Gu, or the air bubble fish, could not be compared to it at all. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan called Little Hu Immortal and activated Connecting Heaven Gu to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. As soon as he opened it, several divine wills were transmitted over. Are you going to sell your gruel mud or not? I am willing to add a pair of whole earth Gu on top of the Gu recipe. Although the treasure light of my remnant recipe is only 6.5 feet wide, it's extremely powerful. But we can give you some hairy men, everything can be discussed. These divine wills were all about the business of smoothing things over. Fang Yuan had sold large amounts of gruel mud earlier and directly asked for the recipe of Immortal Gu gruel mud. Since it concerned an immortal Gu, this transaction attracted the attention of many people. Although gruel mud is a part of the Immortal Gu's refinement process, one of the necessary materials, but the Gu recipe's value was undoubtedly much higher than gruel mud. Right now, these Gu recipes have undoubtedly reached the highest price. Fang Yuan glanced at it and knew that after these few days of preparation, the time to strike a deal was finally ripe. The prices of all parties had reached their limits and were about the same. Fang Yuan looked left and right. He had his eyes on one of them. The other party was called Immortal Mud Feet. The treasure light of his gruel mud Gu recipe was only 6.5 feet wide. Compared to the surrounding competitors, this level of treasure light was slightly inferior. But he left a message saying that he could sell some hairy men to Fang Yuan to make up for this difference. Gu Immortals normally raised hairy men to help them refine Gu. With large numbers of hairy men assisting them, Gu Immortals would not lack rank 5 Gu worms and would only pursue Immortal Gu. In the slave trade of Jewel Yellow Skies, hairy men were the most popular type, their prices were often higher than human slaves. Rockmen could not be compared to them. Fang Yuan had already planned to move some hairy men into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, when he saw those hairy men in Xianxia Blessed Land, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Unfortunately, the land spirit of Xianxia refused to budge and was not willing to sell them. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. Right now he needed large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Right now, he had already obtained the rank 1 to rank 5 wolf enslavement gu recipe from the land spirit of Xianxia. He only lacked these hairy men to help him refine gu. If he and Little Hu Immortal were to refine gu together, they would not be able to refine the amount that Fang Yuan needed even after 2 to 3 months. Immediately, Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense to Fang Yuan. Immortal Mud Feet was also present. He immediately replied, "I am willing to gift you 10,000 hairy men." But Fang Yuan looked at the goods and expressed disappointment. "Although you have many hairy men, they are all small hairy men, they are not of much help to my gu refinement. What I need are old hairy men." "Old hairy men? Then the quantity will decrease." Immortal Mud Feet thought for a while before replying. These years, the hairy men in his blessed land had been multiplying too much. He needed to sell a batch. But because of this he sold them cheaply. After some bargaining, Immortal Mud Feet finally agreed to sell to Fang Yuan over 3,000 old hairy men and 7,000 small hairy men. For this, Fang Yuan had to add in half an Immortal Yuan stone. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan first checked the recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. The recipe was obviously incomplete, only 60% complete. The contents inside had probably been tampered with by Immortal Mud Feet. Fang Yuan needed to sort through and decipher it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Immortal Gu recipes were very precious. If he was the one selling it, he would also tamper with it. Although the treasure light of the Gu recipe would decrease after tampering with it, this was the competition between Gu immortals. With this incomplete recipe, I have the foundation to deduce the complete Gruel Mud Immortal Gu recipe in the future. It will be much easier than just imagining it. Most importantly, Gruel Mud Immortal Gu is in my hands. As long as I do not use it, others cannot refine Gu. My Gruel Mud can still be sold for a profit. However, Gruel Mud Immortal Gu could not be brought into Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the time being. After Fang Yuan left Xianxia Blessed Land, he used a prepared method to conceal the Immortal Gu's aura before burying it. This was something that could not be helped. Before Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal, he could only deal with it like this. Most of the Gu Immortals who bought these Gruel Mud wanted to refine Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, their goal could not be achieved. Fang Yuan continued to sell the Gruel Mud while checking if there were any wolf groups that he was interested in. Wild beasts like wolves had strong reproductive abilities. Many blessed lands would dispose of some surplus wolves after a certain period of time. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies there were many Gu Immortals selling wolf groups. Earlier in the battle with the 3 clans, the wolf groups suffered many losses, especially the myriad beast kings that need to be replenished. As someone is actually selling wolf emperors. Fang Yuan found a small surprise. The beast groups had a simple structure. They were divided into ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings. Above myriad beast kings there were beast emperors. Beast emperors had rank 5 wild gu in their bodies. They had rank 5 battle strength and could control myriad beast kings. In 3 Kings Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had subdued 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Ba Huang. These 2 dog emperors helped him temporarily resist the attacks of rank 5 Gu Master experts. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was busy escaping and had no time to care about them. He did not know if they died in battle or if they were snatched away by others. Normally speaking, very few Gu Immortals sold Beast Emperors. Beast Emperors were a form of the Blessed Land's foundation. After Fang Yuan checked the details, he immediately understood the reason. It turned out that this was an old Beast Emperor with injuries all over its body. The wild Gu on its body were also quite damaged, only 2 or 3 were left. It seems that a new Wolf Emperor appeared in the Night Wolf group. The old Wolf Emperor was defeated and should have been killed by the new young Wolf Emperor. But at the crucial moment, a Gu Immortal took action and sold this old Wolf Emperor in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan guessed the reason. But even so, this old Wolf Emperor still attracted 3 competitors. After a chaotic exchange of divine senses, Fang Yuan bought this old Night Wolf Emperor at the price of 2 Immortal Yuan stones. At the same time he also had over 18,000 Night Wolves. Next, Fang Yuan bought 30,000 Turtleback Wolves and 10,000 Wind Wolves, among which there were 2 Turtleback Myriad Wolf Kings and 1 Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. Together with the wolf group from before, his wolf group had already increased to 100,000. This is the benefit of having a blessed land. It allows me to stand on the shoulders of Gu Immortals and casually buy and sell beast groups. I can instantly restore the scale and do not need to worry about feeding and other logistics. But 100,000 is still a little too little. Ma Zun, Yang Pering, Jiang Baoya, these enslavement masters each have at least 400,000 beasts. Especially Jianghu at his peak he had 650,000 troops. Next was the Heroes' Assembly, where heroes would vie for supremacy. Fang Yuan knew, with the identity of Changshan, he could not avoid competing with these people. This way the wolf group scale would have to expand again. Fang Yuan bought another 10,000 water wolves, including 1 water wolf myriad beast king and 6,000 wolf kings. Next he chose left and right, and after careful consideration he decided on vermilion flame wolves as the main force of the wolf group. He bought 80,000 vermilion flame wolves from all the Gu Immortals. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were much rarer than turtleback wolves, wind wolves and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolves had red fur that was as red as fire. These wolves had fierce attacks and had fire path Gu worms on their bodies. They could easily destroy grasslands and create a huge fire. If this advantage could be used properly, it could cause huge casualties to the enemy. Fang Yuan's plan was to buy 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. Now he only had 80,000, thus he left 20,000 to Little Hu Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eyes wolf and 1 night wolf emperor. Fang Yuan calculated, his wolf group's high-level battle strength had increased by 10 times. If it was an ordinary Gu master without Gu Immortal methods, to reach this level, they would need the help of a large tribe and would need at least 6 to 7 years of hard work to search in northern plains. There were big and small wolf groups in northern plains. Small wolf groups often only had a few hundred wolves and were not worth looking at. Large wolf groups had tens of thousands of wolves and could not swallow them all. To capture a wolf group, one had to first consider whether they could win or not. A Pyrrhic victory was not enough, only with a great victory could one have any gains. Chapter 497. This way the wolf group's number will reach 200,000. But, it is still not enough. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a pondering light. I don't have to rush to accumulate ordinary wild wolves. When the time comes, there will be people who will send themselves to me. Right now the priority is to expand the high-level battle strength. Although beast emperors were sold in jewel yellow skies from time to time, they would be bought by other Gu Immortals in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew that it was unrealistic for him to buy several wolf emperors in a row. Thus he focused his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength comparable to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path Gu master would have a mutated beast group as their trump card. For example, Southern Border Quan King's Lion Mastiff Group, Jiang Baoya's Mountain Drilling Rat Army, Yang Piying's Thunder Eagle Group, Ma Zun's Pegasus Group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, Treasure Yellow Heaven was selling as many as 4 of them. The first type was the Blood Forest Wolf. This type of wolf was huge, almost like a hill. An adult standing at its feet was like a fox standing at the feet of an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf's fur was blood red and withered like wormwood. On the wolf's back there was a white forest tree. These trees were actually the bones of the Blood Forest Wolf, growing vertically from its back. The white bone trees were also covered with blood-red maple leaves. The trees formed a forest that was commonly known as the Blood Forest. After the Blood Forest Wolf gives birth, it would put the cubs into the Blood Forest on its back, allowing the cubs to play in the vast space. The blood fruits in the Blood Forest were food for the cubs. Blood Forest wolves were like moving fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had extremely strong crushing power. This was something that many myriad beast kings did not have. The second type was the shark fin wolf. This was an amphibious mutated beast. Its body was like an elephant and its body was covered with glossy crocodile skin armor. At the same time, sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of its body. There was also a row of shark fins on its back. These shark fins formed a line, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The shark fin wolf was the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. It also had the ability to fight underwater. The third was the berserk wolf. The berserk wolf's entire body was silver gray, and it had 3 eyes. Its body was not big and it was the same size as an ordinary thousand beast king. However, those who underestimated it because of its size paid a heavy price. Once the berserk wolf started fighting, it would be extremely crazy. Its movements were extremely fast, and it would not rest until it killed its opponent. Especially when it opened its third eye, its battle prowess would increase by 5 times. Once it opened all 3 of its eyes, regardless of the outcome of the battle, it would die on the battlefield. This was a terrifying wolf species that didn't even care about its own safety and fell into a frenzy of battle. The fourth type was an ingrate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were pure white. Their eyesight was extremely strong. Even in the dark, their eyesight would not be affected. In jewel yellow skies, 1 blood forest wolf, 3 shark fin wolves, 2 berserk wolves and 5 white-eyed wolves were all bought by Fang Yuan. At the same time, far away in southern borders Shadow Sect Blessed Land, Old Man Inkstone squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air. Fang Yuan wantonly purchased wolf groups, buying wolf emperors and mutated wolves in succession. This attracted the attention of this wisdom path goo immortal. This Fang Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolf groups. What is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal behind the scenes frowned. He tried to use goo worms to deduce. But the result was that Fang Yuan wanted to raise a wolf group to profit from it. This result did not satisfy him. Who Immortal Blessed Land's environment is most beneficial for raising fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are still different. Blessed lands had blessings, they were blessed lands. But every blessed land had its differences, and the blessings were not the same. For example, who Immortal Blessed Land was most suitable for raising foxes. Fox groups could live and grow better in this place and reproduce more. Meanwhile, Langya Blessed Land was suitable for goo refinement, and was more suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow Sect Blessed Land was suitable for soul path goo master cultivation. Deep in his heart, a feeling told Old Man Inkstone that Fang Yuan's actions had a deep meaning. But Wisdom Path was not omnipotent, it had its flaws. Otherwise, Wisdom Path would have dominated the goo master world long ago, and would not be the current situation where all paths fought for supremacy. Wisdom Path deductions needed evidence. The more evidence, the more reliable the evidence, it would guide the Wisdom Path goo master to a more accurate conclusion. But Old Man Inkstone, although he was a Wisdom Path goo immortal, he would never have expected that Fang Yuan had been reborn. Old Man Inkstone deduced that Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel goo to go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But he would never have expected Fang Yuan to go to Northern Plains. If Fang Yuan had sold divine travel goo in jewel yellow skies, he might have thought of this. But Fang Yuan was cautious, and directly sold divine travel goo to Land Spirit of Langya. Old Man Inkstone lacked the most crucial evidence, causing his deduction to be wrong. He tried several more times but it was always the same result. Do I really have to use my vital goo? Old Man Inkstone thought of this, his pores opened up, and a trace of cloud smoke leaked out from every pore. White clouds rose in spirals and condensed above his head, forming a rolling cloud of smoke. The cloud was hazy and once it appeared, the dense aura of an immortal goo leaked out. But this rank 7 immortal goo's aura was faintly discernible, like the starry sky in a summer night, mysterious and untraceable. It was also like the fragrance of a lotus 1,000 steps away, faintly discernible. Every time the cloud smoke moved, it contained countless changes, it was indescribable. When outsiders tried to comprehend it, they would only get vague results. This was Old Man Inkstone's vital goo, it was called Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the goo immortal had no evidence, it could point to the truth. After Old Man Inkstone found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was implanted with slavery goo, he used Heavenly Secret goo to deduce that Fang Yuan would return to southern border one day. Thus, Old Man Inkstone set up a trap, waiting for Fang Yuan to jump in. Right now, Old Man Inkstone was hesitating, should he use Heavenly Secret goo? Even though Heavenly Secret goo was powerful, it had its drawbacks. Old Man Inkstone did not succeed every time he used it. 8 out of 10 times he used Heavenly Secret goo, it would fail. Once it failed, Old Man Inkstone would suffer the backlash of the immortal goo. This backlash was fine if it was an ordinary injury, but it was extremely powerful, anyone would be wary of it. Old Man Inkstone's body and soul were unharmed, Heavenly Secret goo's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once the backlash occurred, Old Man Inkstone would lose 10 to 70 years of his lifespan. When goo masters cultivate, their attainment levels did not directly increase their lifespan. If goo masters wanted to extend their lifespan, there was only one best choice: lifespan goo. Using lifespan goo could directly increase the goo master's lifespan without any side effects. Other than that, there were other unorthodox methods to extend lifespan. But these methods all had drawbacks and flaws. My current body has 80 years of lifespan left. Even if the most severe backlash shaves off 70 years of my lifespan, I still have 10 years, it is enough for me to complete my heaven-defying plan. And for such a small matter, the backlash is usually not severe, it is usually 13 to 14 years of lifespan. Is it worth it for me to use heavenly secret goo for this? This heaven-defying plan has reached a crucial point, the enemy will definitely notice it. In the future, I will need heavenly secret goo to make deductions. However, if I can get fixed immortal travel from Fang Yuan, it will be extremely helpful to my heaven-defying plan. Let's not talk about other things, just attack Xianxia blessed land. If I had fixed immortal travel, I would be able to attack and defend at will. What can land spirit of Xianxia do to me? I would not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old Man Inkstone thought about it but gave up on this idea in the end. Although heavenly secret goo was powerful, it was also a trap. The success rate of using it was too low, and most importantly, the consequences of failure were too severe. Old Man Inkstone did not dare to waste his lifespan. Back then, in order to deduce where Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan. First, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan, and the result left him dumbfounded for a long time. It was actually in Central Continent. It was actually Hu Immortal blessed land. How did he get transported to that place? What fortuitous encounter did he get to see the interior of Hu Immortal blessed land? Alright, Fang Yuan hid in the blessed land and refused to come out. Old Man Inkstone's plan for fixed immortal travel almost failed before it even started. Thankfully, he continued to use heavenly secret goo, spending another 80 years of his lifespan to deduce the most likely chance of success. One day in the future, Fang Yuan would return to southern border and participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel, Old Man Inkstone spent 150 years of his lifespan. Forget it, since I have already deduced the result, I will just wait for him. The matter of him raising a wolf group is not a big deal. As a wisdom path goo immortal, I personally set up this trap. Would a mere mortal be able to escape? Old Man Yin sure sneered a few times and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like an ingrate, there were no pupils, only sclera. He stared at connecting heaven goo, the sneer on his face becoming more intense. You are immortal, you actually spent 150 years of my lifespan in the future, it will be your honor to die under my scheme. Of course, don't think of having a good time now. After Old Man Inkstone made some arrangements, Fang Yuan, who was in Hu Immortal blessed land, felt something amiss. Oh no, someone is buying wolf enslavement goo's refinement materials in large amounts. Fang Yuan was planning to buy these materials, but Old Man Inkstone was one step ahead. He quickly made his move but was quickly obstructed. Many goo immortals were purposely raising the price, making him spend more, but the materials he bought were not as good as before. Fang Yuan squinted, his gaze was cold as needles. This is targeting me. Land spirit of Xianxia is impossible, it does not have such rallying power. Then, other than Crane Gate, there is only that mysterious Old Man Inkstone. Suddenly Fang Yuan laughed again. If this was before, he could only sigh helplessly when being attacked like this. But it was different now. He had a large number of wolf enslavement goo recipes. These recipes were not only from rank 1 to rank 5, there were also different types of wolf enslavement goo recipes for each rank. Chapter 498. A moment later. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he memorized the names of these goo immortals. Fishing Old Man, Great Immortal Boulder, Lightning Brilliance Heavenly Mother, Old Man Inkstone, so it was you. He finally understood who was targeting him. Most of these goo immortals were the ones who attacked Xianxia blessed land in his 500 years of memories. These goo immortals are mostly from northern plains, but there are also people from southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and central continent. Together with Old Man Inkstone, this hidden goo immortal force is truly huge. Because of this unusual confrontation, Fang Yuan learned a lot of information. He was secretly shocked. What kind of force was this, and who was the one who created it? In his previous life he did not know anything about it, he had been kept in the dark. Such a strong force was hiding behind the scenes, it was not a simple poisonous snake, but a fierce tiger in the forest. What was it planning, what was its goal? What kind of role did it play in the future development and the great battle of the 5 regions? What was Old Man Inkstone's position in this force? Thinking about the confrontation earlier, it was like an undercurrent was surging from start to finish. They did not use their full strength, they were only acting. Bystanders would not be able to sense it, they would only think it was a normal bidding war. Even Fang Yuan himself, if not for his 500 years of memories, he would only think that he was unlucky and met with intense competition when buying resources. They attacked secretly and interfered, but after realizing they could not stop them, they quietly stopped. The entire action was like throwing a stone into the water. After a few ripples, the water became calm again. Fang Yuan was clear that the reason why he could escape from the other party's attack was because the goo recipe from Land Spirit of Langia was only a foundation. Most importantly, the other party did not want to expose it, they did not want to attract suspicion, thus they did not use their full strength. Although Fang Yuan was a goo immortal in his previous life, he was now immortal. Even though he had a blessed land, he could not match the combined strength of two goo immortals, not to mention Crane Gate and such a mysterious and powerful force. The reason why I attracted Old Man Inkstone's attention is likely because of fixed immortal travel goo. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Back then he refined an immortal goo in front of everyone with his mortal body, it was truly too eye-catching and eye-catching. Immortal goo, even goo immortals rarely had them. Let alone a top-tier rank 6 goo like fixed immortal travel. Goo immortals would naturally covet it. It was all because the limelight was too big. But Fang Yuan had no choice. Forced by the situation at that time, he could only do this. Doing so was also the best outcome. There was no better outcome. After such a long time, the news must have spread by now. The Crane Gate will definitely investigate it, but this is actually a good thing. The more they investigate, the more they will know about my background. I am only in my 30s, I am a vagabond from a small clan that was destroyed, a lone cultivator. To be more practical, I am a demonic goo master. Such a person has low aptitude and lacks resources. He could actually obtain the scene of who immortal blessed land and refine immortal goo? How is this possible? It is like an ant suddenly growing bigger and swallowing an elephant. The fat pig suddenly grew wings and flew higher than an eagle. In Earth's terms, this was unscientific. This way they will naturally guess that there is an expert behind me. Such an expert must be at least a powerful and mysterious goo immortal. And I am only a chess piece pushed out by the person behind the scenes. Thus, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind the scenes or the organization behind the scenes. If there is an organization behind the scenes, is it a group of people or a super clan or a super sect? Nobody can say for sure. Everyone wants to investigate more deeply, to find out by any means possible. Before I find out, as long as I hide in who immortal blessed land and don't do anything that touches their bottom line, they will only probe me and won't do anything serious. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he analyzed the current situation at lightning speed. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Paper cannot hide fire. Once they find out the truth or lose their patience, I will be in trouble. Once Crane Gate attacks who immortal blessed land, the best outcome for Fang Yuan would be to self-detonate the blessed land. Both sides would suffer heavy losses and no one would be able to obtain Danghun Mountain. Without the protection of the blessed land, Fang Yuan would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. The reason why he created the identity of Changshan was to prepare for a rainy day and leave a path of retreat for the future. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Fang Yuan was a formidable character in the demonic path, he naturally understood this well. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly and become a goo immortal again before Crane Gate and the mysterious force made their move. But even so, it would be a huge calamity. If he could not get through it, he would be smashed into pieces and die. The pressure is immense. Although Fang Yuan obtained the greatest benefits in 3 Kings' blessed land after this battle, he lost the initiative. Spring, autumn, cicada, Crane Gate, Danghun Mountain, mysterious force, blessed land, earthly calamity. Although he obtained who immortal blessed land and his strength rose sharply, he was in an even more precarious situation. All sorts of intense and dangerous situations were pressuring him step by step like whips or scythes, driving him forward from behind. If he was slightly slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. If it were anyone else, they would have already exhausted their wits and strength and would be crushed by the collapsing situation. Only Fang Yuan racked his brains to find a way out of this perilous situation. But even if he worked hard like this, the situation still did not improve. Just like now, he had encountered a new problem. He did not have enough immortal yuan stones. He had originally sold large amounts of immortal goo recipes and obtained 28 immortal yuan stones. But after using them several times, especially after this large-scale purchase, he had spent too many immortal stones and had almost reached the bottom. Right now, Fang Yuan only had a pitiful 4 immortal yuan stones. But there were still too many things he needed to invest in. Without a choice, he could only temporarily stop investing in wolf groups. But Fang Yuan's plan was to dual cultivate enslavement path and strength path. Now that he had the second aperture, this plan was even more feasible. There were usually 3 aspects that determined an enslavement path goo master's strength. The first aspect was the scale of the enslavement beast group. The second aspect was the enslavement path goo worms in the goo master's aperture. The third aspect was the enslavement path goo master's soul. The deeper the foundation of the soul, the more beast groups they could control, and the stronger the beast kings they could subdue. The longer they could command the beast groups to fight, the longer they could do so. Through my large purchases, the scale of my wolf group has already reached second rate in Northern Plains mortal world. The first tier are the three great enslavement path masters of the present age, Mazun, Jiangbaoya and Yang Pering. But my enslavement path goo worms originate from Changshanyin and are only rank 4. I need to raise them to rank 5 to deal with the Northern Plains war. Fortunately, Danghun Mountain is dying, but I can still use it. With Guts Goo, my expenses are greatly reduced. But other than this, I still need large numbers of wolf soul goo to continue transforming wolfman souls. Facing the rapid cultivation needs, the immortal Yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands was insufficient. Purchasing wolf groups was only the first aspect of the 3 aspects of enslavement path. Next, he went to Jewel Yellow Skies and bought several goo recipes, many goo refinement materials, as well as the indispensable rank 5 wolf soul goo for his future cultivation, a total of 18. This way he spent another immortal Yuan stone and only had 3 left. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on relic goo. His second aperture had just formed and was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed to start cultivating from scratch. But where would Fang Yuan get the time? Directly using relic goo to increase his cultivation could help him in a short period of time. Although he had the intention, due to the lack of immortal Yuan stone, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, buying bronze, red iron, silver and yellow gold relic goo. Next he chose goo worms to modify the body. The body was like a skin bag containing the soul. If the soul was strong but the body was not strong enough, it would become a bottleneck and restrict the growth of the soul. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, then he had to be careful when using strength path goo worms. If he used too much strength before hitting the enemy, his tendons and flesh would tear and his bones would break. When Fang Yuan finished this transaction, he only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. He kept these 2 immortal essence stones as a backup in case of an unexpected situation. For the next 2 days, Fang Yuan did not leave Hu Immortal blessed land and cultivated on Danghun Mountain. This is the last Guts Goo. Climbing on a cliff, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and opened this goo. Splat. Following a soft sound, a yellowish-brown muddy water flowed out. This was a bad goo. Its body was corroded by gruel mud immortal goo's power and no longer had the miraculous effect of growing the soul. Danghun Mountain's vitality is weakening, the good guts goo are getting fewer and fewer, but after these days of collecting because of the large amount of guts, my soul has reached 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was clearly more solid than before, giving off a feeling of heaviness. It was like it was forcefully stuffed into Fang Yuan's body, giving off a feeling of overflowing. 1,000-man soul was the symbol of an enslavement path expert. Back then Changshanyin had 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and with a thought, he summoned little Hu Immortal and immediately teleported her into Danghun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he took out a white-silver relic goo. After the previous tests, this white-silver relic goo had no problems, so Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence into it. A moment later, he opened his eyes and inspected his second aperture, nodding in satisfaction. Second aperture has also reached rank 3 peak stage. This way, Fang Yuan's first aperture was rank 5 peak stage, crystal purple primeval essence. Second aperture was rank 3 peak stage, snow silver primeval essence. Snow silver primeval essence, although it could not compare to crystal purple primeval essence, could at least provide some help to Fang Yuan. After all, in the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, rank 3 goo masters were the absolute core strength. After I use the yellow gold relic goo, I will reach rank 4 peak stage. That will be even better. Of course, what makes me the happiest is that my second aperture has given me another vital goo. In this way I can have 2 vital goo. Chapter 499. Disregarding consumable goo, the goo master's first choice of goo worm would become her vital goo. The vital goo and the goo master had the closest relationship. It could be said that their lives were intertwined. No matter which side suffered heavy losses, the other side would also be implicated. The vital goo had an advantage that other goo worms could not reach, that was after the refinement failed, no matter how severe the backlash was, the original goo worm could still be preserved. Thus, most Gu masters treated the vital Gu as their core Gu. Normally speaking, the strongest Gu worm in a Gu master's hands was her vital Gu. Once the vital Gu was formed, it was hard to change. However, this situation was not absolute. If a Gu master obtained an extremely good Gu worm and wanted to nurture it as their vital Gu, they would have to destroy the original vital Gu. But this action was extremely dangerous. Once the vital Gu was destroyed, the Gu master would be greatly implicated. At best, they would suffer heavy injuries, at worst they would die. After rebirth, Fang Yuan's vital Gu was the spring-autumn cicada, sleeping in the center of his first aperture, unable to move. Now that he had the second aperture, he had a chance to choose his second vital Gu. Even though he could guess it from the Gu recipe, the real opportunity to choose made Fang Yuan happy. Which Gu should he choose as the crucial second vital Gu? Immortal Gu had to be eliminated first. The second aperture was only a rank 3 mortal aperture. It was hard to store Immortal Gu. Spring-autumn cicada was a special case. Other than spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan still had fixed immortal travel. Gruel Mud, 2 Immortal Gu. But Gruel Mud Immortal Gu could only be used once. If he used it as his vital Gu, after the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu disappeared, Fang Yuan would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Such a foolish thing. Fang Yuan naturally would not do it. As for fixed immortal travel, it was far away in poison grassland, it was not worth mentioning. Without much hesitation, Fang Yuan made his decision. This was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. He wanted to walk the path of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. All-out effort Gu was necessary, it was also the most ideal strength path core. Previously, Fang Yuan schemed against undefeated 100 battles Gu to ensure the safety of the all-out effort Gu during the refinement process. But due to a freak combination of circumstances, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use undefeated 100 battles Gu to refine the Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. As long as the all-out effort Gu became his second vital Gu, Fang Yuan would no longer have to worry about failing the Gu refinement. He had lost this precious Gu worm. 2 days. In a flash. After leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan used Stargate Gu and returned to Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was different from the outside world. Time flowed 5 times faster than normal. Fang Yuan had spent 2 days in the Blessed Land, but he had only spent 1 night in Northern Plains. It was dawn. On the horizon, there was a soft purple and white color. As the sun rose, the wild grass in the distance gradually turned from its original black color to an oily green. The crescent moon lake was sparkling with golden light. The morning light shone on Fang Yuan's face. He smiled and looked to his side. The originally sparse wolf pack. Many white wolf silhouettes filled up the wolf pack. These were all water wolves, the number had already exceeded 10,000. They were led by a water wolf myriad beast king and had 6,000 wolf kings. As for the other vermilion flame wolf group, night wolf group, mutated wolf group and others, Fang Yuan did not bring them out. It would be too eye-catching and sudden to bring them out at once. Fang Yuan disguised as Chang Shanyin because he wanted to properly manage this identity, thus he had to avoid exposing himself. But water wolves were different. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to take in wild water wolves. The appearance of water wolves was easy to explain. But if a night wolf beast emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would not make sense. Next, I will continue to take in the wild water wolf group. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf and with a thought, the entire wolf group set off again, charging towards their next destination. 3 days later, at a certain lakeside beside the crescent moon lake, the Gu masters of the 2 clans stared at each other in anger. Zhong Feiyou, your Zhong clan is an intolerable bully. These 5 black-skinned fat beetles clearly belong to our clan. Yet, you actually dared to openly snatch them in broad daylight. One of the clan heads, Chai Zhang, angrily roared. Bullshit. We had an agreement back then, our clans were neighbors with this water wolf den as the boundary. Thus this is our Chai clan's territory. These 5 dark-skinned fat insects have come to my Zhong family's territory, so of course they belong to my Zhong family. The Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Feiyou, sneered. Chai clan's Gu masters heard this and felt incomparably furious. Chai Zhang's face turned red from anger as he reprimanded, shameless. Our Chai clan is breaking camp today to rush to the heroes' assembly, of course we have to pass through here. Zhong Feiyou's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, so this is your Chai clan's fault. You could have passed through here, why did you have to pass through my clan's camp? Chai clan's Gu masters were extremely furious. Zhong clan's camp was in a tricky location, occupying the main path. If Chai clan took a detour, it would be even more troublesome as there would be at least 3 myriad beast groups along the way. Zhong clan's actions were, in fact, an intentional extortion. Zhong Feiyu, isn't your table manners too ugly? Chai Zhang gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Zhong Feiyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently and sneered, if your Chai clan is not convinced, we can have a contest. Chai clan's Gu master's momentum stagnated. Chai clan was a small-scale clan, but Zhong clan had expanded into a medium-scale clan 2 years ago. Zhong clan was strong. If they fought, Chai clan would definitely suffer. As Chai clan leader, Chai Zhang was clear of this. He also wanted to retreat, but these 3 black-skinned fat beetles were carrying the clan's most precious resources. These resources were meticulously gathered by Chai clan when they wanted to join Lu Wenwu. If he gave them up, Chai Zhang would naturally be extremely unwilling. Should he fight or retreat? Just as the two sides were in a deadlock and Chai Zhang was hesitating, wolf howls could be heard not far away. Howl, howl, the howls of the wolves rose and fell ceaselessly. At the same time, the footsteps of large numbers of beast groups could be heard by the wind. Such a formation. It's a wolf group. It's noon right now and this is near the water wolf's den. How can there be a wild wolf group? Zhong and Chai clansmen immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. They saw the majestic wolf group was like a long river, flowing through the sparse forest and surging towards the group. Among these wolf groups, there were vigorous night wolves, turtleback wolves with deep defense, and outstanding wind wolves. Most of them were water wolves with white fur. Different types of wolves gathered together harmoniously to form an army. Such a scene. There was only one reason. Chai Zhang's heart thumped. He immediately thought of one person, Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu's expression also turned extremely ugly. Their Zhong clan also wanted to join young master Lu Wenwu. Thus, they coveted Chai clan's resources, but at this crucial moment, someone appeared to disrupt their plans. As the wolf group approached, the Gu masters of the two clans became restless. Such a huge wolf group. Someone could not help but exclaim. Such a scale, there are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and many more wind wolves than night wolves. Water wolves are the most numerous, about 32,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and with his rich experience he made a rough estimate. There were too many wolves. They spread out majestically, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, covering the Gu masters of the two clans. Immediately, Zhong and Chai clans' Gu masters were surrounded by the wolf group, and with their backs against Crescent Lake, they fell into a disadvantageous situation. Didn't they say Chang Shanin suffered disastrous losses when he attacked Pei Bei and Zheng clans? Why does he still have so many wolves? Chai Zhang's lips turned dry. The wolf group was densely packed. Not only did they surround them, there were also many hidden in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Feiyu no longer had the relaxed attitude of bullying the weak. He looked at the large number of thousand beast kings and myriad beast kings in the wolf group, his heart rising to his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. It could often change the situation with one's own strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters could not be underestimated. Let alone Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu was very clear that these wolves in front of him were enough to exterminate his Zhong clan 2 or 3 times over. Because they were in the wilderness now, there were no dangers around them. Without the camp's walls, they had no depth, no time to rest, and no time to recover their primeval essence. A hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan swayed as it walked out of the forest, appearing in front of everyone. Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang shouted at the same time. At once, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was expressionless. Riding on the hump wolf, he straightened his upper body according to Chang Shanyin's habits. His gaze was like an arrow sweeping through everyone without speaking. But his tightly pursed lips fully displayed Chang Shanyin's proud and aloof temperament. Zhong and Chai clans Gu masters could not make a sound. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. The air had frozen, making it hard to breathe. Especially when they thought of Wolf King Chang Shanyin's battle record of challenging 3 clans in one night, many of their bodies started to tremble. The Pei, Bei, and Zheng clans were all experienced mid-sized clans. And Chai clan was only a small-sized tribe, while Zhong clan had just become a mid-sized tribe not long ago. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, as well as the intention to cooperate. The two felt the same bitterness in their hearts. The two sides that were fighting earlier, now had the intention to cooperate. This trick of fate really made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Changshanin, I Zhong Feiyu have heard of your fame. Zhong Feiyu gritted his teeth, stepping out of the crowd and bowing deeply towards Fang Yuan. No one felt that there was anything wrong with the Grand Tribe leader Zhong Feiyu's actions. The other party was Changshanin. But before Zhong Feiyu finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his hand and lightly said, "All of you scram, don't hinder me." Zhong Feiyu's eyes opened wide, and unconcealable anger and humiliation could be seen in his eyes. But he did not retort, instead lowering his head and bowing towards Fang Yuan, before turning around and gathering Zhong tribe's Gu masters, "Retreat." Chai Zhang observed his expression and quickly shouted, "We will retreat too." Immediately, the crowd surged as the Gu masters quickly retreated to a faraway place. Soon, only the wolf group and Fang Yuan were left at the lakeside that was originally filled with people. Of course, there were also those 3 slow black-skin fat beetles that could not be taken away in time. Fang Yuan glanced at these 3 black-skin fat beetles and did not mind them. The things that the 2 tribes were fighting over, in his opinion, were not attractive enough. Chapter 500. There were more than 4,000 water wolves living in this water wolf lair, a pack of 1,000 beasts. Although water wolves rarely set foot on land, it was a different matter if their home was invaded by foreign enemies. Sensing Fang Yuan's wolf group rushing over, this wild water wolf group left the den and attacked together, clashing with Fang Yuan's wolf group. Being obstructed, Fang Yuan's wolf group's momentum slowed down. But he snorted and activated Wolf Howl Gu, at the same time sending 3 groups of reinforcements to reinforce them. The wild water wolf group only lasted for a while before they could not endure the pressure and were immediately dispersed, losing their momentum. Far away. Patriarch, our things are still there. An elder of the Chai family gazed into the distance unwillingly. Chai tribe leader Chai Zhang heaved a deep sigh. Forget it, if we lose it, it is better than losing our lives. Should we stay and take a look? A person like Changshanin might not be interested in these 3 black-skin fat beetles. Another Chai tribe elder was hoping for a fluke. But Chai Zhang understood and snorted, "If you are not afraid of offending Changshanin and provoking his massacre, you can stay." This Chai tribe elder's expression froze. Do you think Zhong tribe did not think of this? Even if Changshanin is not interested, we will not be able to get these resources. Sai, with an expert like Changshanin here, we cannot stay in this crescent lake anymore, let's continue and leave. Chai Zhang waved his hand, his tone was filled with helplessness, hatred and even more helplessness. Chai tribe was only a small-scale tribe with weak strength. Especially during the 10-year blizzard, when the imperial court contended for supremacy, dragons and snakes rose from the land, the whole of northern plains was filled with endless disputes and chaos. Tribes like Chai tribe were like small boats in the whirlpool of chaos, drifting along with the wind and rain. Only by attaching themselves to a stronger force could they increase their chances of survival. Chai tribe broke camp and left without any hesitation. A moment later, Zhong tribe's investigative Gu master reported to Zhong Feiyu with a face full of lingering fear. Lord Wolf Wangda obtained complete victory, he destroyed that wolf den with a flip of his hand. Out of more than 4,000 water wolves, he managed to recruit close to 3,000, and he only lost 300. Zhong Feiyu and the upper echelons of the Zhong clan trembled when they heard this. This kind of casualty ratio was truly terrifying. No wonder his wolf pack could be replenished so quickly. Lord Patriarch, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Chang Shanyin's command has already transcended the mortal realm, it has become a form of art. The investigative Gu master wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and added. Zhong Feiyu snorted coldly, not willing to lower his own morale, he forcefully said, Chang Shanin has a water wolf myriad beast king. The leader of this pack of wild wolves was only 1,000 beast king. Once they started fighting, the water wolves would be suppressed by the myriad wolf king, and their battle strength would be weakened. It was also easier to incorporate them. Where did the 3 black skin fat beetles go? The investigative Gu master replied, they were captured by Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu's expression immediately turned ugly. This time he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did he not obtain the resources, he even offended Chai clan. Speaking of which, Chai clan and Zhong clan were in-laws and had a close relationship before. Otherwise, they would not have migrated together, choosing to stay next to each other and help each other when setting up camp. However, the world was cruel. Right now, the imperial court contest was not only related to Zhong clan and Chai clan's benefits, it also concerned the survival of the 2 clans. Their previous relationship was only a method to protect their own benefits. When it was time to abandon them, they would abandon them without hesitation. In the main tent, there was an oppressive silence. After a long while, Zhong Feiyu let out a breath of turbid air. A person like Changshan, even if we gather all of our Zhong clan's strength, we will not be able to match him. But Northern Plains is not his only clan, there are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will remember this first after we join young Master Lu Wenwu. One day we will get back at him for today. Zhong clan's elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong clan also set off on their journey. 9 days later, Fang Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded by several times and returned to Gu tribe camp. Gu Guang led the Gu tribe higher-ups and went out to welcome them. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation has recovered? When Gu Guang sensed Fang Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was pleasantly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded, replying plainly, I have recovered, it is time to do so. Back then, Changshan Yin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Afterwards he fought with Hatugu bandits and was on the verge of death, hibernating underground. But now, Fang Yuan's first aperture had already reached rank 5 peak stage. Although it was still suppressed by Northern Plains, it still had rank 5 initial stage aura. Right now, his rank 4 peak stage aura was only disguised using breath concealment goo. As for his second aperture, because he had entered Northern Plains first and was acknowledged by Northern Plains, it was not suppressed by the region and was still rank 3 peak stage. By concealing it like this, then releasing it step by step, not only could he preserve his trump cards, he could also give others a gradual acceptance process. Fang Yuan followed Gu tribe's higher-ups back to the camp. Gu tribe camp was expanding and along the way they could see bustling construction scenes. Large numbers of mortal slaves and even Gu master slaves were being wantonly deployed by Gu tribesmen. Winner takes all, this was the cruelty of war but also the beauty of war. Gu tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Gu tribe had annexed Bei tribe and Jing tribe, their strength had expanded greatly. These days they had been working hard to digest the gains, and the whole tribe's strength had also risen greatly. The biggest problem now is the scarcity of slavery goo. If we have large numbers of slavery goo, we can put these slave goo masters on the battlefield. This will greatly increase our Gu tribe's battle strength. Gu Guang sighed. Slavery goo was a goo worm that could control humans. But humans were the spirit of all living beings, they were much harder to control than wild beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving goo masters with strong souls. Thus, basically, a goo master rarely controlled more than 5 slaves. The number of slave goo masters was even lesser. Usually, a goo master could only control 1 slave goo master. If there were more, the burden on the soul would be greater. And for those slave goo masters with strong souls, to control them, one would need to have a stronger soul than the slave goo master. Fang Yuan naturally had the ability to get large numbers of slavery goo. But this way he would expose many things. In his plan, the Gu family was only a chess piece. He did not need to think for them. Next, I will continue my closed cultivation and cultivate. Take care of these wolf groups. Fang Yuan said. Yes. Gu Guang quickly replied respectfully, but he was complaining inwardly. Gu tribe was expanding now and needed manpower. They were lacking in manpower. When the wolf group increased in size, the burden of feeding them would be even heavier, and this would consume a lot of Gu tribe's manpower. But Fang Yuan's next words made this young Gu tribe leader elated. I brought a lot of resources this time, they were obtained when I took in the wolves. All of you can use them, but remember, the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles must be kept safe for me. Yes, Lord Supreme Elder. In the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Gu tribe's camp, staying in seclusion and cultivating hard. His second aperture needed to continue raising his cultivation. Although his soul had 1000-man soul achievement, he still needed wolf soul goo to strengthen it, until it became a 1000-man level wolfman soul. At the same time, he needed to continue raising his strength using June strength goo. When he needed to relax, he would take out the things on those 3 black-skinned fat beetles and inspect them. Chai tribe's painstaking collection of resources was very strange, they were all gray-white stone slabs. But on the surface of these stone slabs, there were black ink lines, some straight and some curved, some thick and some thin. The ink lines tangled together, some were like words while some were like landscape paintings. If these stone slabs were real, then they had a huge origin. Tracing back to the source, it could be traced back to the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu's 9 women, carefree wisdom heart. The legends of Renzu recorded that in order to save wisdom goo, carefree wisdom heart came to Qiankuan crystal wall. Qiankuan crystal wall was straight from top to bottom, it stood in the void like a huge mirror. In the mirror there was a book mountain. On Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the mountain rocks and forming a literature spring. The ink waterfall continued to fall, crashing into the literature spring and creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air, each water droplet turned into words. This was the origin of the 100 Clans language in the Gu Master world. Later, when Qianxia crystal wall was broken, it split into countless gray-white stone slabs. Rumor said that when all the stone slabs were gathered and pieced together, Qianxia crystal wall could be reformed, allowing Gu Masters to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at human history, they would find that generations of Gu Masters, Gu Immortals, even Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had collected records of these stone slabs. Precisely because of this, a large number of replicas of these stone slabs appeared. These replicas were hard to differentiate from the real ones, unless one was an experienced treasure appraiser. In history, the most authoritative and accomplished treasure appraiser Gu Immortal was the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, the one who possessed treasure like Gu, Daoist many treasures. But even he could only identify 70 to 80% of them. There were simply too many replicas, too many Gu Masters tried to replicate them, there was even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable among them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fake stone slabs, deceiving many Gu Immortals. The fake stone slabs he created were extremely realistic, they could even compare to the real ones. Fang Yuan had never thought of collecting all the gray-white stone slabs and piecing them together to form Book Mountain. Even rank 9 Gu Venerables had not succeeded in this. Fang Yuan did not have the impulse to overestimate his own abilities. He was only trying to identify these stone slabs when he was resting. In his previous life he had developed a sharp gaze from doing business. He had once sold and forged these gray-white stone slabs. Right now he was identifying these stone slabs, distinguishing the real from the fake and getting rid of the obvious fakes. It was a form of relaxation and entertainment. What he didn't expect was that when he was caressing a stone slab, something unexpected happened. Chapter 501. The ink lines kept changing and after a while they gradually stabilized and formed a topographic map. At the center of the map was a raised piece of land. It was not as steep as a mountain and the slope was very gentle. There was an opening at the top as if it led underground. At this place there were 2 words, Dichio. Dichio was surrounded by swamps and forests, and at the southwest corner there was a river. At the bottom of the map there were 4 sentences, light hidden in the soil, radiance reaching 10,000 feet high, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms and snow. Fang Yuan mumbled and after pondering for a long time, he could not comprehend it. These 4 sentences seemed like a poem but it was not. Saying it was a Gu recipe was somewhat plausible. But Fang Yuan was sure of one thing, these 4 puzzles were clues left behind intentionally. What was even more amazing was that after this map was formed, it gradually disappeared from the gray-white stone slab. Soon the stone slab in Fang Yuan's hand became white with nothing on it. But when Fang Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail of this map, without the slightest error. This was not because his memory was amazing but, painting will Gu. This stone slab was planted with painting will Gu. This Gu can form a picture and enter deep into the Gu Master's memory, causing the Gu Master to never forget it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Evidently this was an inheritance left behind by a Gu Master. To appraise these gray-white stone slabs, Fang Yuan had obtained many clear Gu, sunlight Gu, moonlight Gu and so on from Gu tribe's treasury. Just now he had used these Gu worms. Then he skillfully injected his primeval essence to probe. These methods were specific methods to appraise the gray-white stone slab. The result was that these methods became the key to unlocking this gray-white stone slab's secret. The Gu Master who forged this gray-white stone slab did not only use painting will Gu. He also used other Gu worms to form this effect. This Gu Master left behind an inheritance, and in order to select an inheritor he spent a lot of effort. Fang Yuan smiled, he had not expected to obtain a clue to a Gu Master's inheritance under such circumstances. Inheritance. This is one of the cultural characteristics of this world. Be it righteous Gu Masters or demonic Gu Masters, they would choose to leave behind their inheritances, leaving behind their unique mark in this world. Although he was lucky enough to obtain this inheritance clue, Fang Yuan was not too surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had encountered many similar situations. He was already used to it. Most Gu Masters would leave behind inheritances. In this way the good and bad inheritances were mixed together. There were Gu Immortal inheritances, rank 4 and rank 5 Gu Master inheritances. These were all worth seeing. But there were also many rank 2 and rank 3 inheritances, and even rank 1 Gu Masters would leave behind inheritances. On top of that, time was passing by. Heavenly calamities and so on, many Gu Masters explored inheritances, but the result was disappointment. Some inheritances had long since perished. Some inheritances had already been taken by others. Some inheritances were demonic path inheritances. They were traps meticulously designed by someone. They were the Gu Masters with dark hearts, venting their anger before death. I'm too busy right now. I don't have the time to give up my plans and rush far away for an unknown inheritance. Moreover, just based on this map, I don't know where this so-called Dichio is. After obtaining the Dichio inheritance map, it was just a small accident. Fang Yuan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In the following days he continued to cultivate and refine Gu at the same time. From the accumulation of the two clans, he obtained an improved Gu recipe. Fang Yuan felt it was quite interesting. From Gu tribe's treasury he took out some Gu worms and spent a few days. After failing twice, he raised the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu to rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu. Speaking of which, he had almost never used this Eagle Wings Gu in his possession. It was only when Fang Yuan left Poison Grassland and arrived near Hongyan Valley, near Gu tribe's camp, that he met several clans that were opening a market, and bought it from the market. Wolf King Chang Shanin was not an expert in flying. Fang Yuan naturally would not use this master-level technique easily. This was a trump card. If he used it in the future, it would definitely shock the world. Chang Shanin had disappeared for more than 10 years, it was a great excuse. Nobody knew what fortuitous encounters he had. Why was it impossible to become a flying master? A few days after the Eagle Rise Gu was refined, Gu Guang personally visited Fang Yuan, bringing the latest information. Ma tribe has already annexed Fei tribe, becoming the main character of Tianquan Heroes Assembly. In Mengqiu Heroes Assembly, New Air tribe's representative is a rank 5 Gu Master. New Air Tuesday, Chao Fu's Zhao tribe? That Zhao Lianyun, Ma Hongyun's wife, the amazing woman who will become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the future, is still a young girl now. No matter what, Ma tribe is in the limelight this time. They are clearly planning to go all out and fight for the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. This is in line with my previous life's memories. But I wonder if Ma Hongyun has appeared? Fang Yuan thought as he recalled. He vaguely remembered that in this contest for the Imperial Court, Ma tribe's performance was extremely strong, especially in the early stages. They had a strong army and united will, defeating many strong enemies. But the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest pile on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Ma tribe was in the limelight too much. They were targeted by the veteran Huangjin tribes one after another. After several fierce battles, although they won all of them, they were extremely bitter and suffered great losses. Finally, Ma tribe was cornered by He Lulan and was surrounded from all sides. He tribe had the advantage in numbers, but Ma tribe's defense was tight and they held their ground. He Lulan led the troops to fight, but they could not take down the tribe for a long time. Seeing that the blizzard was coming, they could only force a truce. After Ma tribe submitted to He tribe, they obtained many quotas to enter the imperial court. Ma Hongyun did not know what kind of dogshit luck he had to actually be able to enter. Using this opportunity, he obtained a portion of the Immortal Venerable's inheritance in 88 Treasure Tower, thus becoming the capital to rise up in the future. At this time, Gu Guang asked Fang Yuan for guidance. Supreme Elder, right now the Heroes Assembly is already in full swing. At our Yution's Heroes Assembly, heroes are emerging one after another, experts are fighting, the winds are surging. Among them, Lu Wenwu and He Lulan are the strongest, the other forces are all inferior. Right now, only our power remains at the Crescent Moon Lake. Even the large tribes are rushing to Yution to participate in the Heroes Assembly. After these days of recuperation, we have already digested the results of the battles and stabilized the situation. If we do not set off now, we will not make it in time. Fang Yuan nodded. The Heroes Assembly was a mutual test, and also an alliance between the various forces. Although Gu tribe's strength had increased greatly, it was only a mid-sized tribe. If they could not participate in the Heroes Assembly and left the rules of the game, they would be ostracized and the impact would be huge. The tribe leader of Gu tribe was Gu Guang, but ever since Fang Yuan became the Supreme Elder, his decisions could dictate the actions of Gu tribe. In these days, Gu Guang and the other higher-ups of the tribe had been waiting anxiously. They did not have the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, and did not know that this Yutian's Heroes Assembly would be an exciting battle, and so it ended the latest. Fang Yuan had already made arrangements for this. He waved his hand and said to Guguang, although the tribe has stabilized, but it is only on the surface. In the dark, the hearts of the people are still wavering. If we really fight, even if we have the foundation of a mid-sized tribe, we do not have the strength to match it. Guguang lowered his head and listened respectfully to Fang Yuan's instructions. Fang Yuan continued, the battles of the Yutian's Heroes Assembly have just begun, there is no rush to go there, we need to make a trip to Onion Valley first. Onion Valley? Guguang showed a puzzled expression. Onion Valley was a place similar to Crescent Lake. The valley was vast and filled with green onions, it had a unique ecology. There were large numbers of beast groups, even more than Crescent Lake. Of course, there were also large numbers of wild goo worms. Among them there was a famous rank 2 goo, onion explosion goo. This goo looked like a green onion, but it was not green-white but bright like fire. Once it was activated, it would emit an extremely intense smell. When wild beasts smell this smell, they would become extremely violent and aggressive, easily attacking others. Thus, Onion Valley was a much more dangerous place than Crescent Lake. Why did they not participate in the Heroes Assembly, but instead go to such a dangerous place? But soon after, Fang Yuan gave the reason. Long ago, I raised a wolf group in Onion Valley. After these years of nurturing, they should have developed and grown stronger. So that's it. Guguang's eyes brightened. To nurture an enslavement path goo master, they expended a huge amount of resources. Just the amount of food they needed to feed wild beasts was a huge number. These days, Gu tribe had expended a lot to take care of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Guguang had a painful and clear understanding of this. Thus, many enslavement path goo masters would choose to raise them. They would choose a place with a suitable environment and raise the beasts as seeds. Once in a while they would check on them. If the beast group grew stronger, that would be a gain. Of course, the probability of a gain was low. In most cases the beast group would be weakened or even completely wiped out. But even so, most enslavement path goo masters would still choose to do this. After all, enslavement path cultivation had a huge burden on resources. How many mortal goo masters could be like Fang Yuan, directly raising their wolf group in a blessed land? Guguang immediately understood when he heard Fang Yuan's words. So many years have passed, the connection with the Wolf King is still there, but I don't know how many wolves there are. But in this Heroes Assembly, the more wolves there are, the better it is. The more wolves we have, the more confidence we'll have. Fang Yuan's words made Guguang nod, agreeing, Supreme Elder is right, when do we set off? Chapter 502. The sky was a deep blue, while the ground was a vast expanse of jade. The land here was especially fertile, the water plants were lush and delicious, reaching up to a person's knees. This was the famous Yutian of northern plains, known as one of the most beautiful grasslands. Right now there were many people here, banners fluttering in the wind. Yutian's Heroes Assembly had already been going on for half a month. In the first 7 days all the tribes had their own voices, creating a huge commotion. But gradually, after a series of alliances, all the forces merged together. Right now there were only 2 strongest forces left. One was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu, and the other was He tribe's He Lulan. Right now the 2 forces were all valiant, confronting each other. In the middle of the 2 forces, there was a spacious battle stage. On the stage, 2 northern plains goo masters were engaged in an intense battle, both having rank 4 cultivation. Most of the people below the stage could not take their eyes off them. Usually, there was not such a good opportunity to observe a battle between tribe leaders. Especially the 2 people on the stage, one righteous and one demonic, they were both famous figures, and they even had a deep grudge against each other. Water demon, hand over your life. One of the middle-aged goo masters shouted, stomping his feet and jumping into the sky. In the air, he breathed in deeply before opening his mouth and spitting out a basket-sized dim fire at his opponent. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's heart was filled with alarm. Blue light flashed in his eyes, as the snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture crazily poured into water wall goo. Rise. He raised his palms, moving from bottom to top with a heavy movement, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. Following his movement, the majestic water vapor formed a blue waterfall, rising from the ground. The waterfall rushed upward and swept down in midair, forming a thick wall of water in the shape of an arch. The dim flame slowly landed on the water wall and was immediately extinguished. Ha! the spectators exclaimed in shock. Just as they were about to ridicule Water Demon for making a mountain out of a molehill, the fire seed that only had a trace of light left suddenly exploded. Bam! The explosion was deafening like a bolt of lightning. Large amounts of fire chi burst out, causing the thick water wall to explode into water vapor. The aftermath of the powerful impact formed a violent wind that quickly spread in all directions. But in the end, the impact of the storm did not affect the periphery of the arena. There were Gu masters standing around the battlefield, using their defensive Gu to form a spherical light barrier that firmly protected the battlefield. What a powerful technique! Such an intense explosion, it is already close to the effect of a rank 4 Gu worm. Obviously this is Fire Prodigal Chai Ming's killer move. Although Water Demon sensed it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. After recovering from the shock of the explosion, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Countless gazes were focused on the arena. Even He Lulan and Lu Wenwu couldn't take their eyes off it. However, inside the sphere of light, steam was rising, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could only wait patiently. When the water vapor gradually dissipated, Chai Ming stood in the arena with his head held high, panting. He glared at the corpse at his feet and shouted, "Water Demon, you killed my father back then. Did you think this day would come?" Water Demon Hao Ji Lu vomited blood, his face filled with pain as he was stepped on by Chai Ming. "Aha, it is our victory. Lord Chai Ming is mighty." Seeing this scene, the spectators were dazed for a moment, before Lu Wenwu's side erupted into thunderous cheers. In contrast, He Lulan's side was either silent or curling their lips. "Brother Lulan, thanks for letting me win." Lu Wenwu stood up from his seat, smiling as he cupped his fists towards He Lulan, appearing graceful. He Lulan's expression was ugly, he snorted coldly and was about to say something to keep up appearances. But right at this time, swoosh, a soft sound was heard and Chai Ming looked at his chest in shock. Suddenly, an aqueous sharp blade appeared from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty and saw his father's killer, Hao Ji Lu, with his face full of blisters, looking at him in a sorry state while sneering at him. "This is the real body, then what is under my feet?" Chai Ming was extremely puzzled. Bam! Right at this time, Hao Ji Lu, under his feet, suddenly turned into a pool of water and dissipated. "It is Water Image Gu," someone exclaimed. Water Image Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu to begin with, but Water Demon clearly used other methods to make his water image look so lifelike. The shouts in his ears made Chai Ming understand the reason for his defeat. "Despicable." He said the last words of his life, before dying on the spot with an extremely unresigned mood. "Lord Chai Ming." At once, countless people cried out in grief. "My brother." Chai tribe leader's face was filled with tears. "Ha ha." He Lulan raised his head and laughed, not concealing his joy. He gave a thumbs up to Water Demon who was walking down the stage. "Hao Ji Lu, you did well. Come drink this cup of wine." "Many thanks for Lord's reward." Water Demon walked down the stage, the burns all over his body caused him to grimace in pain, but he still received the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. "Such good wine." He gave a flattering smile, passing the wine bowl to He Lulan. Although everyone looked down on his flattery, the other party's strength was there for all to see, and he also had a notorious reputation, so no one mocked or ridiculed him. He Lulan waved his hand, saying in a hoarse and rough voice, "This wine bowl is also for you. Come, Yen Shui'er, give me a new bowl and pour me your best wine." Following his call, a young girl as beautiful as a flower, wearing a gorgeous dress, obediently walked forward and placed a wine bowl on the table in front of He Lulan, before gracefully filling it with wine. It was Yen tribe's young miss, Lu Wenwu's fiancée. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had kidnapped her and offered her to He Lulan as a meeting gift. He Lulan could not wait to bring Yen Shui'er along in the Heroes' Assembly, to attack Lu Wenwu. "Lu tribe's young master, you cannot win against me. Why don't you admit defeat and I will return your fiancée to you." He Lulan drank a mouthful of wine, wiping the wine stains on his beard. Why should a man worry about not having a wife? Although this girl is a beauty, how can she replace the aspirations of men like us? "Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the ancient saying, women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet? Since Brother Lulan likes her, then you can have her." Lu Wenwu chuckled, but did not show any anger. "Young Master Lu is very ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains." "That's right, such a person is worthy of us following." Lu tribe's side spoke up in support of Lu Wenwu. Even the girls were not moved, nor did they have any intention to refute. In northern plains, men were always superior to women, women were like clothes, brothers were like hands and feet. These were not said by others but by Giant Son Immortal. The descendants of Giant Son Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes in northern plains. The Huangjin tribes held the highest authority in northern plains, and also followed the traditions of their ancestors. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan, he was naturally not easy to deal with. His words hinted that He Lulan was lustful and had no aspirations, showing his wise image of not being infatuated with the mortal world. He Lulan snorted angrily, "Your Lu tribe has always been good at talking, you have a silver tongue. But so what? Come, let's send people to the arena again, let's fight." Lu Wenwu's expression changed slightly. Compared to Yan Shui'er, this was his greatest weakness. In the previous 9 battles he had only won 3, losing many experts. In the previous battle, the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming had lost his life. Now that He Lulan was inviting him to fight again, he had to agree. If he did not agree, it would show that he was weak. The men of northern plains looked down on weak masters the most. But if he agreed, he would definitely lose more than he won. Damn it, this black guy is purposely challenging me, he is clearly trying to weaken my upper echelon battle strength. But this is the heroes' assembly, I cannot show weakness. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. Among the people that sided with him, there were righteous path and demonic path, there was no lack of famous people. But right now they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze, they all lowered their heads or looked far away as if avoiding him. Just as Lu Wenwu was in a dilemma, a loud voice shouted from afar, "Big brother, don't worry, let me go. Third brother is here." Lu Wenwu was overjoyed. The crowd opened up a path as a person walked in, everyone turned to look at him. This person was tall and muscular, he had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, he had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his skin was as black as ink, his lush hair and beard were as white as snow, like a lion's mane. White hair and black skin, such a peculiar appearance caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, someone exclaimed in shock, revealing this person's background, "This person is actually an Inkman." Rockmen, Eggmen, Hairy Men and Inkmen, they were not descendants of Renzu, but variant humans. Inkmen were recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Their home was Book Mountain. In Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the literary spring, and the ink that was produced fell on the mountain rocks, forming Inkmen. "Big brother, I am late." This Inkman came to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to Lu Wenwu. Not late. It is good that you are here." Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder, introducing him in front of everyone. "Everyone, this is my sworn brother Emo Shi Kuang, when I was roaming the world in my early years." Emo Shi Kuang. Young Master Lu has good eyesight, he is just a mere variant human and wants to seduce him. Never mind, let me, Viper husband, test your brother's worth. On He Lulan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out on his own initiative. "Come." Viper husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Emo Shi Kuang. Emo Shi Kuang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage, "Die!" Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble. A formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path. Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move the outcome was clear. Hiss. Chapter 503. He Lulan looked at Emo Shi Kuang on the stage with a gloomy expression. From the moment Emo Shi Kuang appeared on the stage, he had a bad premonition. But when Emo Shi Kuang turned Viper Lover into minced meat, He Lulan's heart sank. The opponent was a rank 4 peak stage expert and was even a Chi Path Gu master. Man was the spirit of all living beings and could awaken their apertures through Hope Gu. Variant humans, since they had the word man attached to them, they naturally had spirituality that wild beasts could not compare to. But this spirituality was much smaller than a human's. Thus, very few variant humans could achieve such results in their Gu master cultivation. Most variant humans could not even awaken their apertures in their entire lives. But there were also a few lucky ones who awakened their apertures. The lucky ones among the lucky ones would be able to succeed in their cultivation. This Emo Shi Kuang in front of everyone was such a special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu would befriend Emo Shi Kuang. A rank 4 peak stage battle strength, even I would be willing to do it. At once, many people came to a realization. Hey, the dark-skinned fatty on the other side, are you the one who wants to oppose my big brother? Come, if you have any experts, feel free to send them over. Let me flatten all your lackeys with one palm. Immortal madly patted his chest and shouted loudly. Amidst his boorishness he seemed heroic. Dark-skinned fatty. The corners of He Lulan's eyes twitched, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Although I am fat, can I be darker than you? This dark-skinned guy is hateful. Hey Shui. He Lulan softly called out, his calm voice concealing blazing anger. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. He Xioi expressionlessly replied and slowly walked forward. His gaze was cold as ice, and as he walked, his whole body surged with black light. The black light condensed into an armor, firmly wrapping around him. Then, a pale green circle of light flew above his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and floated around him, protecting him from all directions. At the same time, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces sobbed and wailed as they circled around him. When he walked onto the stage, he was already fully armed and protected himself. Everyone was in an uproar. He Lulan spoke with great grandeur, but in truth she had sent a defensive Gu master to probe Immortal Kwang's background. Ah. Immortal Kwang, on the other hand, is overjoyed. One look and I can tell that you're asking for a beating. Come, eat a punch from your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely pounded at He Xioi. In the blink of an eye, the power of his fist turned into a solid and heavy fist chi. It flew dozens of steps and heavily bombarded He Xiui's body. If it were anyone else, they would be crippled even if they didn't die from this blow. However, He Xioi forcibly received this punch. His upper body swayed a few times, but his lower body did not move a single inch. Good. Seeing this, Immortal Kwang became even happier. He was different from ordinary ink men, he was extremely bloodthirsty for battle. Delighted at seeing his prey, he shouted, "Again!" Saying so, he slowly flew up, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. After pulling some distance from He Xioi, he quickly punched. Fist shadows were densely packed like a rainstorm. Lumps of translucent fist chi flew towards He Xioi. Bam bam bam. The fist chi struck He Xiui's armor, causing thunderous explosions. However, He Xioi seemed to have transformed into a huge reef, standing firm no matter how many times the waves crashed against him. The 56 flying bone shields helped him bear most of the pressure. The scattered fist chi hit the black iron-like armor, but there was no effect at all. The scattered chi was completely absorbed by the 9 ghost faces. When Immortal Kwang's indiscriminate bombardment stopped, the halo above He Xiui's head emitted a pale green light, shining on the flying bone shields and repairing the cracks on the shields. Your thing, I'll return it to you. He Xiui sneered. The 9 ghost faces opened their mouths and continuously spat out dozens of fist chi. Impressively, Immortal Kwang's attacks were returned intact. Immortal Kwang looked at the dozens of fist chi pouncing towards him and was dazed for a moment. He was continuously hit and smashed onto the ground. Haha, rank 4 peak stage is only SOSO. Immediately, someone started to clamor outside the arena. Young master. The person beside Lu Wenwu nervously called out. He Xiui is one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Troop, a rank 4 upper stage Gu master and most proficient in defense. Should we call Immortal Kwang back? No matter. Lu Wenwu was not nervous at all, instead smiling with a trace of schadenfreude as he looked at He Lulan and He Xiui in the arena. My third brother's temperament is to fight as if it is his life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. Hehe, now you guys just wait to watch a good show. Aha, refreshing, so refreshing. Immortal Kwang suddenly let out wild laughter and slowly climbed up from the ground. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at He Xiui with a burning gaze. You are a bit interesting, worthy of me using half of my strength. Immortal Kwang seriously said. He Xiui was naturally displeased. Humph, shameless boaster, bring it on. Ah. Immortal Kwang's majestic body shook and a strong inhuman aura like that of a lion, tiger, bear or elephant burst out, pressuring everyone's hearts. Whoosh. He fiercely jumped into the sky, his aura overflowing like a demon god as he raised his right foot. Get. He shouted excitedly, his right foot aiming at He Xiui and fiercely stomped. Whoosh. Wind suddenly blew and the majestic air condensed into a huge foot. This foot was as big as a hill and faintly transparent, carrying an incomparably fierce aura as it rapidly descended. Such an attack. For a moment not only He Xiui, but also He Lulan and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Defend, use all your strength. Several rank 3 Gu masters responsible for defending and maintaining the area furiously shouted. As the huge foot stomped down, He Xiui clenched his teeth and quickly controlled 56 flying bone shields to block it. But the flying bone shields could not even withstand the pressure in the blink of an eye and were completely crushed under the stomp of the huge foot. Soon after, the huge foot smashed down like a mountain peak. The pale green circle of light was instantly shattered. The 9 ghost faces desperately swallowed, but they only managed to weaken 1/10 of the power before collapsing. The chaotic air currents had not even spread when they were fiercely suppressed by the huge foot. He Xiui felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. After a few breaths, he was pressed down on the ground. The black iron armor that made him famous was crushed into powder by the enormous pressure. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded incessantly. Large amounts of internal blood flowed out of He Xiui's 7 orifices. The enormous force was still spreading in all directions. Several defensive Gu masters put their lives on the line and barely managed to support the light barrier, preventing it from collapsing. After the smoke and dust dispersed, He Xiui was like a dead dog, lying motionlessly on the ground on his last breath. He Lulan's expression abruptly changed as he jumped up. He Xiui was his direct descendant, one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army. Without him, the Black Banner Army's battle strength would be reduced by at least 20%. At the same time, this He Xiui was the youngest son of a He tribe supreme elder's great-nephew and was of great importance. He Lulan had never expected this Immortal Kwang to be so strong. That attack just now could almost surpass ranks to challenge a rank 5 Gu master. He Xiui could not be lost. He Lulan pointed and promptly ordered, "Men, snatch He Xiui back for me." Immediately, 2 figures pounced out, both rank 3 Gu masters. Several defensive Gu masters hesitated but did not want to offend He Lulan, so they did not obstruct them and instead loosened the barrier. "Young master, this He Lulan is extremely shameless. He actually wants to break the rules. Let me go as well." An elder of the Lu family roared indignantly. But Lu Wenwu chuckled, "No matter, let them have a taste of my sworn brother's power. A bunch of scoundrels." Emo Shi Kwang shouted, his eyes glaring in anger as he waved his strong right arm. His arm seemed to be dragging a 1,000-jun heavy object, giving people a feeling of slow exertion. An enormous arm made of qi rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, reaching 50 feet in length and 10 feet in width. Whoosh! For a moment, the qi arm produced a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, or like a hurricane sweeping through. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner, collapsing mountains in front of them and crushing seas in front of them. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters who had rushed over to help were like flies, fiercely swept away by the enormous qi arm. Soon after, the qi arm swept across the scene, causing horrified screams to resound. Countless spectating Gu masters who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste by the qi arm. He Lulan and the rest hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack. Courting death. Kill him. Since he dared to attack us, we will attack together. He Lulan and the rest dodged the attack and attacked one after another, immediately shattering the qi arm. Ah, good. Emo Shi Kwang not only did not have a trace of fear when facing so many Gu masters, he instead became even more excited, his battle intent surging. He advanced instead of retreating, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his long beard spread out as he charged towards He Lulan and the rest. Not good, third brother is going crazy again. Lu Wenwu could no longer remain calm, waving his hand, "Everyone quickly follow me to help." Lu tribe's side also entered the battlefield. The heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess, an unprecedented chaotic battle suddenly unfolding. Emo Shi Kwang rampaged on the battlefield, while He Lulan and the rest smoothly snatched back He Xiui. Chai tribe's Gu masters targeted water demon Hao Ji Lu, continuously attacking. The heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee in all directions. The scene was a mess. Oh no. This is only the heroes' assembly. We cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do? Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Howl. Right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Howl. Chapter 504. What's going on? A wolf tide is coming? So many wolves? There are night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and so on. There are also water wolves and vermilion flame wolves. Cries of surprise rang out, and the chaotic battle gradually came to a stop. One by one they turned around and looked. In the sky, the vast wolf group was like a surging tide. All sorts of northern plains wolf groups gathered together and pressed forward. The dark and vigorous night wolf, the graceful wind wolf, the sturdy turtleback wolf, the snow-white water wolf, the scarlet-red vermilion flame wolf. These wolf groups advanced side by side. Each wolf group had at least tens of thousands of members. At once, the huge wolf group filled everyone's vision, causing a chill to rise in their hearts and making it hard for them to breathe. Under the escort of the wolf group, a tribe slowly moved forward. Large numbers of slug goo black skin fat beetles carrying abundant resources, and lizard house goo moving their limbs. There were many flags, and among them, there was a huge flag that represented the king's tent. On the blue flag there was a large goo character. It's Goo tribe. In that case this wolf group belongs to Xianxia. Didn't Xianxia fight 3 tribes in a row? Why is the scale of his wolf group so huge? Everyone had similar suspicions in their hearts. According to the information, Wolf King has night wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves. But where did he get so many water wolves and vermilion flame wolves? Lu Wenwu's expression was grim. Big brother. Mo Shikuang returned to Lu Wenwu's side. The vast wolf group in front of him made him inwardly shocked. The source of the water wolves is easy to explain. After all, Goo tribe has been stationed by Crescent Lake for a long time. The wolf groups there are the most water wolves. But who can tell me what is going on with this 80,000 vermilion flame wolf group? Vermilion flame wolf is much rarer than wind wolves, water wolves, and night wolves. It is the wolf species with the strongest attack among ordinary wolves. We have investigated very clearly, but how did Xianxia suddenly get such a terrifying force? Who can tell me? At once, countless tribe leaders and elders were in their hearts. He scolded the intelligence personnel of his own clan. Let's not talk about the vermilion flame wolf pack for now. Is that the largest night wolf, the wolf emperor? Zhong Feiyou pointed into the distance and exclaimed. In fact, when the night wolf emperor appeared, it had already attracted countless gazes. It really is the nocturnal wolf emperor. The wolf emperor's majestic presence was unmistakable. After Bei Chao Chuan identified it, he said hoarsely. The crowd was in an uproar. Wolf emperor. This was the battle strength of a rank 5 Goo master. Xianxia was only a rank 4 Goo master, but he could actually control a wolf emperor? No matter what, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, a hero of northern plains, a legend who had once killed Hatu Goo and his group of bandits by himself. Damn it. His strength. How did it grow so fast? With the wolf emperor in his hands, he is already comparable to Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya, and Yang Poing. The vengeful Pei Yanfei clenched his fists. The huge wolf pack made him feel powerless and defeated. Seeing the pack of wolves gradually approaching, everyone's expression became solemn and fearful. The chaotic battle had completely stopped. Everyone gathered around Lu Wenwu and He Lulan, forming a formation. Next, under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan rode the White Eyes Wolf with Gu Guang and the rest behind him, arriving in front of He Lulan. Wolf King Xianxia, I have long heard of your great name. He Lulan was the first to greet. He Lulan's body was swollen like a violent bear, his mouth was filled with uneven snow-white teeth that were like daggers and swords, giving people a sinister feeling. A pair of triangular eyes. They flickered with an intimidating light. This person was lustful by nature. There were rumors in northern plains. Fang Yuan chuckled, but glanced at Lu Wenwu who was beside him. Lu Wenwu was dressed in white. He had an elegant demeanor like a noble young master. His eyes were warm and his face was like jade. Beside him stood a 9-feet ink man with black skin and white hair. Like a door god, he was the #1 general of northern plains in this imperial court contest. Mo Shikuang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel something amiss. The grudge between Xianxia and Chang tribe. During the Battle of Crescent Lake, Goo tribe had already spread the news. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Xianxia wanted revenge and to deal with Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. His voice was calm but it resounded in everyone's ears. I have returned to the world this time to take revenge. Coincidentally, during the Imperial Court contest, I can also experience the heroes of Northern Plains. Brother Lulan, why don't we work together? He Lulan's pupils dilated, she could not help but walk out of the crowd in joy, walking to Fang Yuan and grabbing his shoulder, laughing loudly, "It is my honor to have Wolf King's help." On He tribe's side, there was an uproar, cheering could be heard. Defeated Hao Ji Lu, greets Wolf Wang. The water demon greeted Fang Yuan anxiously. He Lulan frowned, looking over in concern. Hao Ji Lu might have made battle merits for him, but if he offended Chang Shanin, then he could only kill Hao Ji Lu to express his goodwill to Chang Shanin. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu. "It's fine, just perform well in the future." Hao Ji Lu let out a sigh of relief. "Haha, Wolf King is broad-minded, such magnanimity, I admire you." He Lulan laughed even louder. Hao Ji Lu was rank 4 upper stage and absolute expert. Now that he had the best of both worlds, he was very happy. He tribe's side was overjoyed, while Lu tribe's side was extremely gloomy. Lu Wenwu had expected this, but his mood was still terrible. "If I knew this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can one Chang tribe compare to Chang Shanin? Sigh, it is a pity that things have come to this, I am powerless to turn the situation around." He sighed in his heart. Yan Shui was his fiancée, but he could give her up. Not only because of the tradition of men being superior to women, but also because Yan tribe was already extinct. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that were depending on him feel disappointed. Lu Wenwu could not do that. "Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe will join your side, what do you think?" "Hey Lulan, our Fang tribe will place our bet on you." Yi tribe is willing to depend on He tribe. At once, several large tribes that were wavering chose to side with He Lulan. Lu Wenwu had a strong general like Imo Kwang by his side, but Wolf King Chang Shanin had allied with He Lulan. With such a large wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many tribesmen would die in the battlefield in the future. This way, all the tribes in the Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choice. A large portion chose to follow He Lulan, while the rest followed Lu Wenwu. "Haha, Lu tribe's boy, we will meet on the battlefield in the future. Brother Lulan, we will meet again. Now is not the time to fight each other." Outside Yutian there were still countless tyrants. The two sides were on guard against each other, and after some distance they returned to their respective camps. On the way back, Lu Wenwu summoned the elder in charge of intelligence and scolded, "Where did Chang Shanyin's wolf group come from? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly." "Yes, young master. I will do my best to make up for my mistake." The elder retreated with sweat all over his forehead. "Big brother, don't worry. No matter how many wolves he has, with me here we can just kill that Chang Shanin." Imo Kwang consoled in a low and muffled voice. Lu Wenwu's heart was heavy. Against an enslavement master the best tactic was to kill the leader. But now that Chang Shanin had joined He Lulan, they would meet on the battlefield in the future. He tribe would definitely carry out strict defense. By then it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But the hearts of sworn brothers could not be treated coldly. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted Imo Kwang's shoulder. "He, third brother, you are an unparalleled warrior who can easily kill the enemy leader. I naturally trust you. Big brother, you forgot that there is still second brother. As long as second brother comes out of seclusion, with us three brothers working together, no matter how big Northern Plains is, what is there to fear?" Imo Kwang laughed heartily. "Second brother?" Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened, the pressure in his heart reduced by half. "That's right. Second brother comes out of seclusion, if we work together Chang Shanin is not our match. But for now let's not deal with He tribe. This is a tough bone to chew. We need to sweep the western side first, accumulate our strength and strengthen ourselves. Big brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow behind you." At the same time in another group He Lulan laughed loudly. "Haha, after today when the news of the Yutian Heroes Assembly spreads, all the forces will have a headache. Brother Shanin, the wolves under your command will definitely make them puzzled and astonished." Fang Yuan had great strength. He Lulan had been paying attention to him for a long time. Now that he had taken the initiative to join, this He tribe leader naturally had to win over Fang Yuan. Not only did he treat Chang Shanin as an equal, after a short conversation, he also took the initiative to call Fang Yuan his brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew that it was a subtle question. He smiled lightly. "To speak the truth, I did not expect to have such a huge harvest. Back then I had raised some wolf groups in Onion Valley. To think that after these years they had grown to such a large scale." Gu Guang, who was at the side, added, "That's right, when Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, we were all dumbfounded by the dense wolf groups. The truth was, after Fang Yuan entered Onion Valley alone, he opened a stargate and connected to Hu Immortal blessed land, releasing most of the wolf groups inside. When he led the wolf groups back to Gu tribe, everyone was shocked. This way the entire Gu tribe was his witness. At the same time, he had concealed himself in Onion Valley. The evidence was irrefutable. Haha, brother Xianyin's luck is really enviable. Raising a beast group is a helpless move, there are very few harvests. Brother, being able to have such a harvest is the will of heaven, even the heavens hope that you can return to the world. To speak the truth, ever since you disappeared, the whole of Northern Plains has been silent. The heavens have pitied us, they do not want a person like you to live in seclusion. He Lulan's words were filled with flattery, making the whole of Northern Plains seem like there was only one Chang Shanin. But Fang Yuan curled his lips at the perfect timing, smiling arrogantly. This time I came out to take revenge and also to meet Ma Zun, Yang Pering, Jiang Baoya and the others. Thirdly, with the help of Imperial Court blessed land, my cultivation can advance even further. From his words, it was as if the position of Imperial Court was already in his bag. Such arrogance, even Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was speechless inwardly. Good, this is the lofty aspiration that a Northern Plains man should have. He Lulan praised, giving a thumbs up to Fang Yuan before taking out a gu worm and handing it to Fang Yuan. A good gu should be given to a hero. Brother Shanin came to join me, that means you think highly of me. This rank 5 gu is my greeting gift, please accept it. Fang Yuan took a look, this was Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu, it had extremely strong defense. Fang Yuan had heard of this gu's recipe in his previous life. Rank 5 Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu's main ingredient was a living turtleback wolf emperor. If there really was a living turtleback wolf emperor, Fang Yuan would rather have it as his fighting strength than sacrifice it and refine it into a gu. Fang Yuan could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies and could get rank 5 gu. But this Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu coincidentally suited his enslavement path. To get this gu, he would need to spend a certain amount of time and effort and most importantly, Immortal Yuan Stone. One had to know that Fang Yuan only had 2 Immortal Yuan Stone left. Now that someone had come to him, it was for the best. Alright, then I won't be polite. Fang Yuan said as he grabbed this gu without any politeness. Chapter 505. 12 days later. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His muscles relaxed and tensed, his mind was calm as he paid attention to the Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu in his aperture. Right now, this gu was floating on the primeval sea in his first aperture, constantly being injected with primeval essence and emitting a jade light. The light passed through the aperture and shone on Fang Yuan's skin from inside to outside. Gradually the light dimmed. The whole Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu dissipated into specks of light and was completely destroyed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu was an expendable gu, imprinting Dao marks on the gu master's body, similar to the copper skin gu and iron bone gu he had used before. These days, I have been cultivating non-stop and finally refined my skin into Turtle Jade Wolf skin. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and rolled up his sleeves, inspecting the skin on his arm. His skin seemed to be the normal color of flesh. But when Fang Yuan took out a dagger and fiercely slashed at his arm, the Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu's effect was immediately activated. The skin that was cut by the dagger immediately turned green, with faint turtle shell-like markings. When the dagger cut the skin, it was like hitting iron or jade, but there was a sense of flexibility. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu is rank 5, its defense is quite outstanding. Most importantly, it does not need to be activated. As long as it is attacked, it will show its defensive effect. It does not consume primeval essence and is extremely practical. Rank 5 Gu were not hard to obtain for Gu Immortals. But for Mortal Gu Masters they were very rare. Many rank 5 Gu Masters only had one rank 5 Gu. Some did not even have rank 5 Gu and could only use rank 4 Gu. The moment He Lulan met, she used Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu to win over Fang Yuan. In the eyes of others it was a huge move. Although rank 5 Gu did not have a high position in Fang Yuan's heart, he could still see He Lulan's sincerity. Turtle Jade Wolf Skin is complete, next is Strength Path Training. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, seizing every minute and tirelessly increasing his strength. He took out a strength of 10 Jun Gu. This Gu was like an iron weight. After being infused with quintessential essence, it floated above Fang Yuan's head. Then it blossomed with a mysterious radiance that radiated across Fang Yuan's entire body, engraving a certain Tao pattern of strength onto his body. As time passed, Fang Yuan's strength was slowly but steadily increasing. All along he had never stopped cultivating strength path. The 5 strength of Tenjungu he bought earlier had already been used up. Right now he was using the strength of Tenjungu from He tribe's treasury. Up until now, Fang Yuan's body already had 60 jun of strength accumulated in the deepest part of his body. 10 jun was 300 jin of strength, 60 jun was 1,800 jin of strength. On Earth, the green dragon crescent blade only weighed 82 kilograms. Now I have already refined all my skin into turtle jade wolf skin. This way I can bear at least 100 jun of strength. Over 100 jun of strength is the foundation of a rank 5 gu. Jin strength gu and Jun strength gu's recipes were created by the rank 7 gu Immortal Chu Du. It was easier to refine than the traditional beast strength gu, and the cost was also lower. Thus it was widely spread in northern plains. Fang Yuan gave up on beast shadow gu and chose Jun strength gu. Not only was it advancing with the times, it was also convenient for his future cultivation, and could even disguise his identity. But Jun strength gu still could not solve the core problem of strength path. Fang Yuan had 60 jun of strength, but he could only display a small portion of his strength path foundation. To solve this problem he had to rely on the all-out effort gu. All-out effort gu could freely display the gu master's strength, it was worthy of being a core strength path gu. Thus, Fang Yuan made it his vital gu in his second aperture. But this all-out effort gu was only rank 3, after reaching northern plains, it was suppressed by the region and could only be rank 2. Fang Yuan currently lacked the rank 4 all-out effort gu's recipe. As long as he could refine this gu to rank 4 in northern plains, it would be the same as obtaining a new life in northern plains. That was equivalent to obtaining a new life in northern plains, and they would no longer be suppressed by northern plains. But, it is not easy to accumulate more strength. Turtle jade wolf skin can help in bearing strength, but it is not beneficial to the development of enslavement path. Although I have 2 apertures, I only have 1 body. In this world there were very few things that could satisfy both sides. If he took care of strength path he could not take care of enslavement path as well. If he wanted to take care of enslavement path, Fang Yuan should not have used turtle jade wolf skin, but another rank 5 gu called wolf totem gu. This gu was used to store wolf groups. It could be stored on his skin, and every time a wolf was stored, a wolf tattoo would appear on Fang Yuan's skin. Many enslavement path gu masters would choose the corresponding beast totem gu, and store their trump card on their body. At the crucial moment, the gu master only needed to shake their body and they could summon this trump card to fight for them. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used the rank 4 impermanence bone gu to allow his body to bear a stronger soul. But impermanence bone gu had no benefits to strength path. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to cultivate both strength path and enslavement path at the same time. It would easily cause his energy to be divided, and he would end up in a situation where he could not please both sides. The problems Fang Yuan was facing now were not just these. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, and once again gave him the pressure of death. During this period of time, he frequently entered and exited the blessed land, causing starlight firefly gu to be scarce. Crane Gate was eyeing Hu Immortal blessed land covetously, because of fixed immortal travel, the mysterious force's attention, the problem of retrieving fixed immortal travel and gruel mud, Hu Immortal blessed land's earthly calamity, the crisis of death on Dang Hun Mountain, as well as the mental pressure of constantly disguising as Chang Shan and not exposing any flaws. The situation was deteriorating, he was trapped both internally and externally. But this way I can look forward to breaking through all the obstacles and breaking out of the encirclement. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, calming his mind and walking out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, 2 rank 3 gu masters were standing like door guardians. Wolf King's identity was related to the big picture. After arriving at He tribe camp, he was tightly protected. Greetings Wolf Wangda. The 2 gu masters saw Fang Yuan coming out and immediately bowed, reporting, Lord He Lulan invites Lord to a banquet, he has important matters to discuss. After returning to He tribe camp, He Lulan had a big banquet every 3 days and a small banquet every 5 days. She had invited Fang Yuan many times, but Fang Yuan had rejected all of them with the reason of cultivation. Fang Yuan was racing against time to raise his strength. This action was in line with Chang Shan prideful nature, it was not sudden. But this banquet was not ordinary. Important matters to discuss? Fang Yuan's footsteps paused, changing his attitude towards banquets. Then let's go. The cultivation secret room was built underground. Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and came to the surface. It was already night time and the stars were shining brightly. Rushing to the banquet, it was indeed the matter of the alliance blood vow. These banquets were not for He Lulan's extravagance, but to discuss with the various tribe leaders to discuss the specific alliance agreement. The heroes' assembly was only the first step. Only by truly establishing the alliance could the strength of all the tribes be united. The alliance agreement discussed all aspects, trying to guarantee the benefits of all the tribes. Fang Yuan looked at the contents and found there were no problems, so he used the poison vow gu with everyone. The poison vow gu could effectively restrict each other. It was also the foundation of mutual trust. But Fang Yuan was an exception. He had the gu recipe of breaking one's word gu. This gu was developed by a Western Desert tribe leader 200 years later. Back then in Shang Clan City, Fang Yuan had broken the poison vow with Bai Ning Bing. Right now he could communicate with jewel yellow skies to remove the poison vow. He only needed to refine the breaking one's word gu again. Inside the main tent, the lights were brightly lit and each tribe was seated. He Lulan sat at the central seat. Fang Yuan was the first to her left, while Gu Guang stood behind Fang Yuan. This young tribe leader could not conceal his joy. In this alliance agreement, Gu tribe had gained many benefits by hugging onto the thick thigh of Fang Yuan, surpassing ordinary mid-sized tribes. After Fang Yuan were the leaders of the large-sized tribes, Wang tribe, Fang tribe, Yi tribe and others. Below them were the tribe leaders of the mid-sized tribes, and finally the leaders of the small-sized tribes, as well as rank 4 demonic path experts like Water Demon. At this point, this alliance could be considered to have formed, and was no longer a pile of loose sand like before. Haha, now we are all on the same side. According to tradition, a newly established alliance needs a victory as a sacrifice to the flag. But those traditions and conventions were all bullshit. I have already thought about it. Rather than swallowing those weak forces, I might as well take in the wild wolves. He Lulan said. Soon, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he looked around, understanding that because of his participation, he had already changed history. He vaguely remembered that in the 500 years of his previous life, after He Lulan established the alliance, she immediately attacked the east side and started a bloody battle with Dongfang tribe. But this is also good. Although He tribe won against Dongfang tribe, they also suffered losses. He Lulan is obviously interested in my Night Wolf Emperor. This is also normal. With the Night Wolf Emperor, even myriad beast groups can be taken in. The expansion of the wolf group is also a good thing for me personally. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he nodded to everyone. Since that is the case, I will not pass on this responsibility. Everyone in the tent had no objections. The more the wolf group, the more help it would be to them. They could reduce countless casualties and preserve the tribe's strength as much as possible. Everyone understood and approved of He Lulan's reliance on Changshan. If they did not make use of such an enslavement master, that would be a shameful waste. As for the impact of the Wolf King's increase in strength, they were not too worried. They still did not know about going against one's words gu, and were very confident in the poison vow gu's restraining effect. Since the alliance was formed, there was no need to worry about the Wolf King devouring their benefits because of his strength. Soon after the discussion, the whole He tribe alliance started to work actively. Large and small tribes, all kinds of gu master experts started to contribute their strength to the expansion of Fang Yuan's wolf group. Chapter 506. On the grassland shrouded in darkness, Xianxia ran with all his might. The bone-chilling cold wind blew at him. But he was sweating profusely. Faster, faster. He shouted in his heart, the primeval essence in his aperture crazily pouring into the movement gu. How? Behind him, a group of night wolves chased after him. Because Xianxia was carrying the night wolf cub's corpse, this chase had already lasted for 5 minutes. If it was in the past, this time would pass in a blink of an eye to Xianxia. However, with a pack of 10,000 wolves in hot pursuit, Xianxia only felt that every minute and second was so long and unbearable. Here I finally arrived. Seeing the small valley ahead, Xianxia burst out with new strength and plunged into the valley. Rumble, nearly 20,000 night wolves were like a black flood. Their speed did not decrease as they poured into the valley. We're in, we're in. The gu masters hiding in the valley shouted in joy. Quickly reel in the net, we cannot lose anything. The rank 3 gu master leader in charge of the ambush immediately ordered. Earth wall, pile it up. A group of rank 2 gu masters worked together and activated rank 2 earth mound gu. With so many Earth Mound Gu activated together, the narrow entrance of the valley was immediately filled with rocks and soil, forming a barrier that only the rank 3 Earth Wall Gu had. Thus, at the same time on the other side of the valley, dozens of Gu masters were also standing, activating rank 2 Falling Rock Gu. Large numbers of falling rocks rolled down, firmly sealing the entrance. This valley's entrance had been sealed long ago. Now that the entrance was gone, the Night Wolf group that had charged in was like a turtle in a jar. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King found something amiss and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the valley, preparing to cross over. But at this time, a vast and desolate wolf howl resounded in the sky. Fang Yuan rode on the Night Wolf Emperor and a large number of night wolves, charging down from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes were bloodshot as they howled furiously, but due to the wolf emperor's might, they did not move forward. Clear Mind Gu. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a Clear Mind Gu. This was a rank 4 Gu worm. Once primeval essence was poured in, it immediately turned into a cool breeze. A cool breeze blew across the field. The wild night wolves that were affected by the rank 2 onion explosion Gu and became irritable were immediately awakened by the wind. The wolf emperor howled again, and the pack of wild night wolves immediately fell into chaos. Their formation began to collapse, and their fighting spirit was severely shaken. Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh before leading the pack of wolves to charge forward. Some Gu masters had already joined the battle, entangling the wild myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan first mobilized the wolf pack to divide and devour the wild wolves, firmly controlling the overall situation. Next he turned around and arrived in front of the wild myriad wolf king, activating the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu at the right time. In the end, he only paid the price of a few hundred night wolves to successfully subdue the myriad wolf king and the pack of nearly 20,000 wolves. After the mission was completed, these Gu masters stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, while Fang Yuan led an even larger wolf group towards the next location. There was a large pack of wild night wolves waiting for him to take them in. Good job. The rank 3 leader patted Sang Yi's shoulder and gave him 500 yuan stone and a rank 3 Gu. This is the reward you deserve. Sang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead, his breathing uneven as he received these yuan stone and Gu worms. He gazed into the distance in a daze, gazing at Fang Yuan's departing figure with an envious gaze. Although I am a rank 3 Gu master and have some fame in the demonic path, but compared to the Wolf King it is nothing. This is a true big shot. When can I ever have such an achievement? This night, Fang Yuan traveled thousands of li and subdued 70,000 wild night wolves. All the way until daybreak, when the night wolves no longer went out to hunt and returned to their dens, Fang Yuan led the wolf group back to He tribe camp in a travel-worn state. After He Lulan established the alliance, they had the advantage in numbers and had a total of 5 large camps stationed nearby. Fang Yuan's wolf group was placed in these 5 camps and was fed by specialized personnel. These days he had subdued large numbers of night wolves. The 30,000 night wolves in his hands had now increased to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the largest force in Fang Yuan's hands. Adding the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves and so on, the number of wolves in Fang Yuan's hands had increased to a huge 530,000. Thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor, subduing the Night Wolf group was extremely easy. After settling down the wolf group, Fang Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. As the Night Wolf group increased, the number of myriad wolf kings Fang Yuan controlled also increased by several times. Large numbers of Night Wolf myriad beast kings were a burden on his soul, causing him to feel a heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for several hours, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on the mat, continuing to cultivate Wolf Soul Gu. He activated Wolf Soul Gu, and under the Gu's power, 1,000-man soul slowly transformed into Wolfman soul. He originally had 100-man level Wolfman soul, with a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail and wolf claws. But afterwards, after using large numbers of Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain, his soul expanded to 1,000-man soul, instead diluting the original Wolf Soul Gu's effect and returning to the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not obvious. After more than 2 hours, the wolf ears on Fang Yuan's human soul grew a little taller. But to Fang Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lessened by a lot. After transforming into Wolfman soul, it was even easier to control the wolf group. The wolf group would acknowledge the enslavement path Gu master from the depths of their soul, and treat them as one of their own. Unfortunately, I do not have a rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, I can only use rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. The latter's effect is obvious on 100-man soul, but at 1000-man soul the speed is very slow. After activating it for a long time, Fang Yuan stored the wolf soul goo with some regret. But rank 5 goo were not easy to obtain. To refine rank 4 wolf soul goo, one needed the complete soul of a myriad wolf king. To refine rank 5 wolf soul goo, one needed the soul of a wolf emperor. Different from Yu Tian Heroes Assembly where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe had the greatest advantage in Chaofu Heroes Assembly, suppressing everyone and taking in a large number of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was resisting the pressure with difficulty, unwilling to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. He tribe's army arrived, attracting almost all of Dongfang tribe's attention. Zhao tribe immediately let out a sigh of relief. There were signs of shifting camp towards Du Jiao. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was the rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu Master Dongfang Yuliang. He did not rest for a night. After deducing and calculating, he immediately changed his tough attitude. The alliance conditions were no longer harsh, but became extremely generous. Dongfang Yuliang personally lobbied and invited Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader was hesitant. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmity since long ago. These years the enmity had gotten deeper. But this time, Dongfang tribe's sincerity was clear. Their conditions were also very tempting. Chapter 507. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader put down the document in his hand with an exhausted expression. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. This 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master had white hair and a face full of wrinkles because he had been busy with the tribe's affairs for a long time. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale visit, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to invite them, causing the tribe to split into 2 factions. These 2 factions quarreled endlessly. One side wanted to join Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudge. The other side wanted to join He tribe. After all, He tribe was stronger. But could joining Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudge? Once he thought of the deep grudge between his tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader lost his confidence. And it was not appropriate to join He tribe either. Zhao tribe's headquarters was in Chaofu after all, and He tribe had already established an alliance with Yutian's powerful clans. As a tribe that joined later, it was inevitable that they would be bullied by others. How much benefits could they gain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader fell into deep conflict and hesitation. Especially these days, the tribe's higher-ups had been quarreling endlessly. On one hand, Zhao tribe leader had to face the outside world and defend against that crafty Dongfang Yuliang's schemes. On the other hand, he had to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. Zhao tribe leader was already feeling deep fatigue. Sigh. He sighed deeply and leaned back on the chair. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the floating dust under the sunlight. Under the bright sunlight, the dust could be seen clearly. Zhao tribe leader felt like he was one of the floating dust, confused and hesitant. He was floating in the air now, but a gust of wind might cause him to fall to the ground. And the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was a gale that was about to sweep over. Facing such a gale, what should he and his tribe do? Just as Zhao tribe leader was feeling vexed, a cry came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar voice, the Zhao family's leader immediately frowned and showed concern. He immediately asked outside, "What's going on?" The guard outside immediately answered, "Lord tribe leader, when young miss ran over, she accidentally slipped on the stairs and injured her scalp." Zhao clan's clan leader immediately stood up from his seat, his face full of heartache. "My little sweetheart, why did you fall? How much blood was shed? Quick, help her in." Although the Zhao family's patriarch had a few sons, they were all killed by Dongfang Yuliang's conspiracy. Now he only had one daughter left. His daughter was no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was naughty by nature, but between her eyebrows she looked very much like his ex-wife. The Zhao clan leader doted on her a lot. Soon the door to the study room opened. The guard helped a little girl into the room. The girl's skin was like jade and she wore embroidered clothes. Her appearance was extremely cute, but right now she was sobbing. Her arms covered her eyes and she was currently crying. "My little sweetheart, my little Yin, where did you fall?" The Zhao clan's patriarch hurriedly went over and picked up his little daughter, asking with concern, "Dad, are you blind? The wound is on the forehead." The little girl roared in her heart, but on the surface she sat on the arm of the Zhao family's patriarch and lied in his arms. She said coquettishly, Father Yun has a headache? Oh oh oh. Father, take a look. Father, take a look. The Zhao clan's patriarch gently brushed away the hair on the little girl's forehead. He immediately saw a small scratch on her scalp. It was faintly red, but it was still a distance away from breaking the skin and bleeding. But even so, the Zhao clan's patriarch was extremely distressed. He comforted his little daughter with gentle words and coldly scolded the old grandma who rushed over. Mother Wu, how did you do things? I told you to follow little miss closely and watch over her at all times. Look at the wound on her forehead. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, Lord Patriarch. The old grandma was so scared that she immediately knelt on the ground, and her forehead was full of cold sweat. But in her heart she was complaining incessantly. This child was the most unruly and troublesome little devil she had ever seen in her life. Usually she was mischievous and would disappear without a trace if she was not careful. She was extremely cunning and made fun of an adult like her to want to die. But in front of the patriarch she had a pitiful and obedient appearance. Her acting talent was innate. She actually couldn't find any evidence on this little devil. Father, don't blame the grandma, it was Yun who was not careful. The little girl said softly. But in her heart she added, this old grandma is so annoying, following me around all day. In order to enter this study room I purposely hurt myself. Is it easy for me? The Zhao clan's patriarch immediately let out a long sigh, and stroked his little daughter's soft black hair. His face was full of gratification. Daughter, you are as kind as your mother. The old grandma roared in her heart, Patriarch, you have been deceived, your daughter is definitely a little devil. But she could only shout in her heart because she knew that other than herself, there were very few people who were willing to believe this truth. Of course she didn't dare to say it out loud. If she said it out loud, who knew how she would be teased and abused by the little girl in the future? Useless thing, if it wasn't for Yun pleading for you today, Humph, you can leave. The Zhao clan's patriarch waved the old grandma away, and then looked at his little daughter with a pleasant expression. Little darling, why did you come to play at father's place? Father Yun is worried about you. I heard from others that those elders have been quarreling with father these days. Father is so annoyed that he locked himself in the study room alone. The little girl opened her big black eyes and looked at the Zhao clan's patriarch with concern. But in reality she was shouting in her heart, nonsense, if I didn't come, my life would be in danger. Cheap dad, you're just too indecisive. With the current situation, why aren't you running away? What are you dilly-dallying for? When the Zhao clan's patriarch heard his little daughter's words, his nose turned sour and his eyes reddened. He almost cried, good daughter, you know how to care for father. Father didn't dote on you for nothing. But don't worry, father's body is very good, and father's mood has improved when he saw you. Cheap father, it is a matter of life and death now, and you are still so numb and optimistic you can't do that. Forget it, for the sake of my happy life in the future, I will not hesitate to overstep my boundaries this time. The little girl roared in her heart as she waved her tender arms, saying with an unconcerned expression, Father Yun has thought about it, those quarreling people are all stupid. Our Zhao tribe is like a sheep while Dongfang tribe is a wolf. Now that Yu Tian's fierce tiger is here, the wolf cannot defeat the tiger, so it wants to find the sheep for help. But no matter which side the sheep helps, in the end, the tiger and wolf will not let the sheep go. The little girl's words shook Zhao clan's patriarch. The onlooker sees clearly while the person involved is confused. Sometimes the authorities need the onlooker's words to wake them up. That's right, whether it is Dongfang tribe or He tribe, they are all asking a tiger for its skin. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of it? No, the once-a-decade natural blizzard disaster had already determined that northern plains would not have a paradise. The imperial court contest had to be fought over. As long as they could enter imperial court-blessed land, the benefits would be astonishing. But where was Zhao tribe's direction? The little girl had been observing the situation and felt that it was about time. She immediately added, Father, I heard that Ma tribe is very powerful and treats people well. Sheep and horses are vegetarians while tigers and wolves eat meat. Why don't we become friends with Ma tribe? Zhao tribe leader's body shook. That's right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had Immortal ancestors and blessed lands behind them. They were super tribes with long histories and deep foundations. Ma tribe was also a Huangjin tribe, but they did not have a Immortal supporting them, and were currently moving towards becoming a super tribe. The Ma family's patriarch and young patriarch were both heroes. Ma tribe would definitely welcome Zhao tribe's arrival. It was just that the journey to Tianchuan was going to be a long one. Cheap father, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly make up your mind. The little girl, who was observing her father's changing expression, was already extremely anxious. But Zhao tribe leader thought of the long journey to Tianchuan to join Ma tribe. The dangers along the way caused him to sink into hesitation and hesitation. Helpless, the little girl could only add fuel to the fire. Father, let's go. Now was the best time to leave. Wolves and tigers are in a stalemate, no one can spare any effort to care about us. Zhao tribe leader's heart shook. That's right, why are we still hesitating? If we hesitate, we won't even have the best chance to escape. Be it He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are not good people. Our family wants to get a share of the battle of the imperial court, so placing a bet on them is an extremely inappropriate thing to do. Good daughter, you are absolutely right. Our Zhao tribe cannot interfere in this battle. Our family assets cannot be thrown into this whirlpool. Right, let's go now. Zhao tribe leader made up his mind. The little girl in his arms almost cried tears of joy at this moment, sighing in her heart, Father, you are finally enlightened. I didn't waste my effort to come here to persuade you. But good daughter, did you think of all these things? Did someone teach you to say this? Who taught you that? You tell Abba. After the Zhao clan's patriarch reacted, he finally realized that something was wrong. He stared at his youngest daughter and asked. The little girl's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly blinked her big eyes, showing an innocent expression. No one taught me. Father, Yun thought of all of these myself. Father works so hard every day. Yun doesn't want father to work so hard, so Yun helped father think. Saying so, she carefully asked pitifully, Father, is Yun thinking wrongly? Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not think that this little angel in front of him would lie to him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. But she was so intelligent since young, her cultivation talent would probably not be ordinary when she grew up. Seeing his little girl afraid of being scolded, Zhao tribe leader's heart was filled with tenderness. He caressed the little girl's hair. Yun, it is all thanks to you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter like you. Sai, who asked me to be like this after transmigrating. In this life, friends can be chosen, but parents are destined by the heavens. On account of the fact that you've always treated me so well, of course, I have to return the favor. The little girl said so in her heart, but on the surface she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck, pouting and kissing her father's cheek. Father, daughter likes you the most. Chapter 508. Zhao tribe left in the middle of the night? In the main tent, He Lulan looked at the information in his hand before throwing it on the table. In his opinion, although Zhao tribe was a large tribe, they did not have a powerful elite army, they did not even have a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged by Dong Bo Kong who was rank 4 peak stage 3 years ago. Thus, his prestige was not high, and he did not have much achievements even after leading Zhao tribe for so many years. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have paid more attention. After all, even if a rank 5 Gu master was not worthy of their name, they were not to be underestimated. But now, Zhao tribe retreated and fled in the middle of the night, causing He Lulan to feel disdain in his heart. The people of Northern Plains admired brave warriors, but what they despised the most was this kind of cowardly behavior of running away before the battle even started. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, congratulations, Alliance Leader, we have not even made a move and already scared away a large tribe. Dongfang Yuliang looks like he is going to explode from anger. Zhao tribe that he invited for so long actually ran away. In my opinion, although Zhao tribe is a large tribe, it is only SOSO, they are actually so cowardly. Humph. The Gu masters in the main tent spoke one after another, not minding Zhao tribe's attitude. Fang Yuan, who was sitting at the side, glanced at the information on the table. Zhao Lianyun. He had always remembered this name in his heart, the future extraordinary woman, one of Ma Hongyun's wives, a person who became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now she was still a little girl. It seems that the famous persuasion of tigers, wolves, and sheep has already started, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. In his previous life, when Zhao Lianyun became a wisdom path Gu immortal, there were people who made biographies of him. This cultural tradition could be traced back to the legends of Renzu. This was the #1 classic of the Gu path. Many Gu masters spent their entire lives to ponder over it. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals who came into contact with them To commemorate and praise them, people would make biographies of them. In the biography of Zhao Lianyun, there was a section of content. At a very young age, Zhao Lianyun had displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. In the battle of Black Tyrant He Lulan, to become the lord of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was caught between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. Just as the Zhao clan was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the tiger, wolf, and sheep as an example to persuade his father. Finally, the Zhao clan leader made up his mind to go to the Ma clan, which was thousands of miles away. In the end, not only was the Zhao clan safe, but they were also highly valued and warmly accepted by the Ma clan. The 500 years of memories from his previous life were messy, but Fang Yuan remembered these things clearly. Because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Ma Hongyun, Xinglinger, and Zhao Lianyun not only became Northern Plains Gu immortals, they were also the cornerstones of the Celestial Court's invasion. They were symbolic figures. In the 5 regions, as long as it was such a person, their biographies would be widely spread and read. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, I will kill them in the cradle sooner or later. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, showing a calm expression. Be it Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who were at the forefront of the 5 regions' chaotic war, they were still a long way from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had a lot of time to deal with them. But Fang Yuan had to keep Ma Hongyun alive to deal with 88-point Jinyang Tower. As for this Zhao Lianyun, although he wanted to kill her due to his current identity and situation, he could not make a move. After all, Fang Yuan was currently acting as Chang Shanin. The great Chang Shanin, why would he place so much importance on a little girl to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the urgent matter now is to deal with Dong tribe. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the main tent again. After ridiculing Zhao tribe for a while, everyone's attention was placed on their opponents in this battle. Dongfang tribe, like He tribe, was also a super tribe with deep foundations, a huge force in northern plains Chaofu. Dongfang Yuliang was the tribe leader of this generation's Dongfang tribe. He could be said to be young and promising. Using his wisdom path cultivation, not only did he manage the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner, he even showed signs of becoming more prosperous with each passing day. Although He tribe had the advantage in military strength. But the other party was a wisdom path Gu master who was good at scheming. His strength could not be underestimated. The biggest threat in this battle is definitely Dongfang Yuliang. That's right, this child is young but knowledgeable. He is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy and geography. He lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. His parents left him a huge inheritance, but this brat was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't protect it, so he directly gave all of the family's assets to a powerful elder, and only kept a small portion for himself. When he was in the academy, his performance was extremely outstanding. After leaving the academy, he became that elder's confidant. Afterwards, he made many contributions and obtained the elder's recognition and recommendation. He even obtained the guidance of the tribe's Gu immortal ancestor, finally achieving his current status and strength. Everyone knew Dongfang Yuliang very well. They talked about his background one after another. Fang Yuan listened attentively. He had not experienced these things in his previous life, but now that he was in this situation, he immediately felt that this Dongfang Yuliang was not simple. He was worth paying attention to. History is vast and profound. Great waves wash away the sand. I wonder how many heroes have been washed away. Just as everyone was discussing, the focal point of everyone's discussion, Dongfang Yuliang, was also in his study thinking about this crucial battle. Knock knock knock. There were 3 light knocks on the door. Come in, sister. Dongfang Yuliang did not need to raise his head to know who the visitor was. The door was pushed open. An extremely beautiful girl in a light yellow dress with bright eyes and clear eyebrows, graceful and gentle. Her skin was smooth as jade, her eyes like autumn water, her gentle voice was filled with concern. Brother, the jade apricot flowers we transplanted from Central Continent have bloomed. Brother, accompany sister to the courtyard to admire the flowers. Dongfang Yuliang smiled. He knew that he had been sitting in the study for a day and a night, causing his sister to be worried. She was using this excuse to let him relax. Let's go, Qingyu. The brother and sister walked out of the study, walking together to the courtyard. Right now it was drizzling, the sky was overcast. Looking from afar, the sky and the rain merged into one, forming a dark green color. Getting closer through the courtyard walls, they could see Dongfang tribe's countless flags and tents that were densely packed like white steamed buns. People moved between the tents, making a racket, preparing for the upcoming battle. In the courtyard there were only Dongfang brother and sister. Separated by the rain, the noise outside the walls made the courtyard even more serene. Especially when Dongfang Yuliang saw the jade apricot flower in the small courtyard, the petals were delicate and small. After being moistened by the rain, they were smooth and glossy. The light yellow color made the two of them feel a sense of warmth in the rain. "Brother, I heard Zhao tribe left?" After a long silence, Dongfang Qingyu carefully asked. "Don't worry, sister, brother has already expected this." Dongfang Yuliang smiled, lightly squeezing his sister's hand. Dongfang Qingyu raised her head slightly and saw her brother in the rain. He was dressed in white and his face was like jade. His eyes were deep, and he exuded an aura of a strategist. He was calm and poised. Dongfang Yuliang continued, "The reason why I invited Zhao tribe is because I want to gather all the strength I can. Zhao tribe leaving is not a big deal. With the strength I have now, I still have the ability to defeat He tribe army." Dongfang Qingyu's worry dissipated by half. Nothing can escape brother's deduction. But the opponent this time is not simple. Not only is there He Lulan, I also heard that the hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Changshanin, has also joined him. Brother, you have to be careful. Sister, are you still worried about your brother? But Dongfang Yuliang comforted his sister in a warm voice, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Back then when we were adventuring we got to know He Lulan. This person had evil intentions towards you and was taught a good lesson by Big Brother. But now it seems that this person is still unwilling to give up. This time brother will give him an unforgettable lesson. As for Chang Shanin, brother has already dealt with him. Big brother has already expected this. Little sister, you can rest in peace. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you are bedridden, brother will only be distracted." Dongfang Qingyu nodded lightly, she was completely at ease. Since young, brother had been taking care of her, caring for her and thinking for her. She was like a young flower, sheltered by the big tree that was her brother. For so many years, she and brother had gone through many trials and tribulations together. This time they would definitely be able to get through it safely. "That's because you've always been so calm and collected since you were young. But, if only I was not seriously ill, if only I had the aptitude to cultivate as a Gu master, how good would that be?" Dongfang Qingyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The brother and sister quietly stood together, looking at the apricot flower in front of them. "Sister, the rain is heavy, standing for a long time is not good for your body, you should go back to your room and rest." After a while, Dongfang Yuliang said. Brother, don't overwork yourself." Dongfang Qingyu obediently agreed. Looking at his sister's departing figure, disappearing around the corner, Dongfang Yuliang no longer concealed his expression. He frowned and showed a worried expression. This battle was not as easy as he said. One He Lulan is not easy to deal with, now there is another Chang Shanin. 500,000 wolves, truly worthy of being an enslavement path master. Just this person alone can change the situation, allowing He tribe, which originally only had a slight advantage, to take a huge lead over our main tribe. In the upcoming battle, we need to first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise our chances of victory will be extremely slim. I cannot lose. Gu Immortal Ancestor finally agreed. If I complete this secret mission, he will personally resolve the source of my sister's illness. For my sister, I must become the lord of the imperial court and enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Before that, anyone who dares to block my path will have to be prepared to die. So, Wolf King Chang Shanin, you can die in this rainy night before the battle. Dongfang Yuliang raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a cold expression. Chapter 509. The weight-like strength of Ten Jianghu quietly floated above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his whole body covered in the radiance of the strength of Ten Jianghu. A long while later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the radiance slowly faded. The strength of Ten Jianghu was only half its original size. I can use it 2 more times. Fang Yuan estimated. Strength of Ten Jianghu was an expendable Gu, after using it he would have 70 Jun of strength. With such a foundation, it was reasonable for a rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu master to have it. But all-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2. If this matter was not resolved, there would be no possibility of a qualitative change in his strength path cultivation. It could be said that within a short period of time, his strength path battle strength could not be taken out. Next, he checked the first aperture and second aperture. The vital goo in the first aperture was spring-autumn cicada. It was still concealed, sleeping and recuperating. 90% of the crystalline purple primeval sea was sparkling, reflecting the purple color of the crystal wall of the rank 5 peak stage. In the sky above the sea, wolf smoke goo was like a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf. On the sea, the repaired battle bone wheel was floating, as well as the pure white willow leaf like snow wash goo. Rank 5 clues and clues goo was swimming like a cuttlefish, playing with wolf swallow goo from time to time. And at the bottom of the primeval sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement goo, strength of Tenjun goo, as well as some wolf soul goo. At the same time, there were the most important Stargate goo for Fang Yuan, moving perspective cup goo, east window goo, burial soul goo, and immediate success goo. As for wolf howl goo, wolf care goo, eagle rise goo, wolf sprint goo, and breath concealment goo, they were all stored in different parts of his body. As the days Fang Yuan spent in northern plains increased, his body gradually adapted to the environment of northern plains. The first aperture's cultivation in northern plains had already reached rank 5 middle stage. But Fang Yuan had been using breath concealment goo, suppressing his aura to rank 4 peak stage. Inside the second aperture it was a different scene. The four sides of the crystal wall shone brightly on the aperture. 90% of the true gold primeval sea rippled with light. After these days of cultivation, Fang Yuan's second aperture also advanced from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort goo. Other than that, there was the rank 3 strength chi goo that could turn beast phantom into condensed chi flow. The more injured the body, the stronger the rank 4 bitter strength goo. Rank 4 charging crash goo, rank 3 Tusita flower and primeval elder goo. Rank 4 expend strength goo and rank 3 self-reliance goo with healing effects. As for the other Vajra furious gaze goo, gold goo, crow 7 goo, blood skull goo, bone flesh unity goo, yin yang rotation goo and others, they could not be used at the moment, thus they were left in Hu Immortal blessed land. Because after coming out of Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately appeared in northern plains, thus he had a second aperture. Northern plains was the first to recognize it. His rank 4 peak stage cultivation was not suppressed by the foreign region at all. The reason his second aperture's cultivation could progress so quickly was all thanks to those relic goo that Fang Yuan had bought earlier. But due to the limited amount of Immortal Yuan stone, he could not buy purple crystal relic goo. Thus, his second aperture's cultivation could only rely on Fang Yuan's own strength, cultivating step by step. Rank 4 to rank 5. This is a qualitative change, the difference is huge. For me to use? Tubo was astonished, but my cultivation is only rank 3, less nonsense, quickly use it. Fang Yuan shouted impatiently, forcefully shoving the wolf enslavement goo to Tubo. Tubo was helpless. He did not know what kind of strange temper a big shot like the Wolf King had, but because of Fang Yuan's might, he could only instill primeval essence. He activated it for a while, and when he was sweating profusely from exhaustion he slowly activated the rank 4 wolf enslavement goo. The wolf enslavement goo turned into a mystical light, trembling as it landed on the shark fin wolf's body. Sigh. A woman's sigh filled with regret suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. In that instant, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with alarm. He did not even think and quickly retreated. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the depths of everyone's soul. Almost at the same time, Tubo suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a mournful howl and died on the spot. The two rank 3 goo master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tubo died. At once, they subconsciously followed behind Fang Yuan, flying backwards. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered. His body was still in the air when he stopped breathing. Soul explosion. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Wolf Wang Da's knowledge is truly extraordinary. A woman's soft voice resounded in his ears, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping one another, like a black peacock suddenly spreading its tail, ruthless and sharp, wrapping around Fang Yuan's body. Rank 4. Multiple sword shadow goo. Clank clank clank. Suddenly a concentrated sound rang out. Multiple sword shadows slashed at Fang Yuan's body. Like metal colliding, dazzling sparks burst out. Fang Yuan's skin had turned dark green, and if one looked closely, There were even turtle shell patterns on his skin. Rank 5, Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu. Female Scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 Gu Master saw that Fang Yuan was being attacked and immediately shouted, changing his direction. He rushed over to help. The female Gu Master who sneak attacked Fang Yuan snorted coldly, but did not care, activating multiple sword shadows even more violently. At the same time she opened her mouth and spat out a silky long worm. The long worm was like a black thread. It ignored the surrounding sword shadows and went straight for Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an iceberg. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the rank 3 Gu Master guard who had rushed over to help. Wolf Wangda's man. The rank 3 Gu Master was extremely shocked. He had rushed over to protect Fang Yuan, but he had never imagined that Fang Yuan would actually grab him. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Fang Yuan pulled him to his right side, blocking between Fang Yuan and the shark fin wolf. Bian Xian's gaze fell on the overlapping Shadow Gu, revealing some fervent emotions. Although she had multiple sword Shadow Gu, her attacks were scattered, and when she met an opponent with deep defense, it would be very difficult for her to fight. If she had overlapping Shadow Gu, she could stack the multiple sword shadows together and form an extremely powerful attack. It would raise her battle strength. Could be said to be a huge improvement. But soon Bian Xian retracted her gaze and did not accept the overlapping Shadow Gu. From the shadows, her clear and cold voice could be heard. Her voice carried some pride. I will leave this overlapping Shadow Gu with Alliance Leader for now. After Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she merged into the shadows and disappeared. Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned, and could only put the overlapping Shadow Gu back into his aperture. This Shadow Swordsman is really trustworthy. No wonder she can mix in all the tribes like a fish in water, even though she is a demonic Path Gu cultivator. Many righteous Path Gu masters did not hesitate to pay a huge price to invite her to take action. It seems she is very confident in Brain Explosion Gu. If Brain Explosion Gu can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less problem. This is the best situation. But what if it cannot? What if Brain Explosion Gu is successfully dealt with by Chang Shanin? At the crucial moment he chose to resist the soul explosion and let Brain Explosion Gu enter his ear aperture. This means he has some confidence and methods to get rid of this problem. Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned gloomy, but Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion this time. There are more variables now, it seems I need to make another deduction. Thinking of this, he walked to the bookshelf and opened the incense burner's cover, opening the secret passage. Following the secret passage he went deep underground. He had already planted an earth fungus king Gu here. This Gu was a type of Gu house. The space inside was narrow, but it was enough for one person to cultivate alone. Most importantly, the Earth Fungus King Gu had deep defense and could guarantee Dongfang Yuliang's safety. After entering the Gu, Dongfang Yuliang closed the entrance. The entire Earth Sac Fungus King Gu curled up into a ball and went dozens of feet underground before stopping. The inner wall of the Earth Fungus King Gu was soft and thick like a carpet. Dongfang Yuliang sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture and mobilized rank 5 primeval essence, pouring it into Star Thought Gu. He started to think, if Wolf King Chang Shanin gets rid of Brain Explosion Gu, how should I deal with him? The moment this question appeared in his mind, under the effect of Star Thought Gu, it condensed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and could only exist in the mind. After a while, relying on Yuan Stone to replenish his primeval essence, he recovered to his peak state. But deep in his soul, there was still a feeling of weakness and exhaustion that lingered and could not be dispelled. Wisdom Path deductions not only expended primeval essence to activate Gu worms, but also expended the strength of the soul. The more deductions, the larger the scale of the thoughts, and the longer the deductions took, the more the soul would be expended. Weakness was normal. If the deductions were too difficult, the soul would be injured or even die. Of course, as a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master, Dongfang Yuliang, who had received pointers from a Gu Immortal, naturally had a complete set of Gu worms. Rank 4 Refine Essence Spirit Gu. Dongfang Yuliang's body immediately became thinner. His energy was converted by Refine Essence Spirit Gu into nourishment for his soul. His soul was greatly nourished. The feeling of weakness quickly dissipated. However, a strong sense of hunger came immediately after. That Dongfang Yuliang assassinated Wolf King Chang Shanin. Wolf King was affected by soul explosion goo but did not die. Dongfang Yuliang will definitely plan again and set up many methods to deal with Wolf Wangda's men. We might as well strike later and order Wolf King to hold back. When the battle is intense and Dongfang Yuliang's methods are broken, we can call Wolf King to make a move and end the battle. What does Alliance leader think? Everyone heard this and some raised their eyebrows, while others remained silent. Heilolan's gaze flickered. She thought for a while before saying, Sun Shirhan's plan is good, we will see. This answer was ambiguous, but Sun Shirhan revealed a happy smile. Take a seat. Hei Lulan pointed at the seat. Thank you Lord for the seat I kowtow. Saying this, Sun Shirhan actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Hei Lulan. Many of the Gu masters present showed disdainful expressions, while several old tribe leaders showed contemplative expressions. I am Yi Xianming Jiangwan Shan, and Wei Xen greetings to Dongfang Alliance leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 men and 1 woman, greeted Dongfang Yuliang. In Dongfang Alliance army, although there were no enslavement path masters like Fang Yuan, there were many enslavement path Gu masters nurtured by the various tribes. Among them these 3 were the most outstanding. Dongfang Yuliang sat down and slightly nodded towards the 3 of them, getting straight to the point. This time I called the 3 of you here only for one matter. It is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Chang Shanin. Wolf King Chang Shanin. The 3 heard this and their expressions changed. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. This was an enslavement path master. His name had shaken Northern Plains decades ago. Now that he had resurfaced, he challenged 3 mid-sized tribes in one night. His strength was not any weaker than before. He also had a night wolf beast emperor, and with Hei tribe's help, he controlled 500,000 wolves, affecting the entire battle situation by himself. Such an expert, how could they be his match? The 3 enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other, seeing the heaviness and fear in each other's eyes. But at this point, fear was useless. The 3 said in unison, we will listen to Dongfang Alliance leader's instructions. Dongfang Yuliang smiled, but changed the topic, asking about their enslavement path cultivation situation. Enslavement path consumes the most resources. Although I have the tribe's support, my crocodile group can only be maintained at around 50,000. I am ashamed. Yi Xianming spoke first. I believe Alliance leader knows about my situation. I was not an enslavement path Gu master in my early years. I could be considered to have switched to it halfway. While exploring, I accidentally found a small inheritance of Blood Sea ancestor and obtained many Bladewing blood bat groups. These years I have been accumulating enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress has been slow. Jiang Wanshan sighed. Wei Xan sighed. In my opinion, the most difficult aspect of enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has little effect. I have worked hard for close to 20 years, cultivating almost every day, but I only have an 800-man crabman soul now. Among the 3, the oldest and the strongest was Wei Xian. Soul path, enslavement path, wisdom path, these 3 paths had deep implications. Dongfang Yuliang heard Wei Xian's words and linked it to his own cultivation, showing a very understanding expression. He slowly said, the cultivation of the soul is indeed difficult. It requires a lot of patience to accumulate over a long period of time. Although I used the tribe's secret recipe of gold thread goo and lingqi goo, I also have a 1,000-man soul foundation now. Chapter 5:12. Red, green and black, the 3 colors intertwined in the air. The flickering light shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. He had a focused expression as he stared at the incomplete product, trying his best to stabilize the situation. Whoosh! All of a sudden, an extremely sharp buzzing sound exploded. The sound wave spread in the air, forming a strong wind that flipped over the tables and chairs in the room. The vase fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The ink spilled and the paper fluttered. The 3-colored light completely dissipated. The incomplete product exploded into a pool of blue blood that splattered on the surrounding walls. Failed again. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days he had been refining goo. This goo was called nauseating infant sob goo. it was specially used to deal with Three Hearts Combination Soul. Three Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow three Gu Masters' souls to fuse into one temporarily, and achieve a state where they could work together seamlessly regardless of offense or defense. Fang Yuan had experienced it personally these days. Some of his blurry memories became clearer. He vaguely remembered that in this battle between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang, He Lulan's face was filled with dirt and grime, and she only managed to win by a narrow margin. Because of Three Hearts Combination Soul, He Lulan's side suffered heavy losses. Later, when Ma Hongyun rose to power when dealing with Dongfang tribe, Three Hearts Combination Soul caused him great trouble many times. There was even one time when he was schemed against by others and lost miserably to this killer move, being captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyun became a prisoner and unexpectedly met Dongfang Qingyu, capturing her heart. Dongfang Qingyu not only secretly let him go, but also told Ma Hongyun the secret of this killer move. After Ma Hongyun returned safely, he worked with his wife Shengling Heir, who had already become a refinement path master, to refine nauseating infant Sabgu, which was specially used to counter Three Hearts Combination Soul. Nauseating infant Sabgu was extremely effective on the battlefield. Ma Hongyun's side obtained complete victory, while Dongfang tribe suffered defeat after defeat. As the number of failures increased, Three Hearts Combination Soul gradually disappeared from the stage of history. During the Five Regions' chaotic war, the world was in chaos. Three Hearts Combination Soul was stolen by Central Continent's Gu Masters and improved upon. It became popular again. Ma Hongyun directly released the nauseating infant Sabgu's recipe. After the world grasped it, they could modify the original Gu recipe and decipher the modified Three Hearts Combination Soul. At this point, the Three Hearts Combination Soul had truly lost its use and was no longer used by others. Fang Yuan had been reborn and had 500 years of memories from his previous life. He naturally knew the recipe of the nauseating infant Sabgu. But the nauseating infant Sabgu was a rank 4 Gu. The refinement materials were not rare, but the refinement difficulty was high. With Fang Yuan's almost Grandmaster refinement level talent, he tried more than 10 times and failed every time. Sighing, Fang Yuan stood up and walked to the window. This window was also destroyed by the air currents produced when the Gu refinement failed. A large hole appeared in the glass-like membrane. The wind from the outside carried the scent of grass and flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan gently pressed his palm against the window and mobilized a wisp of true essence. Soon, the membrane on the window grew back and condensed again, blocking the wind outside. The walls moved like sausages and the potholes from before were all filled up. The broken vase fragments and the blue blood stains on the ground were all absorbed. This was the convenience of the large lizard house Gu. The large lizard house Gu was a rank 3 Gu, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house Gu. The lizard house Gu was already as big as a bus, and its appearance was a four-legged lizard. The lizard house Gu had a passageway inside with several rooms on both sides. The large lizard house Gu was like a 2-story building, 5 times the size of the lizard house Gu. It had 2 floors with more rooms and more space. It was given to Fang Yuan by He Lulan after he joined He tribe. This was where he usually cultivated and lived his daily life. Other than Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 Gu masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns to change shifts, and were equipped with special investigative Gu to target almost all stealthy Gu masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacked again, he would be discovered by the Gu masters before he could even get within 100 steps, and his whereabouts would be exposed. This was the arrangement made after Fang Yuan was assassinated. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window, and saw large numbers of Gu masters and mortals nervously setting up defenses. Some were digging ditches, some were growing trees, erecting watchtowers, and some were building mud walls. The outline of a tight defensive line was gradually forming. This was already the 3rd line of defense. The terrain of northern plains was mostly flat grassland. There were no obstacles, it was a flat plain. Thus, a long time ago when 2 forces fought in northern plains, if they lost they could not even escape, and would be chased by the victors. If a battle was lost, it usually meant that the situation was set, and a tribe would quickly decline, or even be exterminated. But with a defensive line it was different. Once the battle was lost, be it retreating or escaping or hiding or waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would play a huge role. War was a matter of life and death and related to the rise and fall of a tribe. It was extremely dangerous and hard to predict. There was a high chance that a small accident or a mistake on one side would lead to failure. At this time, the tribe would retreat and defend according to the defensive line. After taking a breather and stabilizing their footing, they could regroup. This was the world of Gu, and individuals possessed mystical powers. It was not difficult to build a defensive line that was as long as Earth's Great Wall. People soon realized the huge benefits of such a defensive line. Thus, the battle in Northern Plains was not a decisive battle, where groups of riders would charge and kill, but a battle of attrition. According to reports, Dongfang tribe is already setting up the fourth defensive line. Right now we are 3,000 li away from them. According to tradition, they will stop every 800 to 1,000 li, and set up a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled. This was a whirlpool of war that affected the whole of Northern Plains. As long as one was careless, even a rank 5 Gu master would be in danger of dying. Now that I have success in enslavement path, I can influence the whole situation. But I am clearly strong in offense and weak in defense. In terms of strength path, I can't protect myself. Once people like Emo Shirkwang and Bian Shen get close to me, it will be troublesome. I need to be cautious in the battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the impending battle, Fang Yuan's battle intent did not surge like others. Cunning gentlemen could be said to have helped him a little, allowing him to stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while refining the nauseating infant Sob Gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal and handled all the matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal would clear out large amounts of gruel mud from Dang Hun Mountain every day. She would do her best to delay Dang Hun Mountain's survival. The starry cloud covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, and the Starlight Firefly group scale had increased by 3 times. According to Little Hu Immortal's initial estimation, there were 50 to 60 more Starlight Firefly Gu. To be able to produce so many Starlight Firefly Gu in such a short period of time, it was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land and maintained Stargate Gu for a long time, causing the Starlight Firefly Gu's numbers to fall to rock bottom. Now that the Starlight Firefly Gu's numbers had increased, the pressure was greatly alleviated. And in the western part of the Blessed Land, the pink rabbit was breeding in large numbers. Fang Yuan had transferred all the wolf groups from before to Northern Plains. The pressure on the pink rabbits was greatly reduced, thus the rabbit group scale increased rapidly. After Little Hu Immortal reported this situation, Fang Yuan immediately transferred most of the water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western part to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbit group scale was still increasing. To prevent a rabbit disaster, a few days ago, Little Hu Immortal had sold a large group of pink rabbits to Jewel Yellow Skies at a low price. The hairy men that Fang Yuan was most concerned about were temporarily residing in the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's homeland, but now that a group of hairy men had appeared, the two sides fought for living space, causing several small-scale conflicts. Fang Yuan sat calmly, looking into the distance. He saw that the other side's army was organized. The main tent was standing on a white cloud, floating in the air. Inside the main tent, Dongfang Yuliang could be seen sitting in the center, with all the civil and military officials sitting on his left and right. In terms of aura, they were not any weaker than He Lolan's side. At this time, He Lolan's laughter resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Ha ha, today's battle is the first step for my He tribe to move unhindered in Northern Plains, and take the throne of the imperial court. Everyone who wants to go up with me and challenge the first battle. The moment he finished speaking, a group of Gu masters stood up and left their seats, shouting loudly or patting their chests, requesting to go up. He Lolan's gaze moved back and forth, landing on one of them. Pan Ping, you will go up. Pan Ping was tall and strong, his hair alternating between red and yellow, with a silver hilt and golden edge on his waist. He was overjoyed and was about to answer when he heard someone shouting in front of the formation. I am Tang Miao Ming, I have long heard of your Wolf King's illustrious name, I have come to experience it. Dongfang Yuliang is quite daring, actually challenging the battle first. The newcomer is Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, rank 4 middle stage. She actually challenged Wolf Wangda. This person definitely has a scheme. Clearly, Fang Yuan was purposely distorting his meaning, but at this crucial moment he could not argue with Fang Yuan. Attack! 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 He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned to face the front, fiercely waving his hand and shouting loudly. Alliance leader has ordered attack. Alliance leader has ordered attack. The orders were passed down layer by layer, the army slowly moved, hundreds of thousands of people followed behind the wolf group and charged towards the other side. Tang Miaoming relied on the fox group in her hands to change the formation, firmly protecting herself. She was worthy of being the person that Dongfang Yuliang favored. Under the attack of the wolf tide, she only relied on 1,000 beast group to change the formation and forcibly held on. Beside her, the foxes surrounded her, forming a circular formation. The formation continued to rotate smoothly, like moving clouds and flowing water, like a millstone, a reef. The wolf group outside was like the tide, attacking wave after wave, but could not break the fox group's circular formation. But Tang Miaoming did not have a trace of happiness. She was screaming crazily in her heart. Damn Wolf King, he's like a madman. Damn it, although I can hold on for now, I'm trapped here, unable to move. Who can save me? Who can save me? Suddenly Tang Miaoming's body stiffened, her face suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with panic and despair. In front of her, He tribe army slowly moved, rapidly accelerating. Under the cover of the wolf group, they launched an overwhelming attack. Tang Miaoming's mind lost control, the fox group's circular formation instantly collapsed. The twin-headed rhinoceros trampled like thunder. He Lulan looked down from above, Tang Miaoming's beauty slightly moved his heart. Who can capture this woman for me? He had just opened his mouth when Pan Ping shot out like lightning. He moved and jumped, suddenly charging to Tang Miaoming's side, attacking at lightning speed. In just a few moves Tang Miaoming was successfully captured alive. Seeing this, He Lulan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the front. Dongfang lad. He laughed sinisterly, his eyes burning with the joy of revenge. A moment later the two armies officially engaged in battle, and the chaotic battle unfolded. With Fang Yuan's help this battle had just started, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Bastard! Facing the pouncing night wolf, Tang Fang roared furiously, mobilizing the primeval essence in his aperture and pouring it into the pill fire goo. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball flew out, creating a gust of wind. This orange-red pill fire directly hit the night wolf's body. The night wolf whimpered as it was knocked to the ground, its whole body burning with flames, not moving at all. Kill? Tang Fang breathed roughly, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't charge forward. Tribe leader orders you to return quickly. But big sister has been captured alive. Tang Fang stared, unwilling to turn around. His big sister was Tang Miaoming. But third young master, you won't be able to charge forward like this, you will only be sending yourself to death. The elder hurriedly persuaded. Damn it. Tang Fang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He was a genius of Tang tribe, only 22 years old, but already had rank 3 cultivation. But in the past, the rank 3 battle strength that could control the situation was now weak and insignificant in this great battlefield. Normally it was rare to see rank 3 battle strength, but here one could see them with just a casual sweep of the area. Rank 3 Gu Masters were already reduced to the core strength, and above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts. And above them there were rank 5 experts. Sister, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Chapter 515. Tang Clan. Today I will return the humiliation I suffered back then in double. Wang Zhang's expression was malevolent as he shouted, his whole body suddenly expanded like a black bear, fiercely charging towards Tang Fang. Tang Fang saw his ferocious momentum, and in his anger, his killing intent rose even more. Pill fire goo. He pushed with his right palm, and an orange-red flame shot towards Wang Jiang. The flame drew an arc of light in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Before it hit its target, Wang Jiang felt a burning sensation. But he laughed sinisterly, and had no intention of dodging, directly opening his mouth. Oh! He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill fire. This is rank 4 swallow fire goo. Tang Fang was shocked. Swallow fire goo was not an offensive goo but a storage goo. But when goo masters used goo, it depended on their will. Who said storage goo could not be used in battle? Tang clan's goo worms were mainly fire path goo worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 swallow fire goo, to deal with Tang clan one day. Wang Jiang, we are here to help you. At this time, another 2 goo masters rushed over, both rank 3. The expressions of Tang Fong and the 2 elders of the Tang family instantly changed. Swallow fire goo was extremely effective against them, and now that they were fighting 3 against 2, they had a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will block them. Tang clan elders saw the situation was dire, and took the initiative to stand up, giving Tang Fong a chance to retreat. Tang Fong was not a wastrel, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Elder, hold on, I will bring reinforcements immediately. Just. Wang Jiang and the other 2 naturally did not want Tang Fong to retreat safely, but they did not expect this Tang clan elder to be a defensive goo master, and also had a rare rank 3 goo called Slow Step. This goo, as the name suggested, could slow down a goo master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the other 2 were held up, and could only give up on Tang Fong, and attack the Tang clan elder with all their might. Tang clan elder was outnumbered, and although he had slow step goo, he could not block them. First he was hit by Wang Jiang's fist and then a wind blade, breaking his arm. In the end he was turned into a popsicle by a snowball and died on the spot. Clan elder. Tears welled up in Tang Fong's eyes. By the time he arrived with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this clan elder. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely in his chest, but he couldn't find his enemy for the time being. The battlefield was in chaos. A large number of wolves were rampaging about. In addition, there were also fox packs, battle crabs, foxes, bats, and so on. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All sorts of attacks tore through the sky and landed on the ground. Some of them smashed the earth, some of them ignited flames, some of them spread frost, and some of them were dazzling lightning. The goo masters shouted and screamed, some were attacking, some were retreating, some were rescuing, some were defending with their lives. The chaotic battle of hundreds of thousands of people filled an area of several thousand li hualala. Suddenly, a majestic blue wave that carried a monstrous momentum smashed down like a ferocious dragon. Large numbers of wolf groups and goo masters were engulfed by the huge wave. The battlefield was cleared in an instant, and the damp grassland formed several large puddles of water. A goo master laughed wildly, proudly standing at the center of the battlefield. It's water demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Fong's pupils shrunk, recognizing this person. Retreat, this is a rank 4 upper stage expert, an old demon with a terrible reputation. Many of the surviving rank 3 goo masters wisely chose to retreat. Water demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Fong, who had the most people. These rank 3 goo masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. You are unlucky to have met me. Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4 Waterfall Goo. Bam. In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Fong and the others with incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat. The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Fong behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. Quickly leave. The elders urged, causing Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on, I will find father to save you. He gritted his teeth but had no choice but to leave in the end. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left, the rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently and was about to attack again, when suddenly, a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Ji Lu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, They were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. "It's you?" Wind demon Tan Wu Feng. Water demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. "Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing. Young master has ordered me to end your life here." "Lord Tribe Leader, let me lead the troops and kill them all." Dongfang she could not hold back and requested to fight. Dongfang Yuliang slowly shook his head, not allowing it. Dongfang she was the commander of Dongfang tribe's Feather Arrow elite troops. He had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He tribe's Black Banner elite troops did not move, this Feather Arrow elite troops could only suppress the situation. Dongfang Yuliang slowly looked around the battlefield. Looking at the whole situation, he consoled Dongfang Shi, "Elder Shi, don't be impatient, you are not needed at this moment. The current situation is already within my expectations." Saying so, he lightly smiled and turned to the other side, saying to the 3 enslavement path Gu masters, "You 3, it is time to show your strength." Chapter 5:16. Hearing Dongfang Yuliang's instructions, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan and Wei Xan looked at each other and nodded, activating their Gu worms together. Rank 3 Giant Spirit Heart Gu, strengthening the soul. Rank 2 Heart Sound Gu, activating the inner voice. Rank 2 Harmony Voice Gu, resonating the inner voice. Rank 3 Flying Soul Gu, soul leaving the body. Rank 3 Soul Chain Gu, linking the chains. Rank 4 Merge Soul Gu, 3 souls joining together, soul and body fusing into one. Killer move, 3 hearts combination soul. Boom, with an indistinct explosion, the 3 Gu masters' souls flew out of their bodies and temporarily fused into one in the air above their heads. At once, within a radius of 200 li, all the Gu masters with at least 500 man soul level felt the majesty of the soul spreading and pressing down on their hearts. And those Gu masters below 500 man soul level did not sense it at all. This pressure has already reached 1,400 man soul level, as expected of 3 hearts combination soul. Fang Yuan immediately sensed it and looked towards the direction of Dongfang tribe's main tent. He was originally 1,000 man soul, but after suffering from the soul explosion earlier, although he avoided most of the impact, he was still injured. At first he had fallen to 800 man soul, but after recuperating he had recovered to 900 man soul level. 900 man soul naturally could not compare to the enemy's 1,400 man soul. Unfortunately, there are too many people in the Alliance army. I can't get away. Otherwise I can enter Danghun Mountain and use Guts Gu to easily heal my soul's injuries. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and mobilized the wolf group under him. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves gathered into a huge army and charged towards the enemy's main tent like a vast river. "Wolf King, let us experience your great move today." Wei Xan, Yi Xianming and Jiang Wanshan spoke at the same time. Because their souls had temporarily fused together, their every action was synchronized. Under their mobilization, large numbers of steel pincer crabs, crystal drill crabs and big air crabs swarmed out and quickly formed a sturdy defensive line in a few breaths of time. The charging wolves slammed into the defensive line like a flood crashing into a dam. The sturdy crab shell clashed fiercely against the sharp wolf fangs and claws. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros and gazed into the distance. Under his exquisite command, the entire pack of wolves charged forward in waves, and the front line formed by the crab swarms soon became precarious. "This is the ninefold wave charge. Quick, support me. My crab swarm can't hold on any longer." As soon as Wei Xian had this thought, the other two sensed it. Under the effects of the 3 hearts combination soul, it was as if they were one person. All of their thoughts could be heard by the others at the same time. "There's no need to worry. My crocodile horde is here." Yi Xuanming's expression was steely, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. The other party was the famous Wolf King. Being able to exchange blows with such an existence was truly a worthwhile life. Under his control, A large number of six-legged crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow crocodiles soon appeared on the defensive line. The defensive line that was on the verge of collapsing became somewhat indestructible with the injection of these new forces. Be it crabs or crocodiles, they are all wild beasts with outstanding defense. At the same time, under the effects of the Three Hearts combination soul, they are like three people fusing into one. Their ability to control beast groups has risen sharply, reaching the level of an enslavement master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not show any impatience after attacking for a long time without success. Since his fierce attacks could not take them down, he wisely slowed down his attacks. He did not wholeheartedly focus on controlling the beast groups, but split half of his attention to observe the whole battlefield. His enemies were not just Jiang Wei and Yi. As a crucial figure, he had the battle strength to influence the whole situation. It was extremely likely that he would be assassinated by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xian. Since the start of the battle, Shadow Sword expert had not shown herself. It was very likely that she was secretly observing Fang Yuan, trying to find a good opportunity to assassinate him. But beside Fang Yuan stood the rank 5 Gu Master expert He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert did not show herself. Right at this time, above the wolf group, a large group of blood-red bats appeared. These bats had 4 wings that were as sharp and hard as blades. Under the attack of the bat group, the wolf group suffered a large number of casualties. The crocodile group and crab group took the chance to counterattack, pushing the front line forward by 100 steps. As expected, it is Jiang Wanshan's blade-wing blood bat group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but he was not surprised. With the help of He tribe's information, he had a good understanding of the enemy Gu Master experts. He had guessed earlier that Dongfang Yuliang did not have any enslavement master. To contend against him, he would naturally have to use Three Hearts combination soul. And the key people to use this killer move were very likely the 3 strongest enslavement Gu masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probing, sure enough, they were Jiang Wanshan, Wei Xan, and Yi Xianming. The Blade-Wing Blood Bat group's attacks were extremely fierce. Once they joined in, they changed the direction of this small battlefield. The wolf group, which had the upper hand, retreated step by step. Meanwhile, the crocodile group and crab group took advantage of the situation to launch their assault. Mudwater crab, small air crab, big air crab, steel pincer crab, crystal drill crab, 6-legged crocodile, lava crocodile, rock crocodile, and plunder shadow crocodile formed a mixed army. Like an extended iron fist, they defeated the wolf group along the way and charged straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to common sense, it was hard for enslavement Gu masters to cooperate. The mixed beast group instead hindered each other. 1 + 1 was less than 2. But Wei, Jiang, and Yi, under Three Hearts combination soul, their souls fused as one, forming a mixed effect where 1 + 1 was more than 2. Brother Shanin. Seeing the strong attack of the mixed beast group, He Lulan's expression sank as he felt the pressure. If he let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use the Black Banner elite troop in advance. But being obstructed by the oily wind, the sword shadows seemed to have sunk into mud and lost their momentum, no longer posing any threat. He Shui was He Lulan's right-hand man, and also one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troop. He was most proficient in defense. Dong Pekong and Bian Xishen faced He Shui, who was focused on defense and were actually entangled for a while, unable to break through. He Shui had suffered a crushing defeat against Mo Shirquang earlier. But this did not mean that his strength was low, but rather that the opponent was too strong. In this imperial court contest, he was the number 1 fierce general of Northern Plains. Now, facing the joint attack of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, he blocked left and right, and after a dozen rounds firmly protected Fang Yuan behind him. His combination of Gu worms was extremely reasonable, it focused on defense and was meticulous in consideration. Dong Pekong and Bian Xishen tried to break through several times, but all returned without any success. The aftermath of the intense battle stung the twin-headed rhinoceros they were riding. The giant rhinoceros cried out in pain and spread its hooves, not distinguishing between friend and foe, rampaging and trampling everywhere in the battlefield. He Shui's expression became increasingly heavy. The intense battle had caused his primeval essence to be consumed at an extremely fast rate, and had already reached rock bottom. But the opponents were two people, and their primeval essence consumption was only half of He Xiui's. He Xiui was now facing a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue defending to the death, disregarding primeval essence consumption, and hope for He Lulan to return, or other reinforcements to arrive in time. But now that the twin-headed rhinoceros was running around wildly, it was already far away from its original location, and the reinforcements had to pass through the battlefield. How high was the possibility of them arriving in time? The second choice was to conserve primeval essence consumption. But this way his defense would weaken, and the possibility of being penetrated by the enemy would increase sharply. Once his defense was broken, Fang Yuan behind him would fall into a dangerous situation. What should he choose? Hesitation flashed in He Xiui's eyes, but he quickly made up his mind. His defense began to gradually shrink, and he was no longer so proactive against the enemy's strong attacks. Dong Pekong and Bian Xixin immediately sensed the changes in He Xiui, and broke through several times. It was extremely dangerous and they almost succeeded. Even if Wolf King's identity was important and related to the overall situation, even if He Xiui was appointed by He Lulan to protect Changshan, but at this critical moment, with his own life at stake, He Lulan could not risk his life to fight. If the person behind me was Lord He Lulan, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But to his surprise, not only did He Lulan not fly into a rage out of humiliation, she instead showed a sinister smile. Dongfang Yuliang, open your dog eyes and take a good look. At the same time, Bian Xixin and Dong Pekong's exclamations came from the twin-headed rhino's back. Dongfang Yuliang immediately had a bad feeling, and quickly used investigative goo to look back. He saw that Changshan had already turned into a puddle of water, and several goo worms flew out. A water image goo was left in the water. It was almost cut into two by the shadow sword. Its head and tail were only connected by a layer of skin. This water image goo belonged to water demon Hao Jilu. Back then at the heroes' assembly, he had used water image goo to deceive everyone and kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had taken a liking to this method, and found He Lulan to conspire with him. To prevent this arrangement from being leaked, only the three of them knew about it. Fang Yuan's true body had not been in the main tent, but was hidden in a corner of the battlefield. He used Wolf Care Goo to observe the battlefield and command the beast groups to fight. The conversation with He Lulan earlier was also an illusion created through a series of goo worms. Damn it, this is fake. Where is the real Changshan? When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He Tribe's Goo Masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dongfang Tribe's Goo Masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang was extremely crucial. It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move, no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the goo worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the goo worms died, the goo master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Xn, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these three died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xan and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the three of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path goo worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. I can appoint you as the first military advisor. He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7-star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Gu. These elite troops had at least rank 2 cultivation. Among them there were rank 3 Gu masters who were the leaders. They had the advantage in numbers, but they were not Dongfang Yuliang's match alone. Under the special care of the Star Thought Cloud, He Tribe's Blue Butterfly elite troops immediately collapsed, with countless casualties. My clan's elite soldiers. Seeing this scene, the Yi clan leader cried out in pain. Still not coming out? Dongfang Yuliang's eyebrows slightly rose. He activated the Star Thought Cloud again and attacked the Battle Dog elite troops. The War Dog elite soldiers immediately fell to the ground. The surrounding elite soldiers seized the opportunity and besieged them. In just a few moves, the elite soldiers were killed. My Battle Dog elite troops. Wang tribe leader's body trembled with pain. To nurture such elite troops, Wang tribe had expended a lot of resources and expended a lot of energy of the current generation. But such precious battle strength was lost in one day. Still not going to save them? Dongfang Yuliang frowned deeply. After destroying 2 elite troops, his star thoughts were greatly depleted. If not for him continuously creating new star thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud would have been used up long ago. Even with the support of the killer move 7-star lights, Dongfang Yuliang still felt a strong sense of weakness. Strands of white hair began to appear on his originally dark blue hair. Go on and kill. I want to see how long you can last with this killer move of yours. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in a corner, sneered through wolf care gu as he admired the battle. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would obtain after the battle. Anyway, as long as he won in the end, he could enter the imperial court. Chapter 519. The battle continued. Because Dongfang Yuliang attacked with his full strength, after slaughtering 3 elite troops, Dongfang tribe's side started to gain the upper hand. Kill? Let us kill all these He tribe lackeys. Kill all the men and bring all the women into our camp. Dongfang Alliance army's morale surged. Their attacks became fierce and fierce, pressuring He tribe alliance army until they could not breathe. However, as the instigator, Dongfang Yuliang was worried. Although we are in a good position now, we have used our trump card in advance. Killer move 7-star light cannot be maintained for long. If we are not afraid of He Lulan and Changshanin forcing them out, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, cold light erupted in Dongfang Yuliang's eyes. His clear and bright eyes turned towards He tribe's central army, where the Black Banner elite troops were stationed. This elite troop had great strength, far surpassing their peers. Up until now, this precious force had not been mobilized, suppressing the army's formation. Next, Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned towards a certain corner of the battlefield. Over there, Gu tribe's Gu masters were gathered. Gu Guang and the rest were fighting a bloody battle. Dongfang Yuliang was expressionless as he split the Star Thought Cloud into 2. One flew towards the Black Banner elite troops, while the other flew down towards Gu tribe. Seeing the Star Thought Cloud attack, the 3 commanders of the Black Banner elite troops had a change of expression. Pay attention to defense. Everyone activate Battle Thought Gu together. Under the command of the commander, all the Black Banner elite troops activated Battle Thought Gu with all their might. Battle Thought Gu, like Star Thought Gu and Space Thought Gu, it was also a Wisdom Path Gu worm. The Black Banner elite troops leaders were all equipped with rank 3 to rank 4 Battle Thought Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were originally used on the Black Banner elite troops. During the battle, Battle Thought Gu would charge into their minds, causing their battle intent to soar to the sky, making them brave and fearless. The Star Thought Cloud rushed over, and in the sky above the Black Banner elite troops, crimson thoughts rose. Although these battle thoughts were sparse, they protected the Black Banner elite troops, helping them resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He tribe is indeed a super tribe. The quality of the elite troops they nurture is different from the elite troops of other tribes, far surpassing their peers. Seeing this, Fang Yuan praised inwardly. These Black Banner elite troops were He tribe's trump card force that was created through the continuous accumulation and careful selection of elite Gu masters. After a large amount of training and huge investments, they were finally created. Each of them had strong willpower, and had the ability to resist the impact of thoughts. Now that they were surrounded by battle thoughts, the Star Thought Cloud's rampage was stopped for the first time. Of course, the crucial point was that Dongfang Yuliang did not use his full strength, but split the nebula into two and only used one half to attack the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army's astonishing performance made people raise their eyebrows, forming a clear contrast with the other defeated elite soldiers. On the other side, Gu tribe's troops were screaming miserably, under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts. They were utterly defeated and massacred in large numbers. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Wolf Care Gu was used to perfection by him, allowing him to clearly see Gu tribe's miserable state. Gu tribe was only a chess piece to disguise his identity. As the chess player, how could he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not making a move. Dongfang Yuliang patiently waited for a while, secretly activating investigative Gu. However, at this time, the wolf group suddenly howled and gathered together, forming a wave again, charging towards Dongfang army with all their might. Wolf groups were different from Gu masters. Gu masters cherished their lives, but wolf groups did not fear death. Damn it! Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were about to split open. Under the wolf group's charge, Dongfang Alliance army suffered countless casualties. Panic quickly spread throughout the army, forming a state of collapse. Fang Yuan used 80% of his strength. His master-level enslavement path attainment dazzled the audience. Wave after wave of attacks came unceasingly. Dongfang army was like mud, falling piece by piece under the assault of the wolf tide. Intense soul fluctuations exposed Fang Yuan's location. But Fang Yuan had already appeared in public. He was standing on the back of the twin-headed rhinoceros. Many Gu master experts had gathered around him. Wolf King Changshanin. Dongfang Yuliang gritted his teeth, his eyes about to spew fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and viciousness. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had only made 2 moves in this battle. The first time he made a move, he directly incited the army into battle, causing many of Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements to be useless. And the second time he made a move, he caught Dongfang army's weakest moment, hitting them while they were down. After fighting for so long, the Gu masters' primeval essence in their aperture was almost used up. Although they still had the strength to fight, they often perished together with the wolves. Even if I do not have long-range methods in strength path, I can make up for it in enslavement path. The situation now is different. I have 2 apertures. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. I can use their strengths to make up for my weaknesses. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly saw the light. Although he was a person who had been reborn and had meticulous thoughts, he could not help but fall into habitual thinking. In his previous life he only had 1 aperture. Even if he touched upon other paths, it was only after he became a Gu immortal. But now he was still immortal, but he already cultivated 2 paths. Enslavement path Gu masters are most afraid of beheading the leader. I can use strength path to protect myself. Conversely, the weakness of strength path can also be made up for with enslavement path. I can give up on strength Chi Gu. Because he cultivated 2 paths, this problem that troubled strength path Gu masters was easily solved. Next, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many space path Gu, as well as a large number of Gu refinement materials. These space path Gu worms and materials were prepared to enter Luopa Valley in the future. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had set up a method to seal Luopa Valley. To enter, ordinary methods were not enough, he needed a rank 5 open door Gu. Open door Gu could allow fated people to enter Luopa Valley. But to close the tunnel, he needed to refine a rank 5 closed door Gu to prevent the tunnel from being exposed and others entering. Wolf Wangda actually exchanged for many strength path Gu, a large number of space path Gu worms, and such a large number of Gu refinement materials. The resources that Fang Yuan mentioned made the female Gu master inwardly surprised. Exchanging for strength path Gu worms was understandable. After all, although strength path was declining, it expended little primeval essence. Once primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it was the last thing a Gu master could rely on. Thus, in northern plains where battles were frequent, almost all Gu masters had some strength path cultivation. But why would Wolf Wangda want these space path Gu worms? Maybe he wanted to use space path Gu worms to protect himself? After all, enslavement path Gu masters were often countered by beheading the leader tactic. And this astonishing number of Gu refinement materials, was Wolf Wangda interested in refinement path? Or was he researching a brand new enslavement path Gu worm? The female Gu master had her doubts, but she did not ask them. She knew that rashly inquiring about these secrets was a huge offense to Gu masters. Thus, she did not show any curiosity on her face, and only focused on handling her matters. Soon, Fang Yuan saw that his battle merits had been deducted by more than half on the battle merit board, immediately falling from first place to middle. Lord Wolf King, the resources you requested will be delivered to you one by one today. They will all be sent to you by dawn. The female Gu master said warmly. Fang Yuan nodded and was about to leave, but at this time the female Gu master said in a low voice, Wolf Wangda, please wait for a moment. There is a Gu recipe here that is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specially asked me to secretly keep it for you. Oh. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. The female Gu master in front of him. There was no need to guess to know it was He Tribe's Gu master. The supply camp was such an important position, He Lulan definitely wanted to place her own people there. Only then could he be at ease. Hearing the female Gu master's words, Fang Yuan realized that this was He Lulan's goodwill. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiao Yi's desertion, and Fang Yuan letting bygones be bygones, so she was secretly repaying him. Fang Yuan immediately showed some interest, and after understanding it, he found that this Gu recipe was extremely suitable for him. This was a Gu recipe related to Lurking Soul Coat Gu. Lurking Soul Coat Gu's effect. There was only one, and that was to conceal soul fluctuations. Earlier, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield, and to prevent being detected, he did not mobilize the wolf group with all his strength. If he had this Gu, he could completely conceal his soul fluctuations, and while hiding his tracks, he could also control the wolf group with all his strength. This Gu recipe. From rank 1 to rank 5, thus its price was not low. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits to barely exchange for it. He opened the Gu recipe and browsed through it, finding that it was not difficult to refine this Gu. But the quantity required was extremely huge. Moreover, the cost was not low, especially one of the requirements which required large amounts of fresh beast skin as the main material for the Gu refinement. Tribe leader personally instructed that if Wolf Wangda feels the Gu refinement is too complicated, he can hand it over to refinement path Gu masters. He only needs to pay the other party. Just pay the corresponding battle merits. If Wolf Wangda doesn't have enough battle merits, he can borrow 500,000 first. The female Gu master timely suggested. Yuan stone was usually used as currency. It was also used as currency. But during battles, because Gu masters needed to use large amounts of Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, as well as to refine new Gu and so on, Yuan stone was scarce in large amounts. At this time, battle merits were often used to act as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other places. Borrowing battle merits was naturally not the treatment of ordinary people. But Fang Yuan was a crucial battle strength. Fang Yuan's strength alone could directly raise the strength of the entire He tribe army. Thus, He Lulan actively promoted this in secret and was happy to see this happen. Fang Yuan nodded, immediately borrowing 500,000 battle merits. This time, his battle achievements became negative, and his ranking directly fell from first place to last place on the leaderboard. In the 15 large tents, the Gu masters saw this and gasped in shock. On the battle merit board that was as large as a city wall, the negative 500,000 bright red number was extremely glaring. From the first place he directly fell to the last place. Such a huge drop was enough to make one's jaw drop. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually calming down. Wolf King's strength and status made them have no choice but to accept this fact. Soon after, the Wolf King announced a few missions, which caused the discussion that had quieted down to become lively again. Capturing wild wolves, collecting souls, peeling off the wolf skin for initial processing, as well as a large number of Gu refinement missions. Once completed, they could obtain a lot of battle merits. These missions quickly aroused everyone's passion. My daily allowance is more than 10 times the price of this pair of shoes. You're so considerate, you should sell it, your clothes are tattered, you should change them. Fei Kai rubbed his nose and shook his head. No need, my clothes can still be worn. Actually, I didn't think of it. Those old slave servants all do this, there are a lot of shoes anyway and Gu masters often wear them out. Lord Young tribe leader is also very clean and every once in a while he would get someone to change these shoes for a new batch. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Snakes have their ways and rats have their ways. Servants have lowly status but they also have their own way of survival. Especially people like Fei Kai, although he was a slave and lost his freedom, he was close to Xianxia, and was usually the first to receive information about Ma tribe's higher-ups. Zhao tribe had now joined Ma tribe army, and Zhao Lianyun intentionally got close to Fei Kai. He actually had the intention of gathering information. Right at this time a commotion was heard. Where is Fei Kai? Come out quickly. Fei Kai, you've caused a huge disaster, you actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes. Young tribe leader wanted to walk out of the tent, but found that he didn't have his own shoes. Fei Kai, you are simply too daring, your crime is unforgivable. A group of old slaves shouted and rushed in from the entrance, searching for traces of Fei Kai in the crowd. Fei Kai's face suddenly turned pale. Oh no, I was discovered. Miss Xiaoyun, quickly leave, this matter has nothing to do with you, I can't drag you down. I'll go and beg for forgiveness from young tribe leader now. Beg for forgiveness my ass. Zhao Lianyun growled, his expression extremely ugly. You idiot, you still don't know that you've been schemed against. Quickly run with me. Fei Kai was confused, but was pulled by Zhao Lianyun and ran into the alleyway. Damn it, the intersection here is also blocked. Zhao Lianyun relied on his familiarity with the terrain, and continuously brought Fei Kai, and in the end found that there were 4 entrances and 3 small back doors were all blocked. Miss Xiaoyun, quickly leave, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fei Kai was dizzy from being led by Zhao Lianyun, and had long lost his sense of direction. His tone was anxious as he was unwilling to implicate Zhao Lianyun, his only friend. Zhao Lianyun angrily stomped his feet, and continuously roared in his heart, do you think it's easy for me to find a spy? In this day and age, where could one find a fool like Fei Kai? Those old slaves were all as slippery as a rat, asking for money when I asked them to give me some information, and what they said was half true and half false and half true. They were jealous of Fei Kai, this newcomer, and wanted to get rid of him. As expected, wherever there are people there will be Jianghu and there will be schemes. No way. I can't take this lying down. If you dare to touch my people, you're courting death. Zhao Lianyun's expression was gloomy, and he racked his brains, while the voices of the old slave came to his ears. So there's nothing. We've searched the pool, there's nothing. Could it be that he's already left? How is that possible? Our people have been watching and they definitely saw that brat come in. We haven't searched there yet, let's go. Hearing the footsteps of the old slave, Zhao Lianyun suddenly thought of an idea. Big fool, the heavens have not forsaken you. Fortunately, I just came back from the market and bought a piece of silk. Zhao Lianyun said and took out a piece of fine and smooth silk from his arms. This silk, she originally wanted to use it to make clothes. Big fool, as long as you listen to my arrangements according to what I say, this time it may be a good thing for you. Zhao Lianyun stuffed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Fei Kai looked confused. Chapter 528. Although the servant leader was also a slave, he was the crucial person in charge of the Ma tribe young tribe leader's daily life. With such an important position, if the Gu masters wanted to inquire about the higher-ups' intentions, they would have to go through the servant leader. I earned big, I actually became the servant leader, I am indeed a genius. Zhao Lianyun laughed wildly in her heart, her plan was not in vain. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying softly, Big idiot, now that you are the servant leader, you have to perform well in the future. Fei Kai's entire body instantly trembled and he honestly muttered, Miss Xiao Yun, I don't know why but your voice makes me panic. Zhao Lianyun immediately turned hostile, fiercely kicking Fei Kai's calf, shouting, You idiot, now that you are the servant leader, your situation is even more dangerous than before. Who knows how many people will come after you, among them, there will even be those vicious and evil Gu masters. Fei Kai jumped in fright. Then what should I do? Luckily you have a friend like me. As long as you listen to me obediently, I guarantee you will live a good life. Zhao Lianyun stretched out her small hand wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulder, but found she could not reach it. She immediately bared her pretty teeth. Quick, squat down for me. Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lianyun successfully patted his shoulder, nodding her head in satisfaction, speaking with an air of seniority, Do you know what to do next? Fei Kai shook his head as if it was a matter of course. You idiot. Zhao Lianyun snorted coldly, Since you are the servant leader and those old slaves have been sent out, you naturally need to recruit more people. Otherwise, how can you take care of everything by yourself? You are right. Fei Kai came to a realization, nodding his head repeatedly. Zhao Lianyun snorted again, But this is far from enough. You also need to familiarize yourself with the young patriarch's hobbies, lifestyle, and so on. You'll have to ask the old slave about these things. What? If I ask them, would they agree? Fei Kai's eyes widened. Zhao Lianyun sneered, You are now the head slave, your status is different. They are the lowest of the slaves. They must be afraid of your revenge. If you go and ask them, they will definitely tell you. Of course, if they don't know what's good for them, I naturally have a way to make them tell me everything they know. Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Fei Kai's blank expression. Her thoughts had already drifted away. I'm not a person of this world. I know too many ways to please these stinky men. As long as he was familiar with Ma Yingjia's lifestyle and habits, he would be able to deal with the problem accordingly. Wouldn't he be afraid that Fei Kai's position would be unstable? Chao Fu He tribe camp. All kinds of tents and Gu houses covered the grassland. Banners fluttered in the wind as Gu masters moved in and out. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like a huge ant colony. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held East Window Gu in his hand, quietly looking at the resources. The female Gu master in charge of reception held her breath as she stood at the side, waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. Ever since they received Dong Fang tribe's war reparations, the resources that could be exchanged with battle merits in the supply camp had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, not all of them were war reparations. Besides He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also large amounts of resources contributed by the tribes that joined He tribe's alliance army after they recruited captives. Just a few days ago, He Lulan held an alliance establishment meeting and made all the newly joined tribe leaders swear a poison oath. Fang Yuan had the gu recipe and refine essence spirit gu. It was the same as taking Dong Fang tribe's fruits of labor for himself. The gu worm only needed a thought from the gu master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain refine essence spirit gu. The imperial court contest every 10 years was not only a way to get rid of the weeds, it was also a way for all the forces to interact. Gu path originated from immemorial antiquity. Renzu was the first gu master to use gu worms. After that came the remote antiquity era, followed by the olden antiquity era, followed by the medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Up until now, gu path had flourished. It could be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 10,000 clans contending for supremacy. Countless paths were like the waves of a long river. At the same time, countless flowers were extinguished. But because of the cruel living environment, the concept of trade could not be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Each force researched it on their own, keeping it to themselves. Back then, one of the invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun, felt this and specially made arrangements. Because of the war reparations, the Huangjin tribes grew endlessly, firmly occupying the overlord position of northern plains, lasting for a long time. After the baptism of countless imperial court contests, Northern Plains was publicly recognized as the place with the strongest martial strength among the 5 regions. In terms of overall strength, Central Continent is the strongest, second is Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He was very clear about the strength ranking of the various regions. During the 5 regions war, Northern Plains was the place that resisted Central Continent's invasion the most fiercely. The other 3 regions had a huge geographical advantage compared to Northern Plains, but they were always suppressed by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains had formed a counterattack army and invaded Central Continent. Northern Plains could have such strength because of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. He made use of war and limited it to a certain scale, allowing Northern Plains' military strength to flourish. Unfortunately, his arrangements were still too small, only thinking about his own benefits. On the other hand, Central Continent's strength was due to the structural reform. It was a fundamental advantage. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective, and with his 500 years of experience he had a clear understanding of the nature of society. There are actually more than 10 amplify effect gu? Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and continued to inspect. He had a pleasant surprise. Amplify effect gu belonged to the rule path. It was specialized in assisting other gu worms. It could increase the effect of the gu worm. As for the amplification, it depended on the rank of amplify effect gu. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, there were gains and losses. The gu master would expend more primeval essence. Amplify effect gu was very popular among gu masters, because gu masters of any path could use it. Fire path gu masters could use it, water path gu masters could also use it. To Fang Yuan, both enslavement and strength paths could be amplified by amplify effect gu. Among He tribe's resources, there was actually a rank 5 amplify effect gu. There was also one rank 4, 3 rank 3 and the rest were all rank 2. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to pick the best. He directly chose that rank 5 amplify effect gu. It could amplify the gu worm's effect by 5 times. But this way a problem arose. Lang Wangda, you want to exchange for so many gu? I'm afraid your battle merit is not enough. The female gu master in charge of receiving him cautioned after considering her words. I know. An intense fishy smell assaulted his face, and at the next moment he saw a tiger's mouth open wide, covering his head. Crack. Tiger King fiercely bit down, directly crushing Su Yi's head. Jianghu won. Ma tribe won the first round of the general challenge. At once, Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved, while Ma tribe cheered. Victory. A good start is half the battle won. In the main tent, Ma Yingjie clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with a strange light. His heart was filled with excitement. On the other side of the battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side's battle cries resounded in the sky, as flags fluttered in the wind. The other side's battle formation was wavering, their morale was low, and there were signs of collapse. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't stop them. Retreat quickly. As a commander, we need to judge the situation. Right now, Lu tribe's general is like a tiger, our army cannot match him. Several higher-up Gu masters fought to speak, they were all flustered. Luo Bojun looked around, smiling bitterly. Retreat? Everyone, where else can we retreat to? This is already our last line of defense. Sai, forget it, since the start of the battle with Lu Wenwu, which defense line has lasted for 3 days. The enemy is too strong, we might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu and Mo Shiquang and the others, and had not recovered. These days, Luo tribe's army was in constant defeat. No matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to reverse the situation. He thoroughly recognized the huge difference in strength between the enemy and his side. He was disheartened and had no more fighting spirit. After hearing Luo Bojun's words, the higher-up Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. They were hindered by the poison oath and could not say it out loud, but since Luo Bojun took the initiative to surrender, there was no problem. The order to surrender was quickly passed down, and the battle quickly calmed down. Aha, I said it, as long as us 3 brothers work together, we can trample the world. Mo Shiquang raised his head and laughed, feeling extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu laughed, his heart filled with great joy. Lu Tribe Alliance's leader had won. Next, it was to annex the enemy forces, take in the captives, expand the army and set off again. Mengqiu. The leopard group roared, starting a bloody battle with the rat group. The Gu masters of the 2 armies instead became the background. New Heir too stood proudly with his hands behind his back, mutated leopards circling around him, giving off a dignified aura. In contrast, his opponent, Jianghu, one of the publicly recognized enslavement masters of Northern Plains, was sweating profusely, his face pale. Jianghu, you have already lost. Do you know where you lost? Your rat group is too large, reaching 650,000. Right now, this was a huge problem that troubled everyone, but in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just a small detail in the long river of history. Sensing everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan raised his eyelids and said plainly, although Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, the strongest is only Bei Chao Chuan, his grass soldier army is useless. Right now both sides have strong points. It is like 2 giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe army's strength lies in their high-rank Gu masters, while we have the help of the wolf pack, we can slaughter large numbers of low-rank Gu masters. Thus today both sides suffered heavy losses. The way to victory is to restrain the enemy's strong points, while strengthening our own strong points. It is not impossible to restrain the enemy's Gu master experts. As long as I have a batch of trump card wolf group, I can restrain the enemy. But that way I will have to control them with all my strength, and with just the rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, I will not be able to conceal my traces, I will fall into the enemy's attack. Fang Yuan's words made everyone's eyes brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lulan lowered her head and muttered. Currently, Northern Plains' 5 great enslavement path masters were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Mazun had a mutated Beast Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Pering had a mutated Beast Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Baoya had a mutated beast mountain drilling rat group. The new enslavement path master Leopard King New Heir II had a tube leopard group. Only Wolf King Chang Shan did not have such a mutated beast group. Every mature mutated beast had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Once mutated beasts formed a group, their battle strength was even more terrifying than the same number of Gu masters. That was because the beast group did not fear death under the command of the enslavement path Gu masters. And the Gu masters had their own thoughts. Even if it was an oath to establish the alliance, they could not risk their lives to fight to the death. If they had a mutated beast wolf group, there was a high chance they could even kill a rank 5 expert. After all, even a rank 5 Gu master was still immortal, their primeval essence was limited, and there were times when they could not do anything. However, the formation of a mutated beast group took a long time, and the amount of energy and resources consumed was also an enormous figure. In such a short period of time to find such a mutated beast wolf group for Fang Yuan, there was only one way, that was to seek help from He tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone in the main tent, even if they did not know of the existence of jewel yellow skies, they understood the might of Gu immortals. In Northern Plains history, there were several examples of Gu immortals gathering resources and forming mutated beast groups to support their respective forces. Mutated beast wolf group, this is indeed a good idea, let me try it. Although sister-in-law Su Xian'er's body deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan and her strength was greatly reduced, she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. But the child is innocent, you can't keep treating him coldly because of this. You even passed him to the 27th concubine, Fairy Jianghu, and don't allow him to pay respects to his mother every year. He Cheng snorted unhappily but did not reply. He Bai sighed and said, logically speaking, this is brother's family matter, I really shouldn't be nosy. But I have seen it all these years, brother has put in a lot of effort and passed He Lulan to the childless Fairy Jianghu. You wanted to use Fairy Jianghu's Immortal Gu Dark Limit to preserve He Lulan's life. He Lulan has one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. To stimulate his fighting spirit, you made a request to him that he can only pay respects to his mother after advancing to Gu Immortal. I deeply admire you, but brother's way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstanding between father and son. In the long run it is not advisable. He Cheng sighed and did not directly answer He Bai's words, instead asking, what did that kid say in his request for help? He Bai clapped his hands and smiled, see brother, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, you are still very concerned about nephew Lulan's safety. In the letter, nephew hopes that we can prepare a mutated wolf group for him, and also needs a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. This kid is really impolite. Forget about lurking soul coat Gu. Our He tribe doesn't have mutated wolf groups. Right now, our He tribe is at war with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is a junior that cannot be underestimated. Back then, Unity Immortal's inheritance fell into his hands. He has 2 sworn brothers, both are fierce warriors that can easily take down the enemy's leader in a crowd of 10,000. However, nephew Lu Lan also has a general under him, called Wolf King Chang Shanin. His request for help this time is probably because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shanin. He Bai explained. He Cheng pondered, rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is easy, I have one here. But mutated wolf groups need to be purchased from jewel yellow skies. I will have to rely on you for this. He Bai quickly waved his hand, brother, no need to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter the imperial court and find wooden chicken immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower for me. He Cheng heaved a long sigh, his voice revealing a trace of exhaustion. If great strength true martial physique wants to advance to Gu Immortal, we need a strength path Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, Immortal Gu are hard to find, and our He tribe also doesn't have a strength path Immortal Gu. Success or failure is decided by heaven, we just need to do our best. We have already helped what we can, everything will depend on He Lulan's hard work and luck. Parents are truly pitiful. He Bai sighed inwardly as he bid farewell to He Cheng. After returning to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase mutated wolves. Wolf emperors were the foundation of the blessed land. It was very rare to meet a Gu immortal who would take the initiative to sell them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4. This was much easier. Heibai was not worried. As long as he had enough immortal yuan stone, mutated wolves were not something rare, he could naturally buy a large batch of them. Of course, buying mutated wolf groups at a high price was naturally a loss for Heibai. But in order to scheme for 88-point Jinyang Tower's immortal Gu, it was proper for him to invest in the early stages. Who asked Imperial Court blessed land to be arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. Unless one reached rank 9, no Gu immortal could enter. After releasing the news of buying mutated wolf groups at a high price, Heibai soon received a divine sense from Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves in her hands, and her asking price was also quite high. She was clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulties. Heibai had already expected this situation, but he did not expect this Fox Immortal to act so quickly and accurately. He gritted his teeth and bought this batch of mutated wolves. The one selling this batch of mutated wolves was naturally not someone else. It was the land spirit Little Hu Immortal who had received Fang Yuan's instructions. Ever since Fang Yuan resold the Immortal Gu recipe last time and obtained over 10 Immortal Yuan stone, he had instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase Purple Crystal Relic Gu on one hand, and also to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies on the other, to buy any cheap wolf groups. Until now, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already accumulated over 100 mutated wolves, including Blood Forest Wolves, Frenzied Wolves, Shark Fin Wolves, White Eyes Wolves and so on. And just now Little Hu Immortal sold these mutated wolves at a high price to Heibai, making a huge profit. Because of his incompetence, Wei clan appointed his younger brother as the young clan leader. Even if I die, I will not marry this stupid pig. But what should I do? I am only immortal, I am not 13 yet, I cannot awaken my aperture, I cannot cultivate. It is very likely that I do not have the aptitude to cultivate. And my father's murderer is Do Yi, a rank 5 Gu master. He has now surrendered to Ma clan, and is a higher up of the alliance army. Who can I rely on? Where should I go? Bewilderment, hesitation, and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. Until the morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai opened the carriage's curtains, and brought food and water into the carriage. The light of dawn shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up and slowly opened her swollen eyes. You brought food? She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hands and started wolfing it down. Lady Xiaoyun, are you all right? Fei Kai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself than others. Although I have an engagement, it can only be carried out when I am at least 16. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone brightly. Ah, Lady Xiaoyun, you don't want to accept the engagement? Fei Kai was stunned. In his impression, once a Northern Plains girl was engaged, she could only accept it. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Humph, I am not immortal, I will definitely not compromise. But I cannot return to the tribe now, I can only stay here for the time being. I will have to rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest and laughed foolishly. Zhao Lianyun felt warmth in her heart, and her tone became gentle. Fei Kai, your father also died on the battlefield? Yes, he died. During that time I was very sad. But in our northern plains, it is normal for people to die. Father dying in battle is a man's glory. Fei Kai chuckled. As expected, the winner takes all. Under the dazzling throne there are thousands of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly and then cursed. What a scam, I was actually transmigrated to this world, my body has not even matured, and I am already booked, I really can't take this. A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter came from the enemy general's hand, publicly sent, and was now brought by Cunning Lord's descendant Shirhan. Fang Yuan opened it. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao. It was filled with reminiscence of the past, but he had to serve 2 masters. Before the battle to the death, he invited Wolf King out of the camp for a detailed discussion, to reminisce about old times. At that time, Chang Jiyu will accompany you father and son to meet. Good plan. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart after reading it and put down the letter. Chapter 536. Lu Tribe Defense Line inside the tent. Mother, what kind of person is father? Chang Jiyu's expression was hesitant. His lips moved for a long time before he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He had never seen Chang Shanin before, back then when Chang Shanyin's mother was poisoned and Chang Shanin and Hatugu fought to the death. Chang Jiyu was still an unborn baby. His mother and I Shuetong sighed with a worried expression and said in a loving and nostalgic tone, "My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current situation. Don't worry about your father, he is a legend of Northern Plains, back then he killed Hatugu's bandits alone. He is a great hero who got rid of a scourge for the people." Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother, "Mother, I'm already tired of hearing your words. Ever since I made my move, I have grown up listening to these stories. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, there will always be people saying, 'Look, he is indeed Chang Shanyin's son.' Father is like an eagle in the sky, flying in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In a few days I will see him, my heart is in a mess, I just want to hear him." Chang Jiyu had not finished speaking when the tent's curtains were pulled open and a middle-aged man with an imposing aura walked in. It was Chang Tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyin's former brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert Chang Biao. "Greetings to Lord Foster Father." Chang Jiyu quickly paid his respects. "My child, go out first, I have something to say to your mother." Chang Biao said warmly. "Yes." Chang Jiyu could only leave the tent. The curtains were pulled down and with guards standing guard, only Chang Biao and Anai Shuetong were left in the tent. "Husband." Anai Shuetong threw herself into Chang Biao's embrace, her eyes shedding weak and helpless tears. "Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days." Chang Biao held Anai Shuetong in his arms, gently caressing his wife's hair. At the same time he activated goo worms to isolate their voices. Anai Shuetong sobbed, "Yuer is asking me about Chang Shanin again, what should I say? Do you know, just now, I had the urge to tell him the truth, to tell him that he is not Chang Shanyin's flesh and blood, but the product of our love." Chang Biao's body trembled. Wasn't his heart also conflicted and filled with pain? He said in a low voice, "This is all because of my incompetence. Back then we were childhood sweethearts, it was Chang Shanin who interfered, he lusted after your beauty and snatched you away on the day of our wedding. I wasn't his opponent, so I could only secretly come with you and have Chang Jiyu, this child. But once Chang Jiyu was born, his blood meridians would be tested, and the truth would be revealed, then he would be finished. Thus I discussed with Hatugu and decided to frame Chang Shanin. Later I used the name of Chang Shanyin's brother to marry you and adopt Chang Jiyu as my son. These past few years, although the tribe's situation has not been good, it has been the happiest time for us. Chang Jiyu was also successfully appointed as the young patriarch by me. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot reveal this secret. Once this secret was revealed, Chang Biao and Anai Shuetong would become the target of public criticism. They would have to bear the infamy of adulterer and wife, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They even framed the experts of their own tribe for their own selfishness, disregarding the big picture. Their sins were grave. And Chang Jiyu would also become a shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his position as the young patriarch or Chang Biao's position as patriarch, they would both be in danger of being affected by the schemes of the ambitious schemers. The righteous path had its own rules of the righteous path. Be it Chang Biao or Anai Shuetong, they did not have any confidence. Bam! A figure broke through the large lizard house goose window and flew out. Cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan fell to the ground, climbing up with a swollen face. He was furious with hatred and panic as he screamed, "The Wolf King is attacking me, the Wolf King is attacking me. He is rebelling, he is going to kill, save me, save me." Sun Shirhan was He Lolan's favorite. His cry for help quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted and jumped out of the window, kicking Sun Shirhan again. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his goo worm first, he could only dodge. But Fang Yuan changed his move in time, his right fist sweeping horizontally and hitting Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan screamed in pain. Just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. His face was full of blood, his nose was broken by Fang Yuan, he even lost 2 front teeth, he was in a miserable state. But the Gu masters who came after the commotion did not make a move, instead they sighed in relief. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their goo worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was at most a quarrel. When people interact with each other, there would always be conflicts and conflicts. It was normal for them to quarrel with each other. As long as they did not use their goo worms to fight, it was not a violation of the poison vow. Changshanin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and son are in the enemy camp. I only came to persuade you out of goodwill, but you actually got angry and beat me up. You are guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up and screamed, his voice was sharp and piercing to the ears. These words caused the surrounding Gu masters to whisper to each other. Changshan-in and Chang tribe's relationship was known to everyone. These days He tribe army had been talking about it. Looking at Sun Shirhan's smug and sinister gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not reply but waved his fist again. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's moves were heavy and powerful. Although Sun Shirhan had some foundation in strength path, how could he compare to Fang Yuan's huge investment in strength path? After a few moves he was knocked down by Fang Yuan again, lying on the ground and getting beaten up by Fang Yuan. Wolf King is amazing. Although he is an enslavement path master, his foundation in strength path is also very strong. Everyone was shocked. Good hit, I wanted to beat up this scoundrel cunning gentleman for a long time. Another army higher-up praised. Changshanin, you really think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was beaten up. There was no part of his body that did not hurt, his head was dizzy, but his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted, attacking again. Sun Shirhan's face was covered in wounds, he spat out blood, all his front teeth fell out and his molars were shaking. Wolf King is so fierce. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, but he is being beaten to a state where he cannot retaliate. He is too weak. Stupid. This is because he swore not to use his goo worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master, but he is still being suppressed by Sun Shirhan. Everyone's discussions became louder, be it Changshan-in or Sun Shirhan, they were both people with high status. Now they were fighting barehanded. This was a rare sight, everyone's eyes were shining. Sun Shirhan could vaguely hear the discussions around him, the humiliation he felt almost made him grind his teeth. Even though he did not have many teeth left. He wanted to resist, but be it strength or moves, he was not Fang Yuan's match, he could only be pressed down on the ground and beaten up. Bear with it, I must bear with it. If I use my goo worms I will truly lose. Alright, I will accompany you to the end. The bugles of the army bugled and the war drums shook the sky. Lu tribe army also moved. Hundreds of thousands of people from both sides swept towards the other side like a torrential flood. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened, and when they were only a few hundred steps apart, the Gu masters attacked almost simultaneously. At once, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades flew towards the other side. Light armors, bone shields, water shields and other kinds of weapons also rose up. The originally simple scene was painted into a colorful and dazzling picture. Bam bam bam, both sides' attacks landed on the other side at the same time. By then, He tribe will have a small advantage and the mutated wolf group, the most crucial force, will be released. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu smiled proudly. Your He tribe has Black Flag Army, famous in northern plains. And my Lu tribe also has a White Hair Army, famous far and wide. The battle between Black Flag and White Hair has already lasted for hundreds of years. Let's see the results today. Under his orders, the White Hair Army that was already prepared directly used one of the 3 killer moves. The White Hair Army let out a dazzling white light. The white light condensed and formed a huge light pillar that pierced through the clouds. The beam of light shot up into the sky and in the blink of an eye, it shot down from the sky. The light pillar shot towards the direction of Black Flag Army. The 3 commanders of Black Flag Army saw this familiar killer move and immediately ordered the entire army to be on guard. The light pillar dissipated and revealed the tight formation of the White Hair Army. The White Hair Army was mainly infantry while the Black Flag Army rode horses. But in terms of mobility, the White Hair Army was superior. The reason was because of this killer move. Most of his attention was on Ouyang Bai Sang and Emo Shi Kuang. Once he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a high chance that Ouyang Bai Sang and Emo Shi Kuang would give up on Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to chase after him. To speak the truth, the current Fang Yuan already had some success in strength path. He did not fear Ouyang Bai Sang and Emo Shi Kuang's close combat. But my vision cannot be limited to the battle before me. The Imperial Court contest is a competition between super tribes, a game controlled by Gu Immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if I win this battle, when the other side receives reinforcements from Gu Immortals, they will definitely target me. At that time, my trump cards will be exposed, and my control over the situation will fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan was concerned about the Imperial Court. He maintained his calm and was not disturbed by the intense and dangerous battle in front of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Right now, although the battle situation is extremely tense, both sides have not used their trump cards. At least, I know that Tai Bai Yunxing has a rank 5 Guman as before. The less I expose my strength, the better, so once I attack, it must be a fatal blow. Now is not the time. Fang Yuan's heart was not shaken. On the intense battlefield, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. But in his eyes, these were only the numbers of casualties. On this battlefield, many people were roaring in anger because of the death of their friends and family. Many people were cheering after killing strong enemies. Some Gu masters were escaping in a sorry state under the urge of fear. And some Gu masters were fulfilling their ambitions, wanting to become a person above others. At this moment, at the edge of life and death, human emotions burst out violently, crazily, and so unbridled and ostentatious. Looking at the malevolent expressions of the surrounding people, listening to their miserable screams and shouts, Fang Yuan felt a kind of tranquility and tranquility. His heart was as calm as an ancient pond without a single ripple. Fight, kill, a person is born to fight. Win, lose, to continue walking on one's own path, one has to step on the corpses of others. Let the blood boil, let the sweat drip, the unbridled life is all at this moment. Take this is my killer move, Qi devouring 6 directions. In the battlefield, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out. The voice attracted the gazes of countless people as they subconsciously focused their attention. Not good, leave quickly. An intense sense of danger surged in Gao Yang's heart as he shouted. He furiously activated his Gu worms, wanting to move, but the surrounding air was as dense as a city wall, making it difficult for him to move. Emo Shi Kuang floated in the air, opening his arms and slowly closing his fingers in front of his chest. Just as he was about to grab his throat and get up, 3 white-eyed wolves pounced on him and tore him apart, turning him into a mutilated corpse. Once the grass soldier army was defeated, Fang Yuan manipulated the wolf group and charged towards the white millipede army. The white millipede army and black flag army were in a deadlock, fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Now that the mutated wolf group was attacking from behind, they suffered heavy casualties. Ha, Luan Wu, it seems I have the last laugh. The battle situation suddenly changed. He Lulan was surprised and joyful. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's expression was distorted as he shouted crazily, like a gambler whose eyes were bloodshot. He turned into a white light and flew towards Ouyang Bai Sang and Emo Shi Kuang. As for Luopa Valley, he could only explore it after the Imperial Court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought an Ai Shui Tong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house Gu. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Wolf Wang. Chang Biao's voice was deep. His attitude was respectful as he explained to the guarding Gu master. Two rank 3 Gu masters stood at the two sides of the door with indifferent expressions. One of them replied, Wolf Wang there is cultivating, we cannot enter the house to inform you, you can only wait. It is only right to wait. Chang Biao laughed, trying his best to hide the bitterness and desolation in his heart. He had a deep grudge with Chang Shanin. He was not willing to submit to He tribe. Originally he wanted to submit to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his tribe name and directly merge with Lu tribe. This request was hard for Chang tribe's elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large tribe. Once he gave up his tribe name he would directly become a Lu tribe member. It would be the same as Chang tribe completely perishing. Moreover, He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and to express her goodwill to Chang Shanin, who had contributed the most in this battle, she also stated a specific request to subdue Chang tribe in the war reparations. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial pawn in the transaction between Lu tribe and He tribe. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would definitely be hunted down by He tribe's army. Forced by the two tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lulan, becoming He tribe's captive. The grudge between Chang Shanin and Chang tribe was now known to everyone. He Lulan captured Chang tribe and handed them to Fang Yuan to deal with. After Fang Yuan got this news he expressed his gratitude to He Lulan, but he did not care. He was only using Chang Shanyin's identity to impersonate and enter imperial court-blessed land. Wolf King's grudge had nothing to do with him. But if he dealt with it carelessly, it would not match his current identity and would attract suspicion. Today Fang Yuan summoned Chang tribe's current tribe leader Chang Biao and the rest. Chang Biao waited from dusk until the middle of the night. At this time, Northern Plains night was already extremely cold. Chang Biao and the other two had their Gu worms confiscated. They had primeval essence but could not resist the cold. Under the night wind they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao pretended to be calm, but Enai Shuetong had a guilty conscience and could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and full of vigor. His nose was red from the cold and his body was shivering, but his eyes were still bright and his expression excited. Since young, he had grown up hearing the great name Wolf King Chang Shanin. Others called him Hero's son. He was given a unique halo from birth. This brought him trouble, pride, and also opportunities. When he first heard that Wolf King Chang Shanin had reappeared and was not dead, but wanted to take revenge on Chang tribe, his mood was extremely complex. When he knew he was going to fight with his father, his fighting spirit wavered intensely. Earlier, Chang Shanin did not agree to the appointment and instead beat up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Jiyu feel both disappointment and admiration. Lu tribe lost and he became a captive. This instead made him heave a sigh of relief. He finally did not need to fight with his father. Now that Lu tribe was defeated, he could finally see his own father. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. Even if he was left outside and suffered from the cold, it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. "Oh father, who gave me all of this, what kind of person are you?" He was curious but also had traces of confusion and panic. After using 3 wolf soul gu, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. No matter how many immortal yuan stones he had, he could not buy an immortal gu. Because immortal gu were unique, others would not sell them even if they had them. At most they would exchange immortal gu for immortal gu. Ma tribe has reached the final step now. If I can defeat He tribe and enter the imperial court, I might be able to obtain the first immortal gu in my life from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Shuesongzi was thinking about this when he suddenly had a feeling and waved his hand. Space tore open and a letter gu flew out. Shuesongzi opened it. It was Ma tribe's request for help. They finally couldn't hold on any longer. Shuesongzi's lips curled into a smile. He had been paying attention to this imperial court contest, and knew about Ma tribe's loss. Earlier he had contacted Ma tribe, but they could not make up their mind. Now that the situation was tense, Ma tribe sent a request for help. It was equivalent to agreeing to his request. This way it is time for me to make a move. Xuesongzi's smile gradually disappeared, and he activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses flew far away, towards the 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, the 3 snowman Gu masters immediately got up and rushed towards the mountain peak. A moment later they knelt in front of Xuesong Pavilion, saying in unison, Xuehua Xuemi Xueming greets Immortal. Xuesongzi did not show himself, but took out some Gu worms and sent them to the 3 snowmen. Bring these Gu worms and the D battalion, go to the outside world and find Ma tribe, help them win the battle. Xuesongzi sent another divine sense. Yes. The 3 snowman Gu masters quickly received the order. Xuesongzi had 4 battalions, A, B, C and D, formed from the experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led the D battalion out of snowy mountain blessed land, but before they reached Ma tribe, they were discovered by He tribe's Gu immortals. Brother, this Ma tribe is indeed related to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu immortals. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Lu tribe's external Gu immortal Tan Baiya is not wrong. In the blessed land He Bai said to He Cheng. These 2 were He tribe's Gu immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance, middle-aged, clumsy on the outside but elegant on the inside. And He Cheng had been publicly recognized as a genius in He tribe since he was young, handsome and confident, and was also He Lolan's father. He Cheng glanced at He Bai saying calmly, Brother, you don't need to worry. Demonic path Gu immortals always move alone. Snowy Mountain might be strong, having dozens of Gu immortals, but only 2 or 3 truly support Ma tribe. He Bai nodded, Brother is right. But the current Ma tribe is indeed very strong. Previously they did not receive the support of demonic path Gu immortals, they fought their way into the decisive battle on their own. Once they receive the support of Gu immortals, they will definitely become even stronger. He Cheng grunted before asking, Have you investigated who are the demonic path Gu immortals supporting Ma tribe? Not yet, but it will be done soon. Go and do it. We have bought over 500,000 wild wolves and 300 mutated wolves these days. 2 wolf emperors, thousands of Gu worms as well as the prepared resources, hand them over to He Lulan. Yes, brother. Also instruct He Lulan to finish the battle quickly, so as not to complicate matters. He Bai's expression was clear, he nodded and left the blessed land without saying anything. War was not just about human lives, it was also a competition of foundation and consumption. The struggle for the imperial court. At the final stage, He Cheng and He Bai, who had been supporting He Lulan all along, were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Although Gu immortals were wealthy, they could not support the entire army for such a long time. The amount of resources and mortal Gu was enormous. A portion came from the blessed land, while the majority was from the consumption of immortal yuan stones. They were bought from jewel yellow skies. Large amounts of immortal yuan stones were scattered. Be it He Bai or He Cheng, they were actually feeling heartache. The struggle for the imperial court in essence was a game. But not all Gu immortals could afford to play this game. Many Gu immortals wanted to obtain an immortal Gu, so they participated in this grand gamble. Finally, the person they chose did not enter the imperial court, thus they lost miserably. There were even cases where they went bankrupt. But if they won and obtained an immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, then all the investments would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they could not buy an immortal Gu. 10 days later, He tribe and Ma tribe's army started fighting again. The huge battle formation was endless, forming a grand army. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking at the opposite side as he said with heroic spirit, We did not manage to hurt Ma tribe the last 2 times, let us teach them a lesson this time. It is not so easy to advance into a super tribe. Who will go first? Before he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and greeted, Lord Alliance Leader, this subordinate is willing to be the vanguard. He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. Along the way, participating in the struggle for the imperial court, until now Hao Ji Lu had killed countless people and had outstanding battle merits. Pei Yin Fei had also submitted to He tribe after Lu Wenwu's defeat. But Hao Ji Lu's position as the number 1 rank 4 battle general had never wavered. This was He tribe army's old general. Adding on Hao Ji Lu's repeated intention to submit, if there were no accidents, after He tribe takes over the imperial court, He would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe. He tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a super force, one of the giants of northern plains. If Hao Jilu joined He tribe, it would be like relying on a big tree. Just like Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng who submitted to Dongfang tribe. Hao Jilu went to the battlefield and shouted. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. This water demon again, who will teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance leader, let me go deal with him this time. A boorish man stood up. It was Ma tribe's fierce general, a transformation path rank 4 Gu master expert, Jianghu. Ma Shangfeng nodded in agreement. Jianghu impatiently went to the battlefield and fought with Hao Jilu. Hao Jilu's methods were ruthless, his attacks were vast and the water current surged. Because he had exchanged battle merits for many rare Gu worms, Hao Jilu's current battle strength had already far surpassed the initial stage of the Imperial Court contest. Both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Hao Jilu gradually gained the upper hand. Jianghu was suppressed and felt stifled. He roared and activated a killer move, turning into a fierce tiger. The tiger's might was fierce and ferocious, immediately reversing the disadvantage. Hao Jilu was famous for his ferocious attacks, but now he could not block the fierce tiger's attack. He could only retreat again and again, changing his fighting style. From the previous fierce attack, he changed to a defensive counterattack. But because of this Imperial Court contest, the two's reputation rose. They made a fortune from the battle and their strength improved greatly. Previously, Pan Ping's only good Gu was Soul Blade Gu. But now he exchanged his battle merits. The Gu worms on him were all exquisite and luxurious. His battle strength rose by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like before when he only had Soul Blade Gu to hold the fort. And Fei Xingqing was roughly the same. Previously he was ostracized in the tribe. Although he had all his Gu worms, he lacked powerful methods. He had also obtained benefits from the battlefield, accumulating his battle merits and exchanging for the rank 5 equivalent numbness Gu. Combining it with his own Gu worms, his battle strength rose sharply. The two's figures fought endlessly, but they were both wary of each other. Pan Ping was wary of Fei Xingqing's numbness Gu, while Fei Xingqing had been guarding against Pan Ping's Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of Soul Blade Gu, it could be said that Pan Ping was lucky. Because this Gu was attached to the curved blade, and not the Gu master's aperture or body. After Pan Ping was blasted into pieces, Soul Blade Gu luckily survived. Afterwards, Tai Bai Yunxing saved Pan Ping, the latter revived, but all his Gu worms were destroyed, only Soul Blade Gu was left. Fortunately, Pan Ping had many battle merits and had not used them before. As for Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, they were not so lucky. After they were killed, all their Gu worms were destroyed. The most regrettable thing was that Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous wave cloud Gu was also destroyed. Rank 5 man as before Gu could only target the human body, it could not revive Gu worms. But the two were calm, being able to revive was a great fortune. Afterwards, the two borrowed battle merits and basically replenished their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they pay back all their battle merits, they even had some left over. The intense battle between the two pairs of rank 4 experts attracted everyone's attention. Ma tribe saw that Fei Xingqing and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, and sent out 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted them one by one, sending out Pei Yanfei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and others. When the 6th pair of experts fought, Jianghu was finally defeated. Water demon Hao Jilu was powerless to chase, and could only watch as he safely retreated. He tribe's morale rose, but soon in the third group, Ma tribe won and the situation was reversed. Both sides sent out more experts, and in front of the two armies, more than 30 battle rings were formed. That is to say, close to 70 rank 4 Gu masters appeared to fight. This was a grand scene. The huge northern plains had billions of people and most of them were mortals. There were only a few hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than half a hundred rank 5 Gu masters. It was because of the contest for the imperial court that these people gathered together, clashing and competing with each other. In the intense battle of life and death, stronger Gu masters were born, and the weak were ruthlessly eliminated. The contest for the imperial court had reached the final decisive battle. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both Leviathan-like giants. Not counting Gu Immortals, the scale of any army greatly surpassed the forces of a super tribe. Everyone in the two armies felt their hearts and minds shaking, their chests surging. Only Fang Yuan was calmer. He had seen an even bigger scene in his previous life, that was the chaotic Five Regions War, the chaotic era. Lord Alliance Leader, subordinate requests to fight. A young rank 4 Gu master stepped out, unable to restrain his battle intent. This person was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally a rank 3 Gu master, but after the baptism of the war he survived and his strength increased greatly, advancing to rank 4 not long ago. After all, the battlefield was full of unpredictable variables. There were too many examples of the weak winning against the strong. Moreover, He tribe's side only had a slight advantage now. Brother Shanin. He Lulan could not help but reveal a worried expression. Although the wolf group's scale had increased and completely surpassed the three beast groups, he was worried that Fang Yuan did not have enough control over it. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large wolf group. If he did not control it properly, it would instead cause chaos. Even if he could control it with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he last? Fang Yuan stood on the Iron Rhino's head with his back facing He Lulan. He did not speak. Looking at the three beast groups majestically pouncing over, attacking from the sky and on the ground, the Wolf King still did not move even though they were right in front of them. He Lulan felt even more uneasy and urged, "Brother Shanin, quickly attack." Fang Yuan still did not speak, as if he did not hear anything. The three beast groups surged over. They were less than 200 steps away and would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was shaken. He Lulan was anxious. "Brother Chang Shanin." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. "This is a good opportunity. The enemy is trying to suppress me with their beast group, but they do not know they are digging their own graves. Alliance leader Lulan, I want to congratulate you." "Congratulate me for what?" "This battle has been won, the situation is set. Alliance leader entering the imperial court is a foregone conclusion," Fang Yuan said lightly. He Lulan could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. He almost shouted, "Damn it! Where did this ridiculous confidence of yours come from? Quickly command the wolf group. What time do you have to talk now? The enemy is already pouncing over." But at the next moment, his eyes protruded even wider. It was like someone was punching behind his eyes. That was because he felt an astonishing change in Fang Yuan's aura. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage, from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage, from rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage, and from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan slowly removed the concealment of breath concealment Gu, no longer suppressing his true cultivation. Rank 5 peak stage, the real deal. Wolf King Chang Shanin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement master. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan's back in a daze. The Gu master guards near the main tent also looked over with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu, and the broad eagle wings brought him to the sky. In the air he howled towards the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu and Wolf Howl Gu. Right now he had not shown himself, who knew where he was hiding in the battlefield. He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming assassinated Fang Yuan, the wolf group would collapse and the situation would be reversed. Charge over and kill Wolf King Chang Shanin. Not only He Lulan and Yang Pering, Ma tribe's experts also quickly realized the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu master experts charged towards He tribe's main tent. "Whoever can kill Chang Shanin, I will reward him with 5 million battle merits. I will give him the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder and he will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life." Ma Shangfeng shouted as he killed the wolf group. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. With just these rank 4 battle strength they want to stop me? Bam bam bam, he directly charged, exploding all the Thunder Eagles along the way. When the Gu Masters in the chaotic battle reacted, Fang Yuan had already broken through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife through butter, going straight for Yang Piying. You! Yang Piying's face was drained of blood, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. His head was in Fang Yuan's hand, his whole body was lifted up by Fang Yuan without any strength to resist. Fang Yuan lightly squeezed. Wuxia. Eagle King Yang Piying's head was like a watermelon, easily crushed by him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, the Eagle group was instantly dispersed. The Eagle group escaped, the clear sky appeared again. The huge commotion attracted the attention of countless people. What? The Wolf King killed the Eagle King with his own hands. Many people cried out in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Now it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landed on Ma Xun. Ma Xun was protected by the horse group 10,000 steps away, but he felt a terrifying feeling of a great calamity descending on him. Stop him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together, pincer attacking Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash, how can you stop me? Fang Yuan snorted in disdain, flapping his wings, he easily shook off Shi Shui and crashed into Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so fierce. He overestimated his defense, and at the same time underestimated Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks. The defensive light barrier only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing completely. Wu Yi instantly sensed something amiss, his flying master attainment allowed him to make evasive maneuvers that others could not do. If it were anyone else they might have returned empty-handed. But Fang Yuan was also a flying master. Bam! With a muffled sound, half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into powder, his bones were broken into pieces, and half of his internal organs were crushed by the huge force. He widened his eyes helplessly and fell from the sky. A flying master of his generation, a demonic path expert, died just like that. Fang Yuan did not even look at him, pouncing towards Ma Xun. A thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon blocked Fang Yuan's path. This huge dragon had a golden horn, 3 claws, and its eyes were like lanterns, emitting the flames of revenge. Changshan, you dared to kill my brother, you will pay the most terrible price. It was a rank 5 transformation path Gu Master, Jianghu's elder brother, Chenglong. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted, his speed did not decrease, but instead increased, his body leaving an afterimage in the sky, colliding with the huge dragon. Bam! A loud sound was heard, deafening even the deaf. The sound waves spread in all directions as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone's heart shuddered. Looking over, they saw that Fang Yuan's body had expanded to twice its original size, his whole body was covered in a layer of bronze light, and his 4 arms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He stood proudly in the sky, his hand holding the broken dragon horn. And the 3-clawed golden horn dragon fell down like a kite with its string cut. Along the way, it fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dragon blood and dragon scales splattered everywhere. What? Far away, Ma Shangfeng's pupils shrunk, shouting in disbelief. Even Chenglong was not his match in one move. This killer move. He Lulan was dazed. From Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms. Ma Xun, I Wolf King will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice piercing through the sky, his calm tone as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Chapter 550. When Ma Yingjie woke up from his slumber and finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Fei Kai's ecstatic smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, "Young tribe leader, you are finally awake." The honest voice warmed Ma Yingjie's heart. The latter struggled to sit up, the intense pain made him open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, asking with difficulty, "Where is this?" Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also do not know where this is, but we should have escaped from the battlefield." Battlefield? Ma Yingjie was shocked and immediately asked, "How is the battlefield?" "We failed, Lord Young Tribe Leader. Many people are escaping and even more have surrendered," Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjie's face turned extremely pale, his body shook and he almost fainted again. Thankfully Fei Kai supported his back from behind. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at the once glorious Ma tribe young tribe leader now in such a pathetic state. He did not feel good. "Sai, this Ma Yingjie is actually young and promising, but unfortunately he encountered Wolf King Changshanin. It is not that you did not work hard, but the opponent is too abnormal." Ma Yingjie closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. After a long time he opened his red eyes and turned to look at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking with a hoarse voice, "You too saved me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded at the same time. "Young tribe leader, what should we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjie's expression was gloomy as he said, "We return. Ma tribe lost this round, but we still have a portion of tribesmen in Warm Pond Valley." Back then, before the Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe schemed to cause internal strife in Fei tribe, annexing them and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, as a precaution, placed a portion of the old, weak and sick in Warm Pond Valley. If the Ma family won, they would bring them over. If the Ma family failed, they would be the seeds to continue the tribe. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we had no water or food. It's such a long journey. Zhao Lianyun frowned. "Ha, little girl, as long as I'm here, there will be enough food and water. You don't have to worry," Ma Yingjie said. The 3 of them traveled together. Along the way they came across many Ma family members who had escaped, and they were all taken in by Ma Yingjie one by one. "Young clan leader, I never thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would be able to see you again." Ma Yuliang cried uncontrollably when he saw Ma Yingjie. He was a rank 3 elder of Ma tribe. He was lying on a stretcher, missing an arm, and his right calf was broken. His injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjie saw him, tears of excitement welled up in his tiger-like eyes. "Elder Ma Yuliang, it's great to see you." Although he had taken in many clansmen along the way, most of them were mortals. Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured, but he was a Gu master after all. After this battle, Ma tribe suffered a huge loss. Before the battle, they were a large-scale tribe with deep foundations that could charge into a super tribe. But after the battle, Ma tribe had completely turned into a small-scale tribe, their strength had fallen to the bottom and they were on the decline. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was the tribe's most precious strength and hope. "Lord Young Clan Leader, old clan leader has already died in battle." Ma Yuliang cried bitterly, bringing the grievous news to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's body shook intensely. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with endless grief and sorrow when he heard this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemed to have turned into an iron statue. After a moment of silence, he forcefully wiped the tears in his eyes. "Then from today onwards I am Ma tribe's leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Although our Ma tribe lost, we did not perish." Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun had set a rule that we cannot slaughter the Huangjin tribe's bloodline. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle, now even He tribe cannot exterminate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley, we need to climb back up from our defeat. I believe Ma tribe's glory will not disappear because of this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young clan leader in front of him, and in his blurry vision he seemed to see Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's figures. He stopped sobbing, hope rising in his heart again. The next moment he used his deepest voice to reply, "Lord Clan Leader, I also believe you. Winner takes all." While Ma Yingjie was fleeing miserably, in the countless tents of He tribe's alliance army, there was a celebratory banquet. There were cheering crowds, warm bonfires and rich delicacies. We won, we won. Ma tribe's ambition was too great, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. It was this ambition that destroyed them. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of the Imperial Court. Honorable Wolf Wangda, please allow this lowly one to toast you a cup of wine. In the main tent there was also a lively atmosphere. Other than wine and delicacies, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing to their heart's content. Everyone present were the leaders of He Tribe's alliance army, experts of all sizes. Their cultivation level was at least rank 4, and they could be said to be the brightest talents of the current generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan sat on the main seat, and on his left was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's seat had been pushed to the back due to the arrival of Tai by Yunxing, as well as the other rank 5 clan leaders. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and fought against 3 enslavement masters by himself, killing Qing Long, Wu Yi and other experts. One could say He tribe's victory over Ma tribe was 70% due to Fang Yuan. He tribe was shocked by Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and on that night, they adjusted the ranking in the main tent. No one objected to this. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the experts who toasted him, but he only drank a small mouthful each time. This was not the demeanor of a forthright Northern Plains warrior, but at this moment, when placed on Fang Yuan, it displayed the arrogance and solitude of Wolf King. In the main tent there was a joyous atmosphere. The Gu master who toasted him was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. In the battle, he had used Soul Blade Gu and luckily obtained Ma tribe leader Ma Xiangfeng's head. Thus, on the battle merit board he was only inferior to Fang Yuan, ranked 2nd. Seeing Fang Yuan drink a mouthful of wine, Pan Ping retreated gratefully. Northern Plains people admired warriors. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance was rarely seen even in the previous imperial court contests. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Tai by Yunxing became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth resonated, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration burst forth, causing the 2 Gu to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal Gu. If that was the case, then the Gu recipe of landscape as before simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape as before could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Tai by Yunxing became a Gu immortal after entering imperial court-blessed land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a Gu immortal and obtained an immortal Gu. This meant that Fang Yuan wanted to use the identity of immortal to harm a Gu immortal. You're tuning in to the Phantom Sword Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.